Across the center of a battlefield buried under pure white snow, a single figure stood alone, towering over piles of fallen bodies. Around him, the frozen ground was stained by death, and an overwhelming killing aura poured from his body like invisible pressure. He did not even bother to turn around when someone appeared behind him. With his back still facing the newcomer, he spoke in a chillingly calm voice, while the old man only shifted his gaze slightly to the side. He asked why Aster had come here, when by now he should have been leading the conquering army in the eastern lands. Hearing that, Aster lowered his head, his shoulders tense, and his fist clenched so tightly it nearly trembled. Through teeth locked with rage, Aster answered that he had come here to defeat him. The moment those words left his mouth, openly declaring war, the man he called father curved his lips into a cold, contemptuous smile. His reddish eyes stayed frighteningly composed as he slowly drew out a sword still smeared with blood. Aster's voice strained with anger as he accused him of planning from the very beginning to use his army as bait, then shouted, demanding to know if he was wrong. With his voice breaking under the weight of everything, Aster cried out to him as his father. The man did not deny it for even a second. Instead, he admitted everything with an indifferent, almost mocking tone, saying that this was exactly the role meant for those born without wings. Then he sneered and asked if that was not true, calling Aster his foolish son. Every bitter word struck deep, stabbing straight into Aster's heart and setting the buried fury inside Aster Elmheim ablaze. The Elmheim family was known as one of the greatest bloodlines on the continent, a house of war gods who had sworn to protect the royal family with their blades, and standing at the very top of that house was its powerful head. That man was Roderick Elmheim, the only person in the entire nation said to possess that supreme and unmatched power. Aster could still remember how this terrifyingly strong man had once appeared before him. Back then, Aster had been on the verge of death, lost and freezing in the middle of a raging blizzard, until Roderick saved his life. To repay that debt, Aster had accepted any command given to him without complaint. He threw himself into blood-soaked battlefields again and again, never hesitating even when war demanded everything from him. And yet, despite all of that, his childhood had been filled with nothing but pain. It was a long chain of humiliation and contempt, one cruel moment after another. His own brothers looked down on him constantly, laughing at him as if his existence itself was a mistake. They never stopped reminding him that someone without wings had no right to stand proudly, no right to lift his head, and no right to believe he belonged beside them. In this world, the seal of wings on a person's back was the source of magical power. The more wings someone carried, the greater their strength, status, and potential became. Because of that, Aster, the only child in the ducal house who could not use magic, was branded as wingless, no matter how hard he struggled or how much effort he poured into himself. So instead of relying on magic, he devoted every part of himself to the sword, training without rest until his own body became the only weapon he could truly trust. Deep down, he always believed that if he kept pushing forward with that relentless dedication, then someday even he would finally be recognized. And in the end, through his own strength and achievements, Aster earned loyal companions who chose to stand beside him and fight at his side. But then, hidden behind a tree with his gaze sharp and alert, Aster sensed something wrong, like a bad omen creeping through the cold air. By the time he understood what was happening, it was already too late. Horror washed over him as he realized that the entire army had been lured into a carefully prepared ambush. Painful memories surged through him all at once, and he screamed in desperation, demanding to know if this was the reward for his loyalty to the father he had trusted so completely. But all he received in return was a stare as cold as ice. Roderick only smiled with scorn and asked what an instrument could possibly expect. Then, with merciless calm, he declared that Aster's purpose had already been fulfilled and ordered him to disappear. Those words struck Aster harder than any blade, cutting into him again and again while the hatred burning in his eyes grew even fiercer. Overcome by rage, Aster rushed forward like a man who had thrown away all fear, raising his sword high as he shouted for his father. He had trusted that man with everything, only to realize now how foolish that faith had been. With all the strength in his body, he unleashed a fierce spinning slash at the father who had betrayed him. The edge of his blade flashed past Roderick's neck, grazing the skin and carving out a thin line of blood. For the first time, Roderick's unshaken expression finally showed a change. But in the very next instant, glowing red magical chains burst out from nowhere and locked Aster in place. His own brothers had moved against him, attacking him together without mercy. Even with the chains binding him, Aster swung his sword in a frenzy, cutting down his attackers through sheer fury. Then he cried out in pain as the magical restraints tightened around him, forcing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. But even Even with his body trapped and wounded, his will to keep fighting did not fade. One of his brothers looked at him with a mocking smirk and asked if he still failed to understand the truth. To them, someone wingless would always remain nothing more than wingless. The three of them, father and sons, stood arrogantly above him as he collapsed into the snow beneath their feet. Another brother sneered that crawling on the ground suited him perfectly, pressing his hand down into the freezing white surface. Aster lifted his trembling voice from the snow and asked them, if they had always intended to throw him away in the end, why they had taken him in at all. Roderick bent down toward him and coldly told him to stop lying to himself. From the very beginning, he said he had never needed Aster at all, and then he roughly grabbed Aster by the hair. With a cruel yank, Roderick forced Aster's head up, making him meet that contempt-filled gaze. Then he leaned in closer, as if savoring the moment before revealing the truth. What Roderick had truly needed was not Aster himself, but the power of the 7 wings sleeping inside his body. Aster's eyes widened in shock as he repeated those words in disbelief. 7 wings. The phrase alone left Aster frozen, while Roderick's cruel smile only grew deeper. Then Roderick added in the same cold voice that Aster's mother had been extremely useful to him. Without the slightest shame, he boasted that she had given birth to Aster only as the seed he required for his own benefit. The last thing Aster remembered was himself screaming desperately for answers from Roderick as cold blades pierced into his body. His consciousness began to fade little by little, until all that remained was a bone-deep chill and the feeling of his hand sinking helplessly into the snow. In that final moment, as darkness closed in around him, Aster wondered in despair if this was truly where his fate came to an end. And if that was really true, then what meaning had there ever been in the life he had struggled so hard to live? Suddenly, a pale and gentle warmth wrapped around him. For one fleeting second, he thought he had reached the afterlife, until he realized that what surrounded him was falling snow. Then he felt it clearly. Someone was holding him carefully in their arms. It was a warmth he did not recognize, yet it felt strangely tender against him. His eyes flew open wide, and the thought struck him at once. No, this was not some fading dream created by his dying mind. This was real. Confusion filled him as he wondered where he had ended up, lying there beneath the softly falling snow. But then horror seized him when he noticed just how small his body had become. He stared at his tiny hands in disbelief, questioning whether they could truly belong to him. They were not just small or weak, they were unmistakably the hands of a newborn child. And that newborn body was being cradled gently in someone's arms. Aster looked up at the woman holding him and saw that she seemed to have just breathed her final breath, making him wonder if she was already dead. Then, without warning, an unfamiliar voice echoed inside his mind, commanding him to seek her. In the vision that suddenly opened before him, he saw armored knights charging through the raging snowstorm, their horses cutting hard across the frozen ground. Through the wind and swirling white, they shouted that she could not have gotten very far. One of the knights raised his voice above the storm, barking out that Duke Roderick had given the order. No matter what it took, they had to recover the child that woman had taken from them. Then the vision disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving him frozen in place, stunned by what he had just witnessed. He could not make sense of it at all, and around him, the snow kept falling in cold, silent sheets. But the moment he remembered the name spoken in that vision, his entire body went stiff. Duke Roderick. A wave of horror slowly spread through him as the truth became clear. The newborn those knights were hunting for was not some stranger at all. It was him. The memory of being found on a night swallowed by a violent snowstorm came rushing back, and with it came an impossible suspicion. Had he somehow been sent back into the past? He tried to force that thought out of his mind, but before he could settle himself, strange flashes of light flickered in front of his eyes, cutting straight through his thoughts. Even though he still could not fully accept what was happening, he pushed the question aside for the moment. Right now, there was a much more urgent danger standing directly in front of him. One thing was absolutely certain. If he stayed there any longer, he would end up captured again and dragged straight back into the hands of that cruel duke. With the hardened will of a warrior who had survived countless battlefields, he forced his weak newborn body to move, crawling out from the cold arms of the woman who had already lost all warmth. All of a sudden, a burst of golden energy surged from deep inside him, pushing his desperate will to escape even harder, as if his entire soul was screaming at him to get as far away as possible. Wherever his tiny hands touched the ground, heat spread outward, melting the thick snow beneath his palms and leaving wet marks behind him. But no matter how strong his mind was, the body of a newborn could only endure so much. Before long, he collapsed into the snow, his breathing growing heavier and more painful with every breath. In the middle of that biting cold, his small limbs burned as if fire were eating through them. Behind him, a long trail of melted water stretched across the white ground, marking every inch he had crawled. Still, he could barely pull himself forward anymore. Even then, his eyes remained fierce and unyielding, and deep inside, he swore that no matter what happened, he would survive. The image of his merciless father turning his back on him surfaced again in his mind, and with it, a burning vow of vengeance took shape inside his heart. Gritting his teeth, he poured every last drop of hatred into his glowing hands and whispered Roderick's name like a curse, swearing to himself that he would never forget. Using the final scraps of strength left in his tiny body, the newborn kept crawling with unbelievable persistence, dragging himself forward and carving a long, desperate mark through the snow until his strength finally ran out. At last, he collapsed completely, falling right at the feet of a figure who had just appeared before him. A little girl spotted the motionless child in the snow and pointed at him with bright excitement, calling out to her father as if she had discovered something incredible. The man known as Viscount Hefried stared at the scene in front of him, unable to hide the shock that spread across his face. Carefully, he bent down and lifted the baby into his arms. His eyes filled with disbelief, as he wondered how such a tiny child could have possibly ended up in a place like this. The moment the baby felt the safety and warmth of the man's embrace, his exhausted body finally gave in, and he slowly drifted into sleep. Viscount Hefried continued staring at the strange newborn resting in his arms, still shaken by the impossible sight he had just witnessed. His gaze followed the long trail carved through the snow, and he could barely believe that a baby this small had somehow crossed such a distance all on his own. Looking down at the sleeping child's face, the Viscount could not stop himself from wondering who this boy really was and what kind of mystery had brought him here. When Astor opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a warm room, far away from the howling storm outside. Still half drowsy, he looked around in confusion and wondered where he had been brought. Then, without warning, an illusion appeared before his eyes. A boy with hair as red as flames, reaching one hand toward him as though trying to pull him away. But just as suddenly, a soft pinch on his cheek snapped him back from the vision, pulling his awareness into the room around him. When his eyes focused again, he found four charming little girls gathered around him from every side. One of them excitedly called out to the eldest sister, announcing that the baby had finally woken up. The older girl immediately scolded the others, warning them not to ruin the baby's pretty little nose. Astor, once a seasoned warrior who had crossed countless battlefields, was now trapped in the helpless body of an infant, unable to do anything as four lively girls surrounded him and fussed over him. He had no idea what was going on and could only struggle weakly in the middle of their excitement. Luckily, the eldest sister, a girl with platinum-colored hair, stepped in and rescued him from the others' eager hands. Even after being saved, Astor curled up cautiously in her lap, suspicion clear in his eyes. Then, driven by the will of an adult trapped inside a baby's body, he suddenly tried to stand up and break free from her arms. But his fragile newborn body betrayed him almost immediately. The moment he tried to move on his own, he tipped forward and fell face-first onto the floor, sending everyone in the room into shock. One of the girls cried out in alarm, completely unable to understand what had just happened right in front of her. Startled, embarrassed, and frustrated, Astor began crawling away with all the strength he had. He could not understand why the girls were chasing after him, shouting for him to stop as if he were causing some huge disaster. The ridiculous chase only came to an end when his tiny body finally reached its limit again, leaving him too exhausted to escape before he was caught. Viscount Hefried scooped him up just in time, holding him securely while staring in amazement. He could not help remarking that this child truly was strange, especially after seeming to fall from the sky like that. Astor's eyes widened at once. The moment he recognized the man holding him, his entire body froze. This was Viscount Hefried, Duke Roderick's own brother, and in shock, Astor quickly looked around at his surroundings. A terrible possibility struck him. Could this place actually be another residence belonging to the Elmheim family? Igra Elmheim, the lord of the Viscount's house and the head of a lesser branch of the Elmheim family, had once stood side by side with his brother Roderick. Together, the two brothers had been known as the Twin Wings, two powerful right hands entrusted with the duty of protecting the royal family. But in the memories Astor carried from his previous life, Viscount Hefried had met a tragic death during a civil war, and his entire house had fallen with him. Seeing the Viscount alive before his eyes finally confirmed it. Astor had truly returned to the past. Even with that certainty, Astor could not stop himself from clutching his head, overwhelmed by the bitter irony of the situation. He had fought so desperately to escape the Duke's household, only to end up falling directly into the hands of the Duke's own brother. Meanwhile, the Viscountess held him gently in her arms and wondered aloud if perhaps the child's magic had gone out of control, causing him to fly through the air. Convinced that he was no ordinary baby, she looked down at him with tender eyes and a warm smile, one so gentle that it was completely different from the cruelty Aster remembered. She hugged him softly against her chest, comforting him in a calm voice and telling him that he must have been terribly frightened, but that everything would be all right now. For the first time across both of his lives, Aster felt the warmth of a mother's embrace surrounding him, and the unfamiliar tenderness left him completely stunned and unable to say a word. From a short distance away, Viscount Hefried watched the tender scene unfold before him, and a quiet, satisfied smile slowly spread across his face. Then he stepped closer, his expression turning thoughtful, and stated that this child carried an extraordinary power within him. To the Viscount, the mark on the baby's body was the clearest proof of that hidden strength. As the Viscount gently lifted the baby's sleeve in front of the mirror, a vivid red mark was revealed on the child's skin. The moment the Viscountess saw it, her eyes widened, and she gasped in horror. Her voice trembled as she stared at the mark in disbelief and whispered, asking if this could truly be the 7 wings. The words left the Viscountess in a shaken murmur, but Aster went completely rigid. He could not understand why the mark of the 7 wings had appeared on his body now. At that exact moment, fragments of dreadful memories from his previous life crashed back into his mind like a violent wave. Aster fully awakened to the truth, and Roderick's cruel words echoed once again inside him. What Roderick had truly wanted was the power of the 7 wings, hidden deep within Aster's body. From the very beginning, that man had never planned to raise Aster as his son. He had taken him in with only one purpose in mind. He wanted to steal the 7 wings. And after all of that, he still dared to call Aster wingless, even after tearing away the wings that had belonged to him in his previous life. A burning sense of injustice erupted in Aster's heart like fire. Back in the present, that sudden storm of emotion showed clearly on his face, and the Viscountess immediately noticed the change in him. Concern filled her voice as she looked at the baby, then turned toward her husband and asked what he intended to do with the child now that they had seen the truth. Hearing that question, Aster immediately felt the danger of the situation tighten around him. He could not allow this power to fall back into the hands of the Elmheim family ever again. This power had to remain his. He needed it for himself, needed it if he was ever going to take revenge on that man. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Viscount Hefried made his decision. He declared that he would adopt the child. Aster lifted his gaze in shock, completely stunned by such an unexpected and unbelievable statement. The Viscount slowly reached out his hand toward him, and in those eyes, Aster could not find even the faintest trace of malice. He gently patted the boy on the head and said that this child was still nothing more than a little bird, one too young and weak to fly on his own. Then he said he would raise him until the day he could finally spread his wings and soar freely into the sky. Something complicated flickered in Aster's glassy eyes before quietly fading away. This kind of warmth, this simple and honest kindness, was something Aster had never truly experienced before. Suddenly, a loud thud rang out from outside the room. One of the Viscount's daughters, who had been secretly eavesdropping by the door, had lost her balance and fallen over, making the Viscount turn sharply with a stern look. He asked if 2 of his daughters had been listening in, but the truth was even more ridiculous. It was not just 2 of them, it was all 4 sisters, collapsed together in a clumsy pile after tumbling over one another. The eldest daughter awkwardly stood up, scratching her head with an embarrassed smile, and explained that they had only been listening because they were worried about the baby. In the middle of that warm and lively family atmosphere, a red-haired girl turned her curious eyes toward her mother. Pointing eagerly at the newborn in her mother's arms, she asked with bright excitement what name the baby would be given. The Viscountess smiled gently as she gazed down at the child with tender eyes, lifting him slightly beneath the soft glow of the moonlight. She named him Aster, saying that it meant a new star had been born into their family. And from that moment on, time began to move swiftly forward. 10 years later, inside a splendid mansion, Viscount Hefried, now visibly older than before, arrived with a dignified air and was greeted by a soldier lowering his head in a respectful bow. Behind him, a nimble young attendant stepped forward smoothly and opened the door of a luxurious carriage waiting nearby. That attendant was Aster. The helpless infant from that snowy night had grown into a handsome and elegant young man, and he stepped down from the carriage with calm composure. Turning back politely, Aster extended his hand to help a red-haired girl descend from the carriage, gently reminding Miss Alphen to watch her step. The young lady smiled brightly and thanked him, and for just a brief moment, Aster remembered the mischievous expression she used to wear back when they were children. Aster watched his sister Alphen as she walked ahead, his gaze carrying quiet affection, along with the calm maturity and confidence he had gained over the years. Side by side, they continued forward, making their way toward the venue where an important gathering was about to begin. They had come to attend Swordball Land's annual gathering, an event hosted by the Ducal House of Elmheim for noble families of knights. On the surface, it was meant to strengthen connections among the nobility, But beneath that polite appearance, it was really a ruthless stage where powerful houses competed against one another. Each family would present the strength of its young swordsmen, and those youths carried the pride, reputation, and honor of their entire bloodline on their shoulders. The moment Aster and Alfin stepped into the grand hall, every gaze in the room shifted toward them. Whispers spread through the crowd almost immediately, and mocking voices began to rise, each one carrying a thin layer of disdain toward their house. Some sneered that the Viscount's house had only come here to humiliate itself, especially after adopting a brat of unknown origin instead of producing a proper heir. Among the nobles, hostile and malicious eyes seemed to ask just how far the Viscount's family planned to drag down the Elmheim name. Aster stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the imposing castle before him as old thoughts stirred behind his calm expression. Noticing his silence, Alfin anxiously squeezed his hand and told him not to listen to the cruel whispers echoing around them. She clenched her teeth and spoke firmly, warning him that in a place like this, the first person to show weakness would be the first one crushed. Aster said nothing in response. Instead, he calmly looked over the hostility surrounding them, his expression remaining completely unchanged. Behind him, Viscount Hefried spoke in a low and steady voice, explaining that this was the current position of their house. Standing before the majestic ducal castle, the Viscount said that he wanted Aster to see this harsh reality clearly with his own eyes. Then he turned his gaze toward his son and asked whether Aster felt disappointed by what he was seeing. Aster only turned slightly toward him. A confident, faintly defiant smile curved across Aster's lips as he answered that he was not disappointed at all, calling him father and saying that this coldness suited him perfectly. Hearing that firm response, Viscount Hefried burst into proud laughter, clearly relieved and at ease. But at the same time, painful memories from Aster's previous life began flooding back. In that previous life, he had stood here as the shame of House Elmheim, defeated and humiliated before the eyes of the nobility. This very place had once been the stage of his worst social disgrace. It was a hall overflowing with bitter memories. But now that Aster had regained the 7 wings, everything had changed. A fierce flame of determination burned in his golden eyes, and in that moment, it was clear that his long-awaited revenge was finally about to begin. Standing beside his father and his sister Alfin, Aster slowly raised his eyes toward the towering ducal castle before them, a massive structure that seemed to press down on him with the full weight of his past. From high above, the 2 half-brothers from his former life looked down at him with open arrogance, their eyes filled with contempt as they measured him from a distance. Even under their sharp, scrutinizing stares, Aster's face did not change at all. Beneath the shadow of his fringe, his eyes carried an almost unnatural calm. This was not the time to hesitate or shrink back. Now he had to step forward with dignity and face everything waiting for him head-on. A confident light flashed in Aster's eyes as the thought settled quietly in his heart. If he was going to enter this place, then he would make that entrance unforgettable. Inside the grand hall, a fierce fencing match was already taking place on the central stage, and the surrounding nobles watched every movement with intense fascination. In an age where knights stood at the peak of honor and status, they were expected to possess not only overwhelming strength, but also the noble presence worthy of their houses. Their strength was proven through refined swordsmanship, through speed, precision, and force, while their grandeur came from the reputation carried by the family name behind them. At the very center of the hall, beneath the eyes of the gathered nobles, 2 young swordsmen faced each other with the pride of their lineages resting on their shoulders. They clashed in a fierce duel, their movements bursting with explosive energy as their blades flashed and their bodies drove forward without hesitation. In the next instant, both of them charged across the arena toward one another, closing the distance so quickly that the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Then came the decisive collision, a brilliant display of strength and splendor that captured exactly what noble swordsmanship was meant to represent. Magical energy flared around the fighters, and with one clean, perfectly timed strike, one of the combatants brought the duel to an overwhelming end. His blade struck with such precision that his opponent's sword shattered apart, sending broken fragments scattering through the air. The defeated youth's face froze in pure disbelief, as if his mind could not accept what had happened, and a heartbeat later, his body collapsed. The victor straightened proudly before the watching nobles, revealing the absolute symbol of his family's bloodline, the wing emblem. On the back of his hand, the mark of 2 wings shone with a bluish light, glowing clearly as undeniable proof of the power he possessed. From the balcony above, Aster watched everything in silence, his gaze steady and impossible to read. He remained perfectly composed, quietly thinking that this place was just as intimidating as he remembered. It was no wonder his other sisters, Fran and Free, had both refused so firmly to come to a place filled with this much pressure and hostility. Ignoring the mocking looks aimed at him from every direction, looks he remembered all too well from his previous life. Aster felt his resolve harden like tempered steel. One bitter memory still haunted him above all else. It was the memory of his humiliating defeat in this very hall. As that old shame stirred inside him, his gaze drifted far away for a moment. Seeing that distant look on his face, Alphen softly called his name with genuine concern. She asked if he was nervous, since this was, after all, his very first swordball. Aster, however, simply smiled, and there was a strange confidence in that calm expression as he answered her. He told her he was not nervous in the slightest. If anything, standing here made him feel something much closer to nostalgia. That unexpected answer left Alphen completely puzzled, and she stared at him in confusion, unable to understand what he could possibly mean. Just then, Viscount Hefried excused himself, saying he had to attend a conference. Before leaving, he entrusted Aster with looking after Alphen, which immediately made her bristle. Alphen protested indignantly, reminding her father that she was actually 1 year older than Aster. Aster only teased her with a light smile, saying she was far too clumsy to be trusted on her own. The Viscount placed a firm hand on Aster's shoulder and advised him to use this chance well, since many young nobles around his own age had gathered here today. Then his voice lowered, turning serious, as he warned Aster not to let anyone discover the truth about the 7 wings. As the Viscount walked away, Aster stayed where he was, quietly weighing his adoptive father's warning. At the same time, the gazes directed at him from every corner of the hall were filled with barely hidden hostility. He thought dryly to himself that in an atmosphere this openly unfriendly, making connections the way his father suggested would be almost impossible. But instead of stepping back, a cold determination settled deep into his golden eyes. When Alphen noticed him suddenly walking forward with firm, deliberate steps, she called after him anxiously and asked where he was going. Without even turning back to look at her, Aster answered in a calm voice that he was going to make friends. With steady strides, he descended the grand staircase, heading straight toward a group of young nobles who were lounging and chatting around a sofa. The red-haired youth at the center of the group looked up at Aster with obvious disdain and demanded to know who he was. Aster gave a slight bow, his confident smile never wavering, and politely said that it was a pleasure to meet him. Then he addressed him as Brother Darius and formally introduced himself as Aster Elmheim, openly declaring that he was his younger brother. Darius stared at him in stunned silence for a moment. Aster then added casually that he had seen him from outside and thought he should come over to greet him, while another young man nearby reacted. Leo leaned closer to Darius and explained in a low voice that this was the adopted boy taken in by the Viscount's house. The moment Darius understood, he burst into wild, mocking laughter, finally realizing why this brat had the nerve to call himself an Elmheim. At that instant, memories of his death in his previous life surged through Aster's mind. He recognized them clearly, Darius and Jirian, the 2 heirs of House Elmheim, the very men who had killed him. In his former life, these 2 had cast enormous shadows over his heart, appearing so terrifying that they had once felt impossible to overcome. But now, things were different. As Aster looked at them beneath the bright lights of the hall, they no longer seemed like monsters at all. To him, they were only a group of children pretending to hold power. Sensing the tension rising between them, Alphen quickly grabbed Aster by the arm and called his name in concern. She tried to pull him away, insisting that he had already greeted them and that it was time to go back. But Darius' mocking voice stopped her in her tracks, calling out to her with an unwanted familiarity that made the atmosphere turn even colder. With a sneer on his face, he asked if she was not hiding behind her father today, then arrogantly ordered the 2 of them to come closer and entertain him. He declared that it was an order from the main house. Alphen froze with her back still turned to them, her body stiffening as anger and humiliation made her tremble, while fury burned in her eyes. She refused him flatly, her voice firm as she stated that there was no master-servant relationship between the main house and their branch family. Just as Alphen was about to step forward and take action, Aster moved quickly and caught her wrist, stopping her before she could make a reckless move. Still holding Alphen firmly by the wrist, Aster spoke in a calm, even voice, telling her that he had not finished saying what he came here to say. His composed profile stood out sharply against the tense air around them, as if every real thought was hidden behind that quiet mask. Seeing that calm expression, Darius' lips twisted into a sadistic grin, and he decided to throw even more fuel onto the fire. He began mocking Alphen in front of everyone, dragging her father's name through the mud by reminding the crowd that although Hefried was a knight, he had failed to protect the king, and as punishment, his own younger brother had cut off his arm. Every word struck Alphen like a lash across the heart, forcing her head lower under the weight of pain and humiliation. But Darius kept going, cruelly saying he was grateful. He did not have the blood of such a loser running through his veins. Alphen could no longer endure it. Her fury finally exploded, and she shouted at him, demanding that he take back every single word. With an angry cry, she declared that she would never allow anyone to insult her father, then lunged forward and drove a powerful punch straight into Dairy's jaw. But even after that, Dairy continued his verbal attack, sneering that her family only produced useless daughters, girls who could never inherit a title, and that her father must have been bitterly disappointed. With a vicious smile still spread across his face, Dairy lifted the wine glass in his hand and coldly reminded her that this was not some dance floor. Then he flung the wine directly at her, staining her dress in front of everyone, and cruelly told her that next time she should wear rags so she would not have to worry about getting soaked. At that exact moment, Aster stepped forward. On his way here, he had wondered whether seeing their faces again would leave him numb, without anger, resentment, or even the slightest ripple in his heart. In one smooth, sudden motion, he snatched a bottle of wine from a startled noble standing nearby, moving so quickly the man barely had time to react. But when Aster saw his sister standing there humiliated, her eyes brimming with tears, her cheek bruised and bleeding, a strange sense of relief quietly rose inside him. So he could still feel anger after all. With eerie calm, Aster called out Dairy's name, then flicked his wrist provocatively and tossed the wine bottle up into the air. Just as the bottle was about to crash straight into Dairy's head, it suddenly stopped in midair, hanging there as if an invisible hand had seized it. Aster looked at him with open contempt and said they were still the same pieces of trash they had always been. With one subtle movement of his hand, the suspended bottle shifted like a weapon waiting to strike. In the very next instant, the bottle shattered violently, drenching the completely stunned Dairies from head to toe in red wine. Aster then stood upright with chilling composure, surrounded by the fallen bodies of the nobles, his sword hanging at his side while blood dripped from the blade. As Jirian screamed his brother's name in desperation, Aster wiped a drop of liquid from his lip and remarked with casual indifference that it was only grape juice. Then, with a twisted and contemptuous smile, he added that it was the perfect drink for noble babies like them. But they did not believe him, and in that instant, a memory from 3 years earlier suddenly crashed through his mind. He remembered an explosion of golden energy erupting around him, along with his father's desperate voice shouting at him to control it. In the middle of the chaos, one of his sisters held another unconscious girl in her arms, crying through her tears as she asked if he was trying to kill them and begged him to hold on. Alphen, his eldest sister, had pleaded with him in terror to control himself, while spirals of dark and golden power twisted violently around his body. He remembered the power of the 7 wings releasing a force so dangerous that even he could barely understand it. Then the image of his father, Hefried, surfaced in his thoughts. Hefried's face had been filled with worry, his expression lined with fear, as he questioned whether Aster would ever be able to master such overwhelming power. Aster remembered his own struggle too, the violent energy tearing through his body from the inside, and his father's voice wondering whether either of them could truly endure it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the castle, an attendant suddenly burst into the conference hall, shouting in panic that something terrible had happened. Viscount Hefried immediately cut him off, demanding in a stern voice what could possibly be so urgent in the middle of such an important meeting. The attendant, still panicked, reported that the children of the main house and the Elmheim branch family had gotten involved in a duel. At that report, Viscount Hefried and his brother, Duke Roderick, exchanged a tense and heavy glance. In the next instant, the Viscount sprang to his feet and rushed out of the hall, his cape billowing behind him. When he reached the balcony, he found a distressed Alphen running toward him, crying out for her father. Hefried immediately asked her what had happened, his voice sharp with urgency. A broad man with a shark-like smile pointed down toward the arena below, commenting with excited interest that a fight between the great Elmheim brothers was taking place, something no one got to see every day. The Viscount and Alphen leaned over the balcony and looked down, only to see Aster standing alone in the arena, facing Dairies directly. The broad man added that depending on how this duel ended, the consequences could become enormous. That single thought visibly unsettled the nobles gathered around them, making the atmosphere on the balcony grow even heavier. With a sinister grin, the red-eyed man predicted that this sword dance was about to turn ugly. Down in the arena, Dairies erupted with fury and unleashed his power, shouting that some fool had dared to provoke the Duke's house. He called Aster nothing more than a stray dog who did not understand the difference between them. Between them, the emblem of 4 wings on Dairies' hand glowed with blue light, and the crowd murmured in awe, saying that the Duke's son truly stood on a completely different level as Dairies pressed the tip of his sword close to Aster's face. Dairies smirked and demanded that Aster show his own wing emblem, asking whether he was too ashamed to reveal it. After seeing Dairies' mark, Aster answered with unsettling calm that Dairies was right about one thing. Boasting about a mere pattern really was embarrassing. A faint half-smile rested on Aster's lips as he stood unmoving before him, completely untouched by Dairy's pressure. Then Aster added that he could never bring himself to do something so vulgar. A vein throbbed violently on Dairy's forehead, and his face flushed red as humiliation burned through him at Aster's unexpected insolence. Aster calmly stated his condition. If he won, Dairies would apologize to his sister. Dairies accepted immediately, then fired back that if he won, Aster would become his dog. Dairies shouted that he would work Aster to the bone, and without saying another word, he lunged forward with scythe-like speed. Their swords collided in a burst of golden sparks, the sharp ringing clash echoing across the arena and marking the start of a duel that was clearly far more than a simple performance. Aster shifted into a solid combat stance, keeping his sword steady in his grip as dust and swirling wind began gathering around him like a rising aura. His golden eyes sharpened with intense focus, and his fingers tightened around the hilt as he prepared himself for Dairies' next assault. Dairies wore a smile full of superiority as he released his own energy, declaring that this was the power of someone who actually possessed an emblem. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a barrage of swift and crushing slashes, each strike tearing through the air and carving out gusts of cutting wind in its wake. From the balcony above, Alphen screamed Aster's name, her face turning pale with terror as she watched the ferocity of the attack rush toward him. The broad-shouldered man standing beside her only let out a faint smirk, as if the result already amused him, and calmly commented that young Master Dairies still had a long way to go with the sword. But even with those rough edges in his swordsmanship, Dairies had more than enough raw magic to cover the gap. Power burst violently from his body, making it painfully clear why those born with winged emblems held such an unfair advantage. Drunk on his own superiority, Dairies sneered to himself that if a single wing carried only the magic of a tiny candle flame, then the power of his 4 wings was nothing less than a full-blown detonation. In the next instant, flames erupted everywhere, rushing outward like a merciless storm as blazing attacks rained down one after another without giving Aster any room to breathe. As he forced Aster backward under the pressure, Dairies mocked him with a cruel grin, asking where all that fearless confidence from earlier had suddenly disappeared to. Yet Aster did not crumble in the slightest. Facing that furious barrage, his eyes stayed sharp and calm as steel, and he deflected each incoming strike with clean, measured movements. Dairies only sneered harder, taunting him by asking if he no longer wanted to make him apologize. Or maybe, Dairies barked, all of Aster's earlier confidence had been nothing but empty talk. With rage boiling over in his voice, he demanded that Aster show him his real strength, then poured every last bit of his energy into one final crushing strike. Up in the stands, a mustached noble watched the clash with a self-satisfied smile, already convinced of the result as he declared that the match had been decided. But Aster answered without a word. His own aura surged awake around him, and his sword began to glow with a clean, pure white radiance that cut through the chaos. The two powers slammed together with thunderous force, erupting into a massive blast of red and gold energy. For a moment, the entire arena lit up with a breathtaking collision of raw magic and sheer physical strength. Dairies' expression twisted in complete disbelief, his eyes widening as his mind struggled to accept what had just happened. His ultimate attack, the strike he believed would end everything, had actually been stopped. Aster looked back at him with the faintest half-smile, his voice calm and almost casual as he told Dairies one simple truth. He talked far too much. Then, with one smooth and graceful movement, Aster swept Dairies' blade off course. Before Dairies could recover, Aster turned his body into a sharp spin and drove a powerful kick into him, sending him flying across the arena. Aster landed lightly on his feet, steady and composed, while thin streams of golden energy curled around his body like living threads. The control he displayed was on a level Dairies could never even hope to reach. For 10 long years inside the Viscount's household, Aster had endured, trained, and sharpened his magic in silence. All that patience, all that pain, had been for the day he could finally take revenge, and now that day was standing right in front of him. Aster swung upward, and a brilliant wave of power tore from his blade as if it were splitting the air itself. Golden light roared toward the sky, and the arena beneath them trembled from the overwhelming force of his strike. A blazing surge of golden power exploded from Aster's sword, crashing forward with unstoppable momentum. Dairies was thrown backward by the impact, completely unable to endure the force bearing down on him. He hit the ground in a broken, awkward fall, his knees smashing against the arena floor with a sickening crack as he desperately tried to push himself back up. From a distance, his brother Jirian stared at the scene in stunned disbelief, barely able to get the words out as he stammered that Dairies was actually being pushed back. Dairies was being overwhelmed completely, swallowed by the green and gold energy wrapping around him. Shock warped his face as his mind struggled to understand how the battle had turned against him so violently. He shouted in furious denial, unable to accept what was happening, screaming that he had 4 wings. Aster did not react to the outburst at all. His expression stayed cold and focused, while golden energy continued to flicker and dance along the sharp edge of his sword. Then, in one swift and decisive motion, Aster gathered that surging power and compressed it into a single concentrated point. The nobles watching from above gasped in disbelief. One of them whispered whether Aster might truly win this duel, while another could only point out the obvious, that Darius was no longer fighting evenly at all, but being completely dominated. A heartbeat later, Aster's blade unleashed one final burst of golden energy, and that explosive strike settled the outcome of the duel beyond any doubt. A wave of astonished murmurs spread through the crowd. No one could ignore it anymore. The Elmheim family still had someone with this much terrifying power among them. But Aster's golden aura did not calm down. Instead, it grew even stronger, and dark tendrils began leaking from his body as his power climbed to a frightening, unstable level. From the balcony, Hefried's expression darkened. His brows drew together as he muttered under his breath that this was bad. Darius' face twisted with pain and confusion as the crushing pressure of Aster's power pressed down on him, leaving him trembling under the weight of it. Then, without warning, a nightmare from Aster's past life tore through his mind. The image of one of his brothers standing before him with a deranged smile, severing his arm. That insane laughter rang in his ears all over again, dragging him back to the cruelty and suffering he had once been forced to endure. Back in the present, dark and golden energy burst outward from Aster at once. His face fell into shadow, and the rage pouring from him no longer looked controlled. Caught inside that violent vortex of power, Darius screamed curses through gritted teeth, desperately trying to resist even as the overwhelming force swallowed him whole. From above, Alfin cried out in panic, his voice breaking as he begged Aster to stop before things went any further. But the warning came too late. The power of the 7 wings erupted completely, detonating in a blinding explosion that tore through the arena and carved a massive crater into its center. When the dust finally drifted down and the ruined arena came back into view, the broad man stood there with his arms crossed, his expression far heavier than before. Aster's sword was buried deep in the ground, its blade planted only inches away from Darius' pale, terrified face. The strike had stopped just in time. Sitting helplessly on the ground in total defeat, Darius could only listen as Aster calmly threw his own cruel words back at him. With an icy look in his eyes, Aster told him that next time, he should wear rags so he would not have to worry about getting wet, cousin. Then Aster turned away and sheathed his sword with quiet, unshaken confidence. Deep inside, Aster declared that he was no longer the wingless failure everyone had once mocked and looked down on. From the balcony, she watched him with relief and awe tangled together in her eyes, her heart still pounding after witnessing just how far he had come. Aster allowed a faint smile to touch his face, comforted by one simple fact. For now, his sister was safe, and that alone was enough to steady his shaken mind. Then, all at once, his golden eye flickered with a sharp flash of red. Aster's senses tightened as he felt a new presence enter the hall. A figure wrapped in dark crimson energy dropped down from the ceiling, descending like a bad omen before landing heavily in the center of the hall. Aster's gaze sharpened instantly. The moment he saw that ominous figure and felt the pressure of his arrival, recognition flashed across his face. At the top of the grand staircase stood a powerful, imposing man, the Duke Roderick himself. His presence seemed to fill the entire hall, pressing suffocating tension into every corner. From Aster's lips came a single word, heavy with hatred and resolve. Roderick. The spectators were still murmuring in disbelief, unable to process that the Viscount's youngest son had just defeated the 3rd son of the main house. But the mood had already shifted, and the situation had become far more dangerous. After a humiliation that public and that devastating, there was no chance the main house would simply stand by and do nothing. The towering form of Duke Roderick, 8th leader of the main house, began descending the staircase at an unhurried pace, each step making the pressure in the hall feel heavier. Darius remained collapsed on the ground, but the moment he saw him, he lifted his face with a shaken mix of fear and relief, as if his father's arrival meant he had finally been saved. Aster did not take even a single step back. His eyes stayed fixed on Roderick, the man who represented every wound, every betrayal, and every ounce of revenge burning inside him. The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly as he took in the ruined arena and everyone standing around it, his face so still that no one could read what he was thinking. Aster could feel a suffocating wave of power and hostility rolling off him, and the sight of that man dragged him straight back to the truth. Roderick was the same person who had betrayed and killed him in his previous life. Even under the crushing tension that filled the hall, Darius forced himself to crawl forward, his body shaking not only from pain, but from the humiliation of being seen like this. He grabbed desperately at his father's leg, then stretched a trembling hand toward Aster, his face twisting with pure hatred as he pointed at the one who had defeated him. Through clenched teeth, Darius called Aster a mangy dog who had dared to challenge the main house, then begged his father to use his power and put that dog back in his place. But instead of helping him, Roderick raised his hand and brought it down hard, slamming his palm into the ground directly over his own son's hand. A horrifying scream tore out of Darius' throat as the impact crushed down, and the sickening sound of cracking bone echoed through the hall. Under that terrifying pressure, Darius' hand was smashed beneath his father's palm, flattened helplessly against the floor as he writhed in agony. The young nobles watching from the side froze in place, their faces pale with horror and confusion, unable to understand why the Duke would treat his own son so brutally. Jirian's face lost all color as he stared at the scene, shaken to the core by the merciless cruelty coming from his own father. Roderick looked down at his defeated son with nothing but contempt in his eyes and coldly asked why he was still smiling like an idiot after what he had done. In Roderick's eyes, Darius had not simply lost a duel. He had dragged the family name through the mud in front of everyone. From the balcony, Hefried's voice rang out in alarm as he shouted down at Roderick, pleading with him to stop before he went any further. But the Duke ignored him without the slightest warmth. In a cold voice, he declared that someone who could not even avenge himself had no right to wield a sword, then raised his hand as if preparing to deliver the finishing blow. For a moment, Gran Hall fell into a tense, suffocating silence, and everyone in the hall seemed to hold their breath as the air thickened with dread. On the ground below him, Darius could only tremble helplessly, his face twisted into a miserable blend of humiliation, terror, and disbelief. Yet the fiercest fury burned inside Duke Roderick's crimson eyes, and slowly, that murderous gaze shifted away from his son toward the person at the very center of all this. Roderick's attention settled on Aster. He pointed his sword straight at him and demanded to know what he thought he was doing, but Aster did not flinch, calmly answering that his cousin still had not apologized to his sister. Aster finished with that single word, sister, his voice steady and controlled. Then, with astonishing boldness, he looked directly at his uncle and asked if the punishment could wait until after that apology was made. Wrapped in a menacing purple aura, Roderick let out a mocking laugh, asking whether being a stray orphan taken in by Hefried had fooled Aster into believing he truly belonged to the Elmheim family. Aster stood firm and answered without hesitation, declaring that he was the Viscount's son. His father had taught him the pride of a knight and the weight of carrying a house's name, even without sharing its blood. For a brief moment the Duke said nothing. His expression hardened as he quietly absorbed the boy's defiant words, and the silence around him only grew colder. Then flames burst to life around Roderick as he accused Aster of needlessly staining the reputation of the main house, the very pride that stood above its 12,000 knights. From the balcony, the broad man remarked that they should understand that better than anyone, while the light blue-haired young man beside him added with a faint smile that this matter could hardly be brushed aside. This was no simple children's quarrel anymore. Hefried's grave voice cut through the tension as he reminded them that his own father had once paid for disloyalty with an arm. Now the cold edge of Duke Roderick's sword pressed directly against Aster's throat. With that deadly blade resting there, he demanded to know what Aster intended to offer in exchange. With all due respect, Aster began in an even voice, refusing to let fear shake him as he explained that this had never been a simple fight between relatives. It had been a legitimate duel, and all Aster had done was answer insults against his house with the blade in his hand. The Duke's eyes burned with silent fury, his glare sharpening at the boy's bold response, especially because Aster's reasoning left so little room to dismiss him. Aster met that glare head-on, repeating Roderick's own brutal words back to him, that one who could not avenge himself had no right to wield a sword, and declared that he had no intention of giving up even a single finger. Above them, Alphen trembled as she watched the confrontation unfold, while the broad man beside her gently patted her head, trying to calm her shaking nerves. The blue-haired youth gave a quiet chuckle of disbelief, murmuring that Aster was only 10 years old, and that this whole situation had to be some kind of joke. Roderick remained silent for a long, dangerous moment, his red eye glowing with a fierce intensity that made the entire hall feel ready to snap. At last, he drew his own sword and spoke only a few cold words. He said he understood, then ordered Aster to draw his blade. Aster hesitated for only a fraction of a second, caught off guard because he had not expected the Duke himself to step into the fight so directly. Before he could fully react, the ground beneath his feet shattered apart, and an invisible force blasted upward, hurling him violently into the air. The tip of Roderick's sword slammed into the spot where Aster had stood just a heartbeat earlier, unleashing a devastating shockwave through the floor as Alphen choked back a scream. Her eyes went wide with terror as she stared down at the overwhelming power on display, unable to hide the fear spreading across her face. Hefried shouted his brother's name again, his face twisting with rage as he saw the attack for what it was, a cowardly strike against a child. Without hesitation, Hefried leapt down from the balcony and placed himself between Roderick and Aster, sweeping his own sword forward in a brilliant arc of blue light. The two brothers' blades collided with a violent burst of sparks and force. At last, the leaders of the two houses had clashed, and the shockwaves from their duel thundered through the great hall, revealing just how terrifying the gap in power truly was. The Viscount landed beside Aster and immediately turned toward him, urgently asking if he was all right after being thrown so violently. In front of them, a massive pillar of stone surged up from the floor, blocking the Duke's path. The Viscount's face tightened with both surprise and concern as he recognized the defensive technique. Aster forced himself back onto his feet with difficulty. His body was battered, bruises marked him clearly, and blood ran down from his forehead, but his will had not broken. His eyes burned even brighter than before, filled with a fierce mix of pain, fury, and unshakable resolve that refused to fade. Duke Roderick watched everything unfold with a faint, superior smile, as if the direction things had taken pleased him in some twisted way. Then, without saying another word, he turned and started walking back toward the stairs, abandoning the confrontation. With one agile leap, he landed on the balcony beside his defeated son, leaving the shattered hall behind him. The Viscount watched Roderick leave without lowering his guard, then quietly reached out and placed a firm, protective hand on Aster's shoulder. Still standing beside him amid the fading tremors of power, the Viscount looked shaken to his core. He gathered the injured Aster into his arms and called his name, his voice heavy with worry. Even with blood on his face and bruises marking his body, Aster still managed to give a small, satisfied smile. He assured his father that he had kept his promise properly, and that everything truly important had been protected. Relief softened the Viscount's face, but pride shone there just as strongly. Looking at his son, he told him from the heart that he had been magnificent. Meanwhile, Duke Roderick withdrew from the shattered hall with his defeated son, leaving behind an oppressive trail of tension that no one could easily shake off. The broad man approached the Duke with a faint, knowing smile, calmly remarking that Roderick's reaction had been rather childish for someone of his position. Roderick only paused long enough to speak coldly to his humiliated son, explaining that if he had allowed Darius to say whatever he wanted in that moment, the honor of the main house would have been ruined completely. In Roderick's mind, what he had done was not cruelty at all, but a reasonable compromise made to protect the family's reputation. Away from that confrontation, the nobles began murmuring in amazement. A promising newcomer had challenged the great Duke Roderick himself and survived, rising before their eyes like a new star. Even the mustached noble admitted that although the thought of the Elmheim family splitting made him uneasy, the boy could not have asked for a more striking social debut. From the shadows, Duke Roderick watched with a grim, distant gaze, already sensing that an age of upheaval was drawing near, a storm powerful enough to tear the world itself apart. Back with his family, Aster was pulled into Alphen's worried embrace while his father proudly supported him at his side. Blood still stained his face, yet a victorious smile remained there, leaving Aster momentarily unable to speak. The scene then shifted to the training arena of the Viscount House of Elmheim, where several knights stood watch as another intense training session unfolded. At the center of the arena, two figures faced each other with wooden swords in hand, moving through a serious sparring match. With an easy smile on his face, the knight praised his master's performance, calling it truly splendid after witnessing the skill in front of him. The person receiving that praise was none other than Aster. Around the training ground, the other knights quietly murmured among themselves, saying that Aster's swordsmanship was almost frightening for someone as young as him. They also noticed that ever since the sword dance assembly, his training had become even harsher, as if he were driving himself forward without pause. One knight brought up how Aster had defeated the third son of the Elmheim family, and the group could not hide the satisfaction in their voices. After all, the main family had looked down on the Viscount house for years, so watching one of their own stand tall against them felt deeply refreshing. As Aster continued cutting down one opponent after another in training, his mind slowly turned inward beneath that steady rhythm of battle. At the sword dance assembly, he had shown enough strength and presence to silence those who dared call his family a disgrace to House Elmheim. Even so, Aster knew the true obstacle still remained ahead of him, standing far beyond that single victory, the Elmheim main house itself. Part of him wished he could have tested himself even further on that stage, facing more opponents and measuring his strength more clearly. But even now, Aster understood the truth. At his current level, he had no chance of defeating Roderick Elmheim, because to him, a wing crest was only a sign of magical potential. No matter how much inborn magic someone possessed, it was nothing more than a useless treasure if they could not fully control and master it. And despite everything he had accomplished, Aster still could not draw out the complete power of the 7 wings within him. If only he did not have to fear losing control and going berserk the moment that power pushed too far. Then he would finally be able to test the true limits of that overwhelming strength without holding himself back. After one final exchange, Aster defeated the last knight still standing, leaving several knights sprawled across the training ground around him. Aster's gaze stayed sharp and determined as he looked over the fallen opponents, his breathing steady despite the intensity of the sparring. Then he calmly asked if anyone else wished to step forward. But before any of the knights could answer, a familiar voice cut into the moment. Alphen appeared nearby, immediately remarking that he was pushing himself too hard again. She asked if he even understood what rest meant, then told him that their father was calling for him. Aster accepted at once without arguing, saying that he would go see their father right away. As he started walking with her, Aster glanced over and noticed his sister's outfit, prompting him to comment on the change. Alphen looked confused at first, not quite understanding what he was trying to say as she blinked back at him. Aster explained that it was rare to see her wearing that outfit, since she used to dislike it because she thought it was not cute. Alphen replied calmly that balance was important. Watching Aster throw himself into training had made her realize that she could not stay the same forever either, and those words caught him completely off guard. For a moment, Aster was left speechless, especially when Alphen lifted her training sword toward him with a confident smile on her face. She told him that once he came back, the two of them would spend plenty of time together. Aster answered her challenge with a grin of his own, politely asking her to go easy on him when that time came. Sometime later, Aster arrived at his father's office, and as soon as he entered, Viscount Hefried told him to come in and take a seat. Aster did as he was told, sitting across from his father with a serious expression as the atmosphere in the room settled into something heavier. Hefried began by saying that 10 years had already passed since they first welcomed Aster into the family. He admitted that, at one point, he had considered waiting until Aster was older. But after everything that had happened, he had decided that the time had come to move things forward. With that, Hefried placed a small case on top of the desk and opened it, revealing a ring resting quietly inside. Hefried explained that the ring was proof of succession, the symbol carried by the next head of the Viscount house. Then, without hesitation, he declared that he wanted Aster to become his successor. Aster froze where he sat, stunned by how directly and firmly those words had been placed before him. The Viscount looked at him and said plainly that he wanted him to inherit the house, while the young boy remained speechless as his father continued explaining. As Aster already knew, their branch of the family stood in a delicate and difficult position, caught between their own responsibilities and the shadow of the main house. Even after everything, they still carried the Elmheim name. As lords of their territory, they had many people and many things to protect, and with the weight of that lineage pressing on him, the Viscount said the position of the next head could not be left vacant forever. But the first thing on Aster's mind was not the title, the ring, or the honor being offered to him. His concern immediately went to his sisters, and he quietly asked whether they would truly accept a decision like this. The Viscount answered that his older sisters were still away studying at the Knights' Academy, but they would be returning home in 3 days. When that time came, he intended to gather everyone and tell the whole family together. Aster's thoughts immediately went to Malfa and Kadriaka, both powerful and intimidating in their own ways. A wry smile touched his face as he imagined their reactions, knowing full well that neither of them would be happy about this. Kadriaka, in particular, would almost certainly be furious the moment she heard the news. His father let out a tired sigh and explained that Kadriaka's dislike for him came from something painfully simple. Aster had been born male, and on top of that, he had been blessed with the 7 wings. When Aster heard those words, the look on his face hardened, and a steady, unshakable resolve settled into his eyes. He declared that he could not accept the proposal. Turning away slightly, he admitted that he still could not fully control his own magic, calling himself an immature fool who had nearly killed his own sister. Inside the vast, silent study, Aster said that someone like him had no confidence in convincing an angry sister, much less carrying the heavy burden of leading an entire house. For that reason, he refused the honor being offered to him. The Viscount listened to every word in silence, watching Aster carefully as a faint, almost knowing smile slowly formed on his lips. At last, he broke the quiet and admitted that he often found himself wondering whether Aster was truly a child at all. Without arguing against the refusal right away, he reached for a long wooden box and opened it. He explained that he had originally planned to give Aster the succession ring as a reward for his performance at the sword dance, but perhaps this gift would make him happier instead. The moment Aster saw what was resting inside the box, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to hide his astonishment, he asked what exactly he was looking at. The Viscount then revealed the truth in a calm voice. The object before him was a magic sword. Its name was Graham, a special blade said to be capable of controlling the overwhelming power of the seven wings. It was known as the Devouring Magic Sword, a weapon with a name that sounded as dangerous as the power it was meant to contain. Later, in a secluded clearing deep within the forest, the Viscount looked around the quiet space and declared that this place should be enough. Aster, still puzzled by the long trip, asked why they had come this far just to test a sword. The Viscount answered simply that it was a precaution, then added with a dry smile that Aster had a habit of breaking things. Remembering the many times Aster's uncontrollable power had caused destruction before, the Viscount finally presented Graham to him properly. He explained that Graham was a legendary blade passed down only to the firstborn of the Elmheim family, a weapon that normally belonged in the hands of the main house. For Aster's sake, Hefried had gone to the main house himself and retrieved it especially for him, and with one sharp motion, he prepared to show its true form. He drew the weapon from its sheath, and Aster stared at it in utter confusion. At first glance, he could not help wondering if that thing was truly supposed to be a sword, because as plain as day, there was no blade attached to it. The Viscount smiled at Aster's confusion and explained that when magic was channeled into the hilt, the sword would reveal its edge. As he demonstrated, a crimson, ethereal blade suddenly burst out from the hilt, glowing like a spectral edge made of pure magic. Aster could only stare in silence, completely speechless at the sight. The Viscount explained that the sword completed itself using the wielder's magic, becoming a true blade formed from the power poured into it. Then, with just one swing, the Viscount unleashed a massive shockwave that tore forward and carved a wide path straight through the forest. Trees split apart under the force, while wind, dust, and shattered debris roared outward in a violent vortex that showed the weapon's overwhelming destructive might. But the Viscount warned him that Graham was not a weapon just anyone could handle. If the wielder's magic was mediocre, the sword would drain them completely dry. It was truly a devouring blade in every sense of the word. Holding out the glowing crimson hilt toward him, the Viscount asked whether Aster wanted to try it. Aster did not hesitate. He reached out and grasped the weapon, his hands closing over his father's in a gesture that felt almost symbolic. The instant his fingers touched the hilt, his own magic surged forward, dark and golden tendrils twisting together as they rushed to meet the blade. A violent storm of energy exploded around him at once, whipping through the clearing with a force that felt impossible to control. Aster felt his magic being pulled into the sword on its own, flooding forward so fiercely that the overwhelming sensation stole the breath from his lungs. Back at the training grounds, a towering beam of red light suddenly shot into the sky, piercing the heavens and leaving everyone below staring up in shock. One knight gasped and wondered aloud whether a comet had fallen from above, but his companion quickly shouted back that it was the opposite. Something had just flown up into the sky. From a distance, Alphen heard the commotion spreading through the grounds and turned toward the source of the disturbance. Even though the knight's words were vague and confused, she recognized that energy immediately. There was no doubt in her mind at all. It had to be Aster. Deep in the forest, Aster sank down onto the ground, completely exhausted from the surge of power, yet a smile of pure amazement still spread across his face. Breathlessly, he admitted that the sword was truly extraordinary. The Viscount looked at his son with both awe and stern seriousness in his eyes, then told him that the truly remarkable thing was not the blade itself, but the incredible power sleeping inside Aster. In a grave voice, he revealed that throughout the long and vast history of the Elmheim family, not a single person had ever possessed a seven-winged emblem. As they moved deeper into the forest, Hefried assured him that if he could master that power, he would become a swordsman far beyond six-winged warriors like himself and even Roderick. The image of Roderick flashed through Aster's mind, and the thought of one day surpassing that man ignited a fierce blaze of determination and vengeance in his golden eyes. However, his father's tone grew solemn as he warned Aster that power that immense would always draw conflict toward him. As Aster tightened his grip around Graham's hilt, the Viscount explained that if people discovered he possessed 7 wings, with that emblem shining on his back like a beacon, many would envy him and others would despise him. Some would try to manipulate him through schemes and intrigue, like ghostly hands reaching from the dark to drag him down, while others would see him as a threat and move without hesitation to eliminate him. Then the Viscount reached out his hand in quiet support, urging Aster to master his power so that when the decisive moment finally came, he would not be left helpless and full of regret. With firm conviction in his voice, Hefried encouraged his adoptive son to keep growing stronger, no matter how difficult the path became. Aster reached out and took his father's hand, his chest filling with gratitude so strong that it was almost difficult to put into words. In that moment, he silently vowed that he would never again live the same miserable life he had endured in the past. Looking straight into his father's eyes, Aster thanked him sincerely and swore that he would master the 7 wings, no matter the cost. 3 days later, the Viscount and his wife waited together in the grand hall, preparing to welcome home their 2 daughters as they finally returned from the academy. 2 young women descended the staircase, one with short red hair and a fierce expression, and the other with long white hair and a gentle, graceful smile. The red-haired girl cleared her throat to regain her composure, then proudly announced with confidence that Kadriaka had returned. She threw both arms open with a bright, radiant grin, clearly expecting a warm welcome as she invited her beloved little sisters to rush over and embrace her. But instead of running into her arms, the 2 younger girls darted straight past her and clung happily to the white-haired sister, Manhwa, joyfully welcoming her back home. Left all alone in the middle of the grand hall with her arms still spread wide, Kadriaka blinked in stunned confusion, wondering why no one had come to hug her. The little girls snuggled closer to Manhwa and explained honestly that it was because Sister Kadriaka always ruined their hair whenever she hugged them. Kadriaka crossed her arms with an offended look, flatly denying the accusation. With absolute seriousness, she declared that she had perfectly mastered knightly etiquette and would never behave in such an improper way. But that dignified act completely collapsed the moment her eyes landed on her sister Alphen, and a joyful shout burst from her before she could hold herself back. In the next second, Kadriaka lunged forward and wrapped Alphen in an overwhelmingly tight embrace, squeezing her so hard that it nearly looked like she might suffocate her. Kadriaka loudly asked whether Alphen had been a good girl while she was away, while Alphen struggled desperately in her arms, trying to escape the crushing strength of that hug. Alphen demanded to know why Kadriaka was coming at her so aggressively, but Kadriaka continued her overly enthusiastic greeting without slowing down. Meanwhile, Manhwa, the white-haired sister, glanced around and noticed someone missing, then calmly asked where Aster was. The Viscount answered with a mysterious little smile, simply saying, "Oh, that boy." The instant those words left his mouth, Kadriaka's gaze sharpened, and her cheerful warmth shifted into cold seriousness. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a violent pillar of red energy burst upward from Aster's sword, tearing through the quiet like a signal flare. Aster struggled desperately against the overwhelming power, leaping through the clearing and swinging the blade again and again as he tried to force the raging weapon under control. At last, he dropped to his knees, completely exhausted and drenched in sweat, cursing his own inability to fully master the sword, unaware that his sister was already searching for him. A single lock of his hair had turned white from the strain. Even though he could form a blade with magic, suppressing Graham's true power was draining every bit of strength he had. The entire forest clearing had been scarred with craters and torn earth, clear proof of how fiercely Aster had struggled while trying to control the sword Graham. As he wondered how his father could wield the weapon so effortlessly, a familiar voice suddenly pulled him out of his thoughts, teasing that she could see he was going all out again. Startled, Aster turned toward Kadriaka and greeted her, asking when she had returned, while she smiled back with a playful but sharp expression. Kadriaka immediately scolded him, pointing out that he had not even come to welcome his older sister home after her return. Then she raised an eyebrow and asked whether he thought he was so special now that his own family no longer mattered to him. She added that she had heard about the sword dance, and that the Knight Academy was full of rumors about him. When she said their father must be very proud, Aster brushed the praise aside and insisted that she was the one who was truly impressive. After all, even as an apprentice, Kadriaka had already distinguished herself through countless missions and accomplishments. Aster continued praising her, saying he had heard she was the only knight that year to receive the Medal of Honor. Kadriaka answered with cool indifference, saying that if she could not accomplish at least that much, she would never be worthy of inheriting their father's position. Then her gaze settled on him with sudden seriousness, and she asked directly whether he had rejected the offer to become heir because he was thinking of her. Aster sighed and muttered that it was troublesome that their father had told her about it, then explained that he simply did not feel qualified yet. Kadriaka lowered her eyes for a moment, quietly taking in his answer. Then she turned away and began walking deeper into the forest, complaining bitterly that both their father and Aster were cruel, because they knew perfectly well that becoming heir had always been her dream, yet they still offered it to him. Her figure slowly disappeared between the trees, leaving Aster standing there in confusion, unable to understand why her mood had shifted so suddenly. Then, without the slightest warning, Kadriaka spun around and unleashed a powerful slash of blue energy straight toward him. The attack sliced through a tree as cleanly as if it were butter, forcing Aster to dodge by a hair's breadth. The severed trunk crashed down beside him, and he had to leap back again to avoid being crushed. Landing lightly a short distance away, Aster stared at her in disbelief and demanded to know what she was suddenly doing. Kadriaka stood within a blazing aura of power, her expression fierce and challenging, and declared that after all this time, his older sister would finally put him to the test. With a fierce grin and her sword resting casually against her shoulder, she warned him that from this point on, she was going to come at him for real. Panic flashed across Aster's face as he tried to stop her, pleading for her to wait while explaining that his sword was still incomplete. Kadriaka answered coldly, asking whether he thought he could give that same excuse to an enemy standing before him on a battlefield. The word enemy echoed sharply in Aster's mind, forcing him to understand that she was not treating this like a playful sparring match. Kadriaka took up a proper combat stance and reminded him that a knight's creed was to always be ready for battle, warning that if he held back too much, she would crush him. Her first strike came with such terrifying power that Aster barely managed to slip out of its path in time. As he leapt backward to escape her relentless attacks, Aster realized this was no joke. He was already struggling just to keep his own magic under control, but when he saw the genuine killing intent in his sister's eyes, he knew he had no choice. Driven by desperation, Aster unleashed Graham's crimson power, and the red energy of his blade collided violently against her incoming force. With Kadriaka wrapped in that blue aura, a terrifying thought flashed through Aster's mind. She truly looked as though she intended to kill him. Their battle raged deeper into the forest, far away from any watching eyes. From a distance, it looked as if lightning itself had descended among the trees, with bursts of light flashing through the woods. Kadriaka clicked her tongue mid-swing, her blade carving clean, ruthless arcs through the air. With a sharp and merciless expression, she told Aster that his swordsmanship was still as skillful as ever. She admitted that after all the growth she had achieved at the Knight Academy, she had never expected him to keep pace with her so well. Aster met her relentless strikes one after another, blocking each blow as best he could. Then Kadriaka twisted her stance with practiced precision and unleashed a crushing strike that hurled him backward. Coldly, she declared that his control over mana was still pathetic. Aster slid across the ground from the force of the blow, his boots digging deep grooves through the soil as he fought to stop himself. Even so, he forced himself to stay upright. Looking up at Kadriaka, he remarked that she was just as merciless as he remembered. His thoughts drifted unwillingly back to the past, remembering how Kadriaka had always been like this, fierce, confrontational, and completely unyielding. As the only man in the family with the formal right to inherit, and as the bearer of a seven-wing crest that surpassed everyone else in the household, Aster had always stood like a silent thorn in her existence. To Kadriaka, everything about him must have felt unfair from the very beginning. She had grown into a storm that challenged every injustice she saw, real or imagined. And if Aster was being honest, she was the one opponent who felt like his natural enemy. Then, without slowing for even a second, Kadriaka suddenly kicked off the ground and leapt high into the air. In that instant, Aster caught sight of her figure rising sharply against the thick forest canopy, her silhouette cutting through the leaves above him. The moment he saw it, his body tensed, because he already understood exactly what was about to come crashing down. Her sword came falling like a sentence passed from above, heavy and merciless. The blade struck with terrifying force, splitting the forest floor open as a brutal shockwave burst outward, tearing through dirt, roots, and trees around them. As she stood over him with her blade still poised, her voice came down cold and absolute. She declared that someone like him had no right to become the next head of their family. Meanwhile, far away from the forest, inside their father's chamber, Alphen stood beside the window with worry tightening her voice. She asked whether it was truly wise to leave those two alone to fight each other like this. To her, this was not some harmless sibling argument. If their reckless tempers collided too violently, she feared the fight could easily end with one of them dead. Their father, however, remained composed. In a calm voice, he answered that Aster and Kudo might be rivals, and they might both be reckless, but neither of them was foolish enough to step across that final, unforgivable line. Even after hearing that, Alphen's unease did not fade. She pressed him further, her gaze sharpening as she asked why they had really been called back from the Knight Academy. Something about this situation felt too heavy to be only about choosing a successor, and she could sense there was a deeper reason hidden beneath it. Their father quietly opened one of the drawers and took out a sealed envelope. Stamped clearly on it was the insignia of the Elmheim main family. The moment Alphen saw that mark, her breath caught in her throat, and the tension in the room seemed to grow heavier all at once. He explained that the letter was a summons. The elders who controlled the very core of the family wanted to see their grandchild with their own eyes. When Alphen quietly asked whether the matter was really that serious, her father answered without even a pause. In the worst possible case, he said, they could lose Aster. Back in the forest, the clash between Aster and Kudo had not calmed down in the slightest. Their swords slammed together again and again in blinding succession, each impact sending waves of force rolling through the trees like the forest itself was trembling under a pulse of destruction. In the middle of their fierce exchange, Aster snapped at Kudo to stop talking nonsense. He reminded her that he had already rejected the position of successor, and she knew that truth better than anyone else. Kudo's expression twisted with visible irritation as she lifted her sword high above her head. To her, that refusal was exactly the part she could not accept. Her blade came crashing down with monstrous power. Aster managed to catch it just in time, but the sheer weight behind the strike rattled through his arms and left him stunned. It felt less like he was blocking a swordsman and more like he was trying to withstand a troll swinging a giant warhammer. Kudo pushed down harder, forcing even more brutal strength into the blow. At the very last second, Aster twisted his wrist and turned his blade at an angle, using that motion to guide her strike away and drive it straight into the ground. With his voice cutting sharply through the chaos, he demanded to know whether she was finally ready to listen. Kudo only gave him a faint smile, as if his words amused her. She asked whether he was already looking for a way to run, and in the next heartbeat, she unleashed the full force of her raw strength. Aster was blasted sideways, his body flying through the air before slamming into a tree with such violence that bark burst apart behind him. He coughed up blood as the impact tore through him, and for a moment, disbelief flashed clearly in his eyes. Kudo looked down at him with a cold gaze and declared that if swinging a sword was all he could do, then he was nothing more than third-rate. And even those who depended only on mana, she continued, were still no better than second-rate. Only those who could master both sword and mana as one truly deserved to be called first-rate. She told him, without hiding her disappointment, that he had fallen far below what she expected. Then she explained that the difference in their wing crests directly showed the difference in mana capacity. Even a single wing, she said, represented nearly 3 times the amount of power. Kudo carried 5 wings, and in terms of default stages, that should have placed her beneath his 7. Yet despite that advantage, Aster still avoided matching her in direct contests of raw strength, choosing instead to shelter himself behind polished technique. With a faint, knowing smile, she asked whether he truly had so little faith in himself, or whether deep down, he was afraid of losing control again, just like he had 3 years ago. Those words struck Aster harder than any blade. His entire body went still, as if the question had cut into a place he had kept buried. A memory rose inside him without warning, dragging the past back into his mind. For the first time, he wondered if fear had been guiding him all along. Had he been sealing away his own power without even realizing it because of what happened back then? That question shook him, forcing him to look at himself in a way he never truly had before. His eyes lowered to the sword in his hand, and in a low murmur, he wondered if that same suppression was the reason behind it. Maybe that was why Sordren had always felt so unstable in his grasp. Across from him, Kudo's expression grew even harsher. She told him that he possessed everything she had ever wanted. If he planned to let those gifts waste away because of ignorance and arrogance, then he should hand them over to someone who actually understood their value. Then Kudo lunged forward, and this time, the killing intent around her was no longer being held back. But this time Aster did not step away. He faced her all-out attack directly, meeting the strike head-on. Their blades crashed together with a thunderous roar that rang out across the forest. To Kudo's shock, she was the one forced backward. Her footing slipped for an instant, disbelief filling her eyes as she struggled to accept that Aster had actually deflected her full-powered blow. Aster gave her a faint smile and thanked her. Because of her, he said, he had finally awakened. Then he surged forward at full speed. Kudo narrowed her eyes, unable to understand why he would charge in so recklessly. Why would he attack before even stabilizing his blade? Was he already out of mana? The thought crossed her mind, but it felt almost impossible. As Aster advanced, mana poured into his sword in massive, surging torrents. The 7 wings upon his back hid an enormous reserve that seemed almost inexhaustible, even though he knew he still could not control it with perfect precision. So instead of trying to force that power into delicate control, he threw away restraint completely. For one brief instant, he abandoned his dependence on technique and poured every ounce of mana into the simple, pure motion of his strike. The blow came down with unstoppable force. Kudo raised her sword and blocked the attack cleanly, regaining her stance almost at once. But even as she held firm, she could feel the difference in him. Something inside Aster had truly shifted. After steadying herself, she let a small, amused smile rise and asked whether he had actually thought this through. Or was this just another one of his half-baked impulses? Aster looked straight into her eyes without wavering. The hesitation that had clouded him before was gone, and he told her plainly that he had no intention of wasting this second life. This time, he would take hold of everything that had once slipped through his fingers. The power of the 7 wings, the sword Graham, and even his rightful place within the family. Those were the things he had once struggled desperately to obtain, only to fail in the end. But the moment Kudo heard the words second life, her body stiffened for the briefest instant. A subtle flash of shock crossed her face, small enough to miss, but clear enough for Aster to notice. And in that tiny opening, Aster moved. Mana surged violently into his blade as he closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Aster sprang high into the air, his body cutting upward above the battlefield as he gathered every last bit of strength he had left. All of his power began to concentrate around him, tightening toward a single decisive strike. His sword hovered above, ready to fall with a force that felt final and unavoidable. But just as Kudo braced herself for the blow, Aster suddenly vanished from her sight, and her eyes widened as she lost track of him in midair. But Aster had not truly disappeared. Instead of staying above her, he had dropped low in an instant, slipping beneath her line of sight before she could follow his movement. There, close to the ground, he compressed his mana even further, forcing the raging power into a tighter and denser current. The pressure around his body thickened as he poured everything he had into the blade in his hands. Aster declared, without hiding it anymore, that he would no longer hold himself back. Kudo felt the change the moment those words left him. The air grew heavy around them, and she understood at once that this clash was about to decide everything. Then Aster brought his sword down with crushing force. The descending arc of mana tore through the air so violently that it seemed to scream as the strike came crashing toward her. Some time later, Kudo slowly opened her eyes, but the first thing she saw was not the torn forest or the battlefield. It was the familiar ceiling of her own room, and for a brief moment, she could not understand how she had ended up there. Soft sunlight slipped through the parted curtains, spreading across the quiet room. Beside the window stood her older sister, Manhwa, watching over her in silence. Manhwa turned toward her with a calm expression and remarked that Kudo had certainly taken her time waking up. Kudo immediately pushed herself upright, her body reacting before her mind had fully cleared. With sharp urgency in her voice, she demanded to know what had happened to the duel, and what the final result had been. Manhwa gave her a gentle smile and explained that Aster had personally carried her back. He had told everyone that Kudo had simply fallen asleep right in the middle of their fight. According to Aster, the exhaustion from her long journey back from the Night Academy had finally caught up to her all at once, and she had passed out before the duel could properly continue. Kudo lowered her gaze toward her sword, falling into silence. She knew immediately that what he had said was not the truth. She remembered that final instant with painful clarity. Aster's blade had stopped only a few inches away from her, and she had felt the crushing pressure of his mana bearing down with enough force to split her body in two. And yet, right before the attack could connect, he had scattered the mana blade himself. Only the fading shockwave swept across her body, and even that remaining force had been enough to knock her unconscious. In that moment, Kudo understood one simple truth she could not deny. No matter what Aster said or how fiercely they fought, he would never actually kill his own sister. Even so, for one tiny heartbeat, she had truly believed he might do it. A faint smile slowly touched her lips as that realization settled in. He was younger than her, and yet somehow he had grown into someone so infuriatingly formidable. What an unbearable little brother he had become. Then she rose suddenly, gripping her sword, and asked Manhwa where Aster was. Her eyes sharpened with stubborn resolve as she declared that she refused to accept a duel ending in such a way. Next time, they would start over properly, both of them fighting at full strength from the very beginning. At that, Manhwa's expression shifted slightly, the softness fading from her face. She told Kudo that Aster had already left the castle. Kudo froze in place, her body going still as those words sank in. Manhwa explained that the main house had summoned him, and earlier that very day, Aster had departed together with their father. Seeing the confusion spreading across Kudo's face, Manhwa looked at her more closely and asked whether she truly had not known about the summons. Anger immediately flared in Kudo's voice. She demanded to know why no one had bothered to tell her something that important. Meanwhile, beyond the castle grounds, a horse-drawn carriage rolled steadily along the forest road, its wheels rattling over the path as the trees passed by on both sides. Inside the carriage, Aster sat across from his father, the space between them filled with a heavy and thoughtful silence. His father explained that the person Aster was about to meet was one of the old lords who secretly supported the Elmheim family from behind the scenes. Though those old figures had already stepped down from public leadership, the former heads of both the main family and the branch families, along with the powerful elders beneath them, still held overwhelming authority. They no longer stood openly in the spotlight. But from the shadows, they continued to rule quietly. His father added that those elders had never shown even the slightest interest in Aster after his adoption, so for them to summon him now could not be treated as some minor matter. Aster listened without panic, then calmly replied that the summons was most likely connected to the sword dance assembly. He said he had heard something before about the elders. The elders of Elmheim, he continued, valued the family's honor above everything else, more than gold and even more than life itself. Anyone who stained that honor, he said, would be thrown at the feet of a beast cage. His father stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know where he had heard such an absurd story. Aster looked slightly flustered at first and answered that he had heard it somewhere long ago. Then, with a steadier voice, he said he was ready for whatever waited ahead, whether it was punishment or exile. After a short silence, his father looked at him and asked whether it truly did not bother him to leave without saying goodbye to Kudo. Aster gave a faint smile and said it was fine. Their departures had already been arranged for around the same time anyway, so in his mind, leaving quietly was better. He believed that since Kudo disliked him, she would probably feel more comfortable if he was not around. Even so, he admitted that thanks to her, he had finally started to understand how to properly wield the sword Graham. He could now draw out the power of the 7 wings far more freely than he had been able to before. With a steady gaze, Aster told his father that no matter what happened from that point on, he should not come rushing in to rescue him. He was prepared to survive by his own strength. His father opened his mouth, clearly ready to scold him for saying something so reckless. But before he could get a word out, a voice suddenly rang from outside the carriage, asking why Aster was acting so dramatic when he was the youngest among them. Aster's eyes widened in shock. Clinging to the side of the moving carriage was none other than Kudo herself. Her expression was sharp, stubborn, and burning with that unmistakable look of challenge as she glared straight at him. Without hesitating for even a second, she pulled herself into the moving carriage. As if this journey had always been meant to include her, Kudo climbed fully inside and settled herself with complete confidence, then immediately turned her anger toward Aster. With her eyes blazing, she demanded to know why he had tried to slip away without saying even a single word to his older sister. Her voice carried both anger and disbelief, like she could not believe he had even attempted it. She added that she had already heard about the summons from the elders of the main house, whether it was meant as an honor or some kind of threat that neither she nor Malfa had ever received. Hefried's voice cut in firmly, reminding her that she could not come with them to the main house. The matter was too sensitive, and far too dangerous to drag her into it. But Kudo calmly took a seat beside Aster, her posture steady and unmoved. She replied that she already understood exactly what was going on. She knew their father had called both her and Malfa back from the Night Academy, so they could guard the estate while he was away. She was not foolish enough to miss what that implied. Still, her face hardened as she added that a summons from the main house meant the situation was serious enough that they needed to be extremely careful. Malfa herself had warned her that there was a real chance Aster might not come back at all. Aster tried to brush it aside with a calm smile, saying she was thinking too much. He claimed he was only going there to talk and that he would return soon enough. But deep down, he understood the truth better than anyone. Whether he would actually make it back safely was still uncertain. Kudo suddenly lifted a finger and pointed it straight at him. She told him to listen carefully, then, without softening her words in the slightest, admitted bluntly that she hated him. Aster blinked, clearly caught off guard. But Kudo did not stop there. She hated that he was a man in a family where that fact alone gave him advantages. She hated that he carried 7 wings, and she hated that everyone treated him as if he were someone special. She hated that he was stronger than his older sisters. She hated that, despite being the youngest, he still carried himself with a maturity that made him seem far too composed for his age. Kudo hated every single part of it, every unfair advantage and every reason people looked at him differently. But as those words left her, her voice slowly lost its sharp edge, because no matter how much she despised those things, Aster was still her family. No matter how strong he tried to act, and no matter how calm and composed he made himself seem, he was still her little brother. Kudo rose to her feet with pride in her posture, standing firm and unshaken. Then she ordered him to come back properly, because once he returned, they still had a duel to settle between them. And the next time they crossed swords, she made it clear that they would not ease into it. They would begin from the very first strike at full power. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she added that she absolutely refused to let him run away with such a cheap and unsatisfying victory. With that said, Kudo leapt from the moving carriage as lightly and fearlessly as she had climbed onto it, leaving no room for anyone to stop her. Aster quickly leaned out of the carriage, startled by how suddenly she had gone, and asked his father why she had come all this way just to say something like that. Hefried watched Kudo's figure growing smaller on the road behind them, his expression filled with quiet pride, and replied that to him, it sounded like a proper farewell. Aster's lips slowly curved into a quiet smile. When he looked back, he saw Kudo standing boldly in the middle of the road, facing the carriage as it carried him farther away. Deep in his heart, Aster thanked her. Then, without saying it aloud, he made a firm promise to himself that no matter what waited for him at the main house, he would come back. After that, Viscount Hefried and Aster finally arrived at the main residence of the Elmheim family. The moment they stepped onto the estate grounds, a group of guides was already waiting there to receive them. The captain of the guide team greeted them with formal precision, then informed them that the Grand Elder was already waiting inside. Hearing that, Viscount Hefried answered calmly that there was no need for anyone to guide them, since he already knew the way. But the captain refused him at once, stating firmly that they could not allow it, because they had received strict orders to escort both father and son together. From that atmosphere alone, Aster could already tell this summons had not come from warm affection toward a grandson. Nothing about this reception felt like a family welcome. The air around them carried a stiff, deliberate tension, as if every movement had already been arranged and every gaze was watching for a mistake. And yet, as Aster's eyes moved across the familiar grounds, a faint wave of nostalgia passed through him. It had been a long time since he had returned home. His gaze lingered quietly on the estate as old memories rose to the surface, though he kept them to himself. With no real choice left, they walked inside alongside the guides. As they moved through the estate, Viscount Hefried lowered his voice and spoke to Aster in a serious tone, telling him that he assumed Aster understood the situation. He warned him not to lose his temper, at least not today, no matter what anyone said to him. Aster listened, then answered without hesitation that it would depend on how the other side behaved. His father let out a small breath and replied that the other side was exactly the problem. Then he told Aster to listen carefully, because the person they were about to meet was no ordinary elder. Before Hefried could finish, Aster interrupted him in a casual tone, still looking elsewhere instead of at his father, and remarked that Dairis was nowhere to be seen. He continued in that same indifferent voice, saying that since Dairis' dominant hand had been crushed, it would probably be difficult for him to return for the time being. At that, Viscount Hefried turned a sharp look toward him and asked whether Aster was even listening to a single word he was saying. Pulled back from his thoughts, Aster answered simply that he was. Then, with a calm expression, he added that for today, he would stay as silent as a clam. After all, his sister had told him to come back safely. By the time he said that, they had already arrived before a massive door. The door slowly began to open, its heavy sound rolling through the corridor like a warning before they stepped inside. As they entered, the captain of the guards announced in a loud and formal voice that Lord Hefried and his son had arrived. At the far end of the grand hall, an elderly figure sat waiting and spoke in a measured tone. He said they had finally come, then wondered aloud whether it had been more than 10 years. Father and son moved forward together beneath the weight of every gaze in the hall. Another voice followed, carrying a faint trace of amusement as it addressed Hefried as his grandson. Viscount Hefried immediately dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, lowering his head with complete respect. He said it had been a long time, first addressing him as the sixth head. Then Hefried corrected himself and called him the Great Grand Elder. Aster, meanwhile, remained composed beside him, keeping his expression steady. As Aster felt the weight of that old man's gaze settle on him, a thought passed through his mind. This was the monster hidden in the shadows of Elmheim. The man before him was the sixth head of the main house, Zenith A. Elmheim. Around him sat the true heavyweights who stood beneath the Elmheim name. They were figures of immense authority and influence, people whose names carried real weight. Among them, Aster even recognized a few faces he had seen before at the Sword Dance Festival. Aster's eyes swept briefly across the grand hall, taking in each face before he finally spoke. Almost casually, he asked whether Roderick was not there. A faint flicker of surprise crossed his face as he noticed the current head's absence. But before anyone else could answer, the sixth head spoke sharply, telling the brat that Roderick was not present. After all, he was the head of the knights who directly served the royal family. The atmosphere in the room remained heavy, charged with authority and attention no one bothered to hide. At that moment, a terrifying aura began pouring from the elder's body. It spread through the hall like an invisible weight, thick and suffocating, pressing down on everyone present as his presence alone seemed to dominate the entire room. Zenith continued coldly, saying Roderick had no time to involve himself in vulgar matters. So, out of consideration, he and the other old soldiers were handling the administrative duties themselves. Aster remained calm on the outside, but his thoughts moved quietly beneath the surface. In his previous life, Aster had never even gotten the chance to see these people, so he had not cared about them at all. But now, seeing this many executives gathered without the current head present, he could feel how much power the retired sixth head still wielded. Even out of office, Zenith's influence was impossible to deny. Viscount Hefried finally spoke, his voice controlled but firm as he asked what exactly these vulgar matters were supposed to be. Zenith Elmheim, the sixth head, let out a low laugh, as if the answer should have been obvious. He said Hefried had already guessed, then shifted his sharp gaze slightly toward Aster. Then he said he had heard Hefried's pet dog had caused quite a mess at the sword dance festival. The insult landed deliberately, hanging in the air with a cold and cutting weight. As the tension in the hall thickened even further, Aster lowered his gaze for a brief moment before lifting it again. His golden eyes remained steady and unshaken as he silently confirmed what he had already expected. This was about that incident after all. Viscount Hefried answered calmly after hearing the accusation, saying that if this was about that matter, then the current head, Roderick, had already settled it and closed the case. But the elder immediately dismissed that argument, stating coldly that such a resolution had only been a performance for the public. Zenith A. Elmheim continued that none of it changed the fact that Elmheim's reputation had been tarnished. In his eyes, adopting a child of unknown origin had been a mistake from the beginning. They might have overlooked it if Aster had remained harmless, but his voice hardened as he said it was a different story once that child bared his fangs at the main house. He declared that there was no choice but to banish him. In that instant, a wave of killing intent flooded the hall, far heavier and more intense than before. The pressure became almost suffocating as Zenith kept his eyes fixed forward and added that, of course, Hefried would not escape suitable punishment either. The threat was unmistakable, and the entire room sank into a tense, breathless silence. After hearing everything, Aster finally spoke up in a firm voice, telling them to wait because he had done everything himself. He made it clear that his father had nothing to do with the matter. At that moment, Viscount Hefried said nothing in response. He neither stopped his son nor openly supported him, remaining silent as the weight of the room pressed down around them. Seeing his father stay quiet, Aster slowly steadied himself as well. He drew in the tension around him, forced his emotions under control, and fell silent. Zenith A. Elmheim watched the brief exchange with eyes so sharp and unreadable that no one could tell what he was thinking. Then he spoke again, his voice cold with judgment, saying that just as he suspected, Aster lacked discipline, since only an unruly child would dare interrupt while adults were speaking. With those words, the sixth head slowly rose from his seat. That simple movement alone seemed to press down on the entire hall, making the air grow heavier. In a deep, commanding voice, he declared that Elmheim led 12,000 knights beneath its banner and carried the weight of a signboard known throughout the realm. However, he continued, the knights were not some single, perfectly united body. Within that massive force, countless individuals were always watching, waiting, and aiming for the very top seat. His gaze swept across the executives and elders gathered around him, and the meaning behind his words became impossible to miss. He was not only speaking about enemies outside the family. Power inside Elmheim was never truly stable. It was something constantly challenged, tested, and fought over. And in a hall full of ambitious people, even the smallest stain on the family's reputation could be sharpened into a weapon. Zenith A. Elmheim took another step forward, his tone calm but chilling as he said that what they wanted was simple. They only wanted peace of mind. They wanted proof that Aster was not someone who would someday bring harm to Elmheim. As Zenith made that clear, he gave a slight gesture, and a sword was brought forward and presented toward Viscount Hefried. The blade gave off a violent and overwhelming aura, its power spilling into the grand hall like a storm struggling to stay sealed inside steel. Zenith's cold voice followed, asking if Hefried remembered it. The sixth head continued mercilessly, reminding him that when he failed to protect his liege and dragged Elmheim's name through the mud, they had Roderick cut off his arm in that very place. As Zenith spoke, an even heavier wave of killing intent spread through the room, making the pressure almost impossible to breathe through. Then he delivered his order without the slightest trace of pity. This time, Hefried was to cut off that brat's head, and only then would they consider the matter finished. The command struck the hall like a blade drawn across the air. Viscount Hefried did not hesitate for even a heartbeat. His answer came firm and clear as he refused. He said that if the price was cutting down his own child, then he would gladly take his own life instead. There was no fear in his voice, only a resolve so absolute that it left no room for negotiation. Hearing that, Aster could only whisper one word: "Father." But after that, his voice failed him, and no other words would come out. The sixth head remained standing, his oppressive presence still flooding every corner of the hall. The pressure remained crushing and relentless, yet his expression did not soften in the slightest. In that case, Zenith said with terrifying calm, then Hefried should die. His wife, his daughters, the brat standing there, every single one of them. A deathly silence swallowed the hall as that threat hung over everyone like an executioner's blade already raised. Then Zenith declared that, as of that day, the Viscount house would be dissolved. The words fell like a final verdict. The moment the declaration was made, numerous knights surged forward at once, steel flashing as they moved to carry out the order. They surrounded Viscount Hefried with drawn swords, their killing intent fully released. Seeing his father encircled by blades from every side, Aster's eyes sharpened. Aster stepped forward and raised his voice through the tension, asking why the Grand Elder was so frightened. Zenith A. Elmheim narrowed his eyes at him and demanded to know what he meant, but Aster did not step back or lower his gaze. His golden eyes stayed steady as he continued in a fearless, cutting tone. If they were so afraid of being bitten by a pet dog, then seeing grown adults huddle together and tremble like this was truly unsightly. The entire hall went still, stunned by the sheer audacity of his words. Aster continued, saying they could banish him or execute him if that was what they wanted. But if they intended to lay a hand on his family, then the situation would change. As he spoke, he began removing his shirt without hesitation. His father watched in silence, already understanding what his son was about to reveal. Before turning back toward the elders, Aster quietly spoke to Hefried. He apologized, saying it seemed he was not very good at staying silent after all. A nearby knight stared at Aster's back in disbelief, then blurted out in shock, asking what that wing emblem was. Aster stood tall and exposed the mark clearly for everyone in the hall to see. Then, at that moment, his voice rang out. He declared that these 7 wings would become Elmheim's enemy. Then he told them to think very carefully about what they chose next. The threat was no longer hidden behind polite words. It was direct, absolute, and impossible for anyone in that hall to ignore. Seeing the mark on his back, one person gasped that it was impossible, asking if that could truly be the 7-wing emblem. Another elder immediately rejected the idea, insisting that it had to be fake, because for hundreds of years, something like that had never appeared on a human body. But the fat elder stared hard at the crest and admitted that, fake or not, that mark was unmistakably what it appeared to be. As the hall fell into chaos over what they were seeing, Zenith A. Elmheim stepped forward, his voice sharp and heavy with meaning. He asked Aster if he understood what it meant to show them that mark right now. Then he pressed again, demanding whether Aster truly understood the weight of what he had just revealed. Aster answered almost casually, though there was a strange confidence beneath his relaxed tone. Wasn't it obvious? The more wings someone had, the more shocked everyone became. At that moment, attention shifted to a blue-haired figure who had been watching everything unfold with keen interest. Rather than panicking, he let out a quiet laugh. He lightly apologized and told them to continue, his amusement standing out sharply against the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, another person nearby looked deeply unsettled, clearly disturbed by what was happening before their eyes. Watching the reactions spread through the chamber, Zenith spoke once more, this time with grave seriousness in his voice. He explained that the wing emblem was, by nature, an organ used to generate magical power, a power that spirits had once shared with humans long ago. By passing that power from parent to child, humans had deepened and strengthened it across generations. However, Zenith continued, throughout all that history, no one had ever reached 7 wings. That statement sent a visible ripple through the room. Aster's expression tightened slightly as the meaning behind those words began to settle in. He looked at Zenith and asked if the elder was saying he belonged to the spirit clan. Zenith met Aster's gaze steadily and answered that if those 7 wings were real, then perhaps that possibility could indeed be true. The tension in the hall thickened even further. At the same time, Viscount Hefried stood watching his son in stunned silence, the weight of the revelation clearly written across his face. But Aster stepped forward without wavering. He declared firmly that he was a child of the Viscount house, and at this point, the truth of his birth no longer mattered. His voice grew colder and sharper, filled with a resolve that could not be shaken. What he wanted to ask now was whether they truly had the determination to make an enemy out of him. The air itself seemed to freeze as his words echoed through the chamber, turning the seven-wing revelation into something far more dangerous than anyone had expected. Without the slightest hesitation, Aster continued his challenge in a calm, calculating tone. Suppose he were driven out of Elmheim. In that case, there would likely be many among the martial nobility who would gladly welcome the Seven Wings. And if that happened, then for people who already feared rebellion, it would become a much greater threat. His voice was not loud, but every word struck with precision. Rather than throwing him away, they should want to keep him close at hand, as a symbol that surpassed even Duke Roderick himself, the signboard known as the Seven Wings. In that moment, not even the faintest trace of fear appeared in his eyes. There was no doubt in him, no hesitation, only clear intent. Hearing his argument, every member seated in that chamber grew visibly uneasy, as if the weight of his reasoning had settled over them like a storm cloud. What Aster was putting forward was not just a way to survive. It was political leverage, a shift in power, and a dangerous possibility none of them could easily dismiss. Meanwhile, inside his own mind, Aster thought quietly to himself. Just as the old man had said earlier, Elmheim was not one united force. Beneath its proud surface, cracks already ran through the family. In fact, Aster knew a rebellion would eventually happen, a massive civil war that would one day swallow the entire country. He had already seen that future once before. So for his own survival and for the survival of the Viscount house, he could not afford to stay passive. At the very least, here and now, he had to take control of the situation. Aster knew he had to figure it out right here and now, who in this hall would stand against him, and who could possibly become an ally. Even if that meant taking dangerous risks, his resolve hardened deep inside, because this was no longer only about the Seven Wings or some hollow noble pride. This was preparation for the storm he alone knew was coming. Hearing Aster speak with that much confidence, Zenith Elmheim's face darkened with open anger. His authority pressed down across the chamber as he demanded whether Aster truly believed he possessed that much value. Zenith's voice cut sharply through the hall as he pointed out that there was not even proof those Seven Wings were real. His words were meant to crush Aster's momentum, burying him under doubt, authority, and intimidation all at once. But Aster did not retreat. Instead, a calm smile appeared on his face. If Zenith really believed the wings were fake, Aster replied almost provocatively, then he should hurry up and kill him. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Zenith Elmheim stared at him with cold, unreadable eyes before speaking again. Just as he thought, Aster had no discipline at all, a mere child daring to cut in while adults were speaking. With that, the sixth head slowly rose from his seat. That single movement changed the weight of the entire hall, making the air feel even heavier around everyone present. In a deep, commanding voice, Zenith declared that Elmheim commanded 12,000 knights beneath its banner and carried the name of Elmheim as its proud signboard. However, before that pressure could settle completely, the point remained that the knights were not one single, unified mass. And at that moment, Count Maze spoke up smoothly, offering a proposal for the time being. He suggested that they impose a trial on Aster instead. The moment those words were spoken, the heavy-set elder stiffened in protest and snapped at him, demanding to know what Count Maze was trying to do. Count Maze cut him off without losing his relaxed composure. With a faint smile, he said the truth was simple. They all wanted to see it for themselves, didn't they? The power of the Seven Wings. His gaze sharpened just slightly as he added that it would not be too late to decide Aster's fate after witnessing that power. The atmosphere shifted again, and what had started as a debate now turned into something far more dangerous. This would be a test, one that could either prove Aster's claim or become the very thing that sealed his destruction. The blue-haired noble pressed the idea smoothly, asking the others how they felt about it. After all, this was the mansion of the world-renowned martial clan. Surely, he said, they could prepare one or two suitable trials. Hearing that name spoken aloud, Aster's thoughts sharpened at once. Count Maze? There was no mistake. This man was an ally. The realization settled firmly in Aster's mind as he considered the timing of the suggestion and the way Count Maze had shifted the conversation. It was not simple curiosity. It was a lifeline disguised as interest. After a long, tense pause, Zenith Elmheim finally gave his answer, coldly telling them to follow him. His tone remained controlled, but there was no warmth in it. Teaching a lesson to a grandson who did not know how to speak properly, he said, was also an old man's duty. With that, Zenith turned away and led them to a heavy structure deeper inside the estate. They arrived before the entrance to the trial grounds, a place swallowed in darkness. Zenith began explaining that beyond that darkness lay an underground bunker connected to the waterways, originally built as an emergency evacuation shelter. However, he continued that shelter was not empty anymore. At the moment, they were keeping a single magic beast locked away inside. He paused on purpose, letting the weight of those words settle. The trial itself was simple. Aster only had to defeat that magic beast. That was all Zenith said, but the simplicity of the demand only made the challenge feel even more ominous. Upon hearing that, Viscount Hefried let out a deep sigh, unable to hide his frustration. He muttered that Aster had always been such a troublesome child, crying and screaming in the past, and yet Hefried had told him countless times to keep the existence of the 7 wings hidden. There was disappointment in his voice, but beneath it was clear worry. Aster listened quietly, then stepped forward without arguing further and placed his hand against the door, saying that something so conspicuous could never stay hidden forever. He calmly added that this was the perfect opportunity, then pushed the heavy door open. The hinges groaned as thick, cold darkness spilled outward from inside, and whatever waited beyond that entrance felt like far more than just a beast. It was proof, and Aster walked straight toward it without hesitation. Hearing the determination in his son's voice, Viscount Hefried called out to him one final time, his words carrying both authority and concern as he told Aster not to let his guard down. Aster answered immediately that he was going. Then, before descending, he briefly looked toward the blue-haired noble. Count Maze was still smiling quietly, observing everything with calm interest, and that faint smile stayed in Aster's mind as he moved forward. As Aster stepped down into the underground bunker, darkness closed around him from every side. The air inside was damp, heavy, and still, with a silence that seemed to cling to the walls. It was undeniably dark, but not so dark that he could not see, and then his eyes caught something lying on the ground. A severed head. Even under the dim light, the sight was impossible to mistake. At that moment, a cold and detached voice echoed down from above. The voice remarked that they had even given that man a chance to clear his name, though all he had done was cry and scream until the very end. Listening to it, Aster could feel how little pity there was in those words. They were talking about Duke Roderick, and the severed head lying before Aster was his. The voice continued from above, carrying a faint warning as it told Aster not to disappoint them now. The meaning behind it was clear. This was not simply a test of strength. It was judgment. Then, without warning, the ground seemed to tremble beneath him as a massive presence began emerging from the darkness. Before Aster stood a gigantic magic beast, terrifying in size and power. Its mere presence shook the underground chamber, and the force of its movement made the air feel unstable. The sound was so fierce that it seemed like the bunker walls themselves might crack under the pressure. Aster tightened his grip around his sword, the blade giving off a faint gleam in the darkness, while from above, the declaration came again. The voice rang out, firm and merciless, announcing that the trial would begin. As Aster faced the beast, a thought passed through his mind. So the rumor really was true. Elmheim truly did keep a magic beast inside its own mansion. Just this once, Aster actually found himself feeling sorry for Darius, having been born into a house filled with people who were monsters in every sense of the word. At the same time, Aster lowered his hand close to the ground, preparing himself. In that very instant, the magic beast unleashed an incredibly powerful roar that shook the entire area. Hearing that roar, Aster remained calm and quietly steadied himself. But the moment he finished speaking, he burst forward with astonishing speed. In a single flash, Aster dashed past the magic beast, moving so fast that his figure was almost impossible to follow with the eye. The instant he crossed by it, the magic beast's body was sliced apart, breaking into several pieces in one clean motion. Watching from above, everyone was left completely stunned by the impossible sight. After landing, Aster hid his true thoughts behind a casual tone and said that, to him, Sister Kudo was much scarier than this. But just then, something shocking began to happen behind him. The broken pieces of the magic beast's body started to twitch and move. Slowly, piece by piece, the creature pulled itself back together, regenerating right before Aster's eyes. The moment Aster noticed it, disbelief flashed across his face. Completely shocked, he muttered that this could not be happening, because the thing in front of him was undead. And sure enough, the monster he had just cut into pieces was already standing before him again, as if the damage had meant nothing at all. Without wasting even a second, the creature unleashed another terrifying roar. Meanwhile, from above the trial grounds, A panicked voice suddenly echoed through the area. Viscount Hefried shouted in shock, asking why something undead was being kept beneath the mansion. As the terrifying truth became clear, Zenith Elmheim stood watching everything unfold from above. A dark, sinister smile slowly spread across Zenith's face, as he calmly explained that creatures like that were drawn to the smell of death. According to him, it had wandered down there thinking it would find plenty of fresh corpses to devour. No matter how many times they cut it apart or burned it, the creature simply refused to die. In the end, they captured it and kept it as the perfect opponent for testing someone's strength. Then, in the same cold tone, he added that thanks to it, they no longer had trouble getting rid of bodies. Hearing those words, the fat elder nearby looked genuinely shocked and immediately pointed out that even skilled knights could barely manage to capture an undead creature. Then he asked whether Zenith truly intended to let the boy with the 7 wings die for nothing in such a place. Zenith Elmheim simply smiled even more coldly and replied without the slightest hesitation. If that happened, then it would only prove Aster had been nothing more than a bragger. A wing crest without power, Zenith continued, was not even worthy of being called a decoration. From above, everyone remained silent, watching the deadly situation unfold below. Zenith continues without the slightest change in expression. His voice so flat and detached that it makes his words feel even colder. He tells them not to worry because even if Aster ends up dying, there are still ways they can turn that outcome to their advantage. In fact, from their position, that result might be even easier to deal with. As soon as those heartless words leave Zenith's mouth, the entire group around him goes still. No one speaks. No one even seems to breathe for a moment, and the meaning behind his calm statement settles over them like a heavy layer of frost. In the middle of that tense silence, the blue-haired boy keeps his eyes on everything below, quietly thinking about Aster's earlier confidence. After talking that big, he had better not go down so easily. And with that unspoken thought hanging in his mind, the focus shifts once again to Aster's brutal fight against the magical beast. Every time Aster and the creature collide, violent waves of magical force burst outward from the impact. The air around them keeps shaking as the pressure spreads across the battlefield, turning the entire area into a storm of raw power. Even while trading blows with the monster, Aster keeps his mind sharp, studying the fight with every strike he makes. Again and again, his blade cuts into the creature, but no matter how many times he lands a hit, the damage never seems to truly matter. And the more Aster watches it recover, the clearer the problem becomes. This regeneration is far beyond anything a normal undead should have. As his eyes track the monster's movements, he reminds himself that undead are already corpses from the start. But even with every disadvantage stacked against him, Aster refuses to give an inch. He plants himself directly in front of the beast, facing it head-on without wavering, while calmly reminding himself that destroying an undead completely requires a proper finishing method. To truly kill one, it needs to be burned away beneath sunlight or cleansed with a holy weapon. Without either of those options, the most basic rule for dealing with undead is painfully simple: avoid fighting them at all. But Aster dismisses that answer almost immediately. Running away may be the smart choice on paper, but here, in this moment, retreat is clearly not something he can allow himself to do. His gaze hardens as his resolve rises even further, and another thought cuts through his mind. If all he does is follow the safest textbook answer, then there is no meaning in carrying the title of one of the 7 wings. So even in front of an enemy that seems almost impossible to kill, Aster stands firm. His body remains ready, his focus never breaks, and instead of backing away, he prepares to carve out his own method of victory. Clenching his resolve deep inside, Aster silently drives himself forward with one clear thought. He has to prove that he is worthy of the power and position he has been given. With that determination blazing through him, Aster suddenly brings his weapon forward in a fierce swing. A crushing wave of force surges from the strike, and as he unleashes it straight ahead, he shouts that he will overpower an undead through pure strength alone. In the very next instant, the clash detonates into a massive explosion. The blast tears through the battlefield with terrifying force, shaking the entire area as dust, debris, and shockwaves scatter violently in every direction. From above, the people watching are instantly frozen by the scale of the power that just erupted. One of the elders can barely get the words out, stammering in disbelief as he gasps at the incredible amount of magic pouring from the battlefield. The other elders stare downward with wide, startled eyes, completely taken in by what they have just witnessed. One of them mutters in awe that this is the power of the 7 wings, and another voice quickly follows, filled with both urgency and curiosity. Someone demands to know what is happening below and whether Aster managed to defeat the monster. Yet through all the noise and panic around him, Zenith Elmheim remains silent, calmly watching the battlefield with almost no visible reaction. Then the thick cloud of dust from the explosion slowly begins to thin. As the battlefield comes back into view, the figure at the center is finally revealed. Aster, still standing upright, completely unharmed and steady on his feet. Seeing that result, Zenith Elmheim quietly lets out a disappointed comment, calling it a waste. But before anyone can fully absorb what has just happened, the magical beast suddenly moves again and launches another attack at Aster without the slightest warning. The creature's movement is so sudden that even Aster fails to catch the exact moment it happens. One blink later, he realizes the monster has already closed the distance, and he is now standing directly beneath its massive body. The beast looms over him like a living nightmare and releases a deafening roar. Its terrifying face hangs right above Aster, close enough to swallow his entire field of vision. Watching that horrifying moment from above, Viscount Hefried's composure finally breaks. Panic flashes across his face as he cries out Aster's name at the top of his voice. Just as the situation seems ready to spiral out of control, the blue-haired boy speaks up from nearby. In a calm but pointed tone, he asks Lord Hefried not to ruin the moment by rushing in to save Aster. Those words immediately ignite Viscount Hefried's anger. He whips his attention toward the blue-haired boy and shouts back, asking whether they are supposed to simply stand there and watch Aster die. Seeing how furious Hefried has become, the blue-haired boy raises his voice just enough to stop him from acting recklessly. With a composed air, he tells him to hold on for a moment. He then tells Hefried to calm down, though his own eyes never leave the battlefield below. Still watching closely, he says they should take another look, because it seems Aster still has one last trump card waiting. The moment those words sink in, everyone's attention snaps back to the battlefield below. All eyes turn downward at once, searching for whatever the blue-haired boy has noticed. There, they see Aster in terrible condition after the attack, his body clearly battered by what just happened. And yet, despite the damage, he is still on his feet, and even more unexpectedly, a faint smile rests on his face as he quietly says that this is good. Aster mutters that it looks like the method is working properly, and that the monster has become a little slimmer than before. As he speaks, he slowly lifts his sword again and points the blade straight at the magical beast in front of him. From the way Aster holds himself, everyone can tell that he is preparing to release something far beyond an ordinary strike. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupts from his sword, shooting upward like a blazing pillar of magical power. The force pouring from the blade is unbelievably intense. It crashes over the monster with such crushing pressure that the creature in front of him is instantly swallowed by the torrent of energy. With just that one attack, the horrifying beast is torn apart and completely destroyed. As the power surges forward without stopping, Aster shouts with fierce determination that this will continue until the creature finally dies. After witnessing that overwhelming display of destruction, Viscount Hefried is left utterly speechless. His eyes stay fixed on the battlefield as the sheer force of Aster's attack unfolds right in front of him. A thought rises in Hefried's mind as he watches in disbelief. That move looks like the one he had shown Aster only once before. Fragments of memory flash through him, bringing back the moment when he had demonstrated that technique. He can almost see the motion again as he compares it to the power now raging below. But the longer he watches the terrifying energy pour across the battlefield, the more he realizes something is off. The foundation may look familiar, but the feeling behind it is not the same. After observing it more carefully, Hefried corrects himself in stunned disbelief. No, this is not the exact technique he showed Aster before. It is something completely different, something that has changed into another form entirely. And while that realization sinks in, the energy from Aster's attack continues to rage across the battlefield. The violent magical force tears through the area so fiercely that even the elders watching from above can feel the pressure pressing against them. The ground and surroundings begin to tremble under the impact, and one elder suddenly cries out that the place is going to collapse as well. Another quickly calls for the elder lords to move this way, panic spreading through the group as the destructive power threatens to bring everything down. Yet in the middle of that chaos, Zenith Elmheim alone remains completely calm, standing quietly as he observes it all. At last, Zenith speaks in his usual cold and composed voice. Looking down at the aftermath of Aster's overwhelming attack, he quietly says that this must be the true power of the Seven Wings. The yellow-haired man nearby looks completely shaken by what he has just seen. His eyes widen, his face stiffens, and he seems unable to fully understand how the battle changed so dramatically in an instant. His voice comes out tense and unsettled as he blurts out a question, demanding to know what in the world just happened down there. The alarm is written clearly across his face, and even after speaking, he still struggles to process the scene in front of him. Almost immediately, he adds another question, asking what became of the magical beast, while Zenith Elmheim stands close by watching everything with a steady gaze. Zenith has observed the entire exchange without missing even the smallest detail. As he looks over the aftermath left behind on the battlefield, he begins to explain in a calm voice what he believes happened. He says Aster dragged the undead into a swirling mass of magical power and ripped it apart from within that vortex. Though his tone remains controlled, there is a faint edge of astonishment beneath his words, and after speaking, Zenith falls briefly into thought as he evaluates what he has just witnessed. In Zenith's mind, the conclusion becomes clear. What Aster used was not really a refined technique at all. It was raw, straightforward brute force, made possible only by the sheer quality and quantity of magical power expected from someone who possesses the 7 wings. Then Zenith turns his gaze toward Viscount Hefried and asks, in a calm yet curious tone, whether that had been part of his plan. Hearing the question, Viscount Hefried gives a slight shake of his head and answers honestly that it was not. Hefried admits that even he is surprised by how far his son has grown. His voice carries both genuine pride and honest disbelief, as though Aster's overwhelming display has gone beyond even what he expected. At that moment, the blue-haired man speaks from behind them. Looking toward Zenith, the blue-haired man asks respectfully whether the Honorable Elder has accepted the test. After hearing the question, Zenith Elmheim turns his attention to the others gathered around him. Zenith calmly looks over the faces of everyone present, checking for even the smallest sign of disagreement. When he sees that no one seems prepared to object, he answers in an even voice that he does not believe anyone here will have any objections. After hearing Zenith's decision, the blue-haired man immediately lifts his head and calls loudly toward the figure still above them. He asks whether Aster heard the verdict, telling him that he passed, and then urges him to come back up soon. A moment later, Aster's voice answers from above. But there is one small problem waiting for him. In a slightly awkward voice, Aster explains that the chain he used to descend earlier seems to have been destroyed during the attacks, leaving him with no simple way to climb back up. So Aster calls back and asks if they could lower a rope for him instead. After that brief and almost embarrassing exchange, the scene slowly moves away from the battlefield and shifts into a much quieter room. Inside the room, Zenith Elmheim sits calmly, his posture composed and his expression steady, as though he has already settled on an important decision. Looking directly toward Aster, he speaks in an even voice and asks if this is truly acceptable. Zenith warns him that if he lets this opportunity slip away, there will not be another chance waiting later. His words land with a quiet sense of finality, making it clear that this is a turning point that cannot be repeated. Yet Aster answers without hesitation, his tone calm, firm, and already decided. Aster says that he has no interest in fighting over the succession of the main family. If someone like him were to linger around the mansion, his cousins would never be able to relax either. Besides, he makes it clear that the place where he truly belongs is the Hefried house. His answer sounds humble and straightforward, like someone who has already accepted his own role and position. But the moment Zenith Elmheim hears those words from the young boy, he suddenly lets out a soft laugh. It is not a laugh of mockery, but one filled with quiet amusement. It is almost as if Zenith can see something hidden beneath Aster's calm surface. With a faint smile, he asks whether Aster really believes those words sound humble, and whether he thinks the ambition shining in his eyes can be hidden. Then Zenith's gaze sharpens as he studies him more closely. Zenith asks Aster directly whether he intends to turn his sword toward Elmheim someday, and whether his true target is Roderick's head. Faced with such a sudden and piercing question, Aster looks briefly confused, caught off guard by an accusation he had no time to prepare for. Seeing Aster react that way, Zenith laughs again, casually brushing aside the tension in the room. In a lighter tone, he tells him not to become so defensive. Zenith adds that, for now, he has no need to pry into Aster's thoughts. After listening to him speak, Aster finally opens his mouth again. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he looks straight at Zenith and asks him why. Aster asks whether the rebels should not be Zenith's enemies. The question hangs between them, direct and difficult to ignore. This time, Zenith Elmheim looks at him with a much more serious expression than before. The trace of amusement in his voice disappears, replaced by a calm but weighty tone, as he reminds Aster that he has already said, they are not a single united faction either. Zenith says that Roderick's character is far too forceful, and if Aster's existence can serve as a restraint against him, then that is acceptable too. As he finishes, his eyes become slightly sharper, and the air inside the room grows heavier. But then Zenith gives Aster a clear warning. If Aster ever bares his fangs at him, then he should already understand what will happen. The words are not shouted, and Zenith's voice never rises, but the pressure behind them makes the meaning impossible to mistake. Aster says nothing for a moment, keeping his face calm on the outside as if the warning has not shaken him. But deep inside, a bitter thought flashes through his mind as he curses this damn old monster of Elmheim. Just then, the door to the room opens and Viscount Hefried steps inside. Looking toward Aster, he asks plainly whether the discussion is finished and what Zenith said to him. Aster turns to his father and answers calmly, saying Zenith wanted to bring him into the main family. Then Aster adds that he refused. The instant Viscount Hefried hears that answer, his eyes widen in complete disbelief, and he blurts out a shocked response. At the same time, another voice nearby suddenly cuts in, calling the decision a waste. That voice says that if Aster had officially entered the main family, he could have gained far greater benefits than anything he has now. The one who speaks is none other than the blue-haired man. Hearing him speak, Aster turns his attention toward the man and studies him carefully for a moment. Then he asks if he is Count Maze. Aster then asks why Luna made that earlier proposal, since it had seemed as though she was trying to help him. Hearing the question, the blue-haired man looks slightly puzzled, then replies in a casual tone, saying he has no idea what Aster means and only felt a bit annoyed by an arrogant-looking brat. After saying that, Count Maze steps closer and rests a hand on Aster's shoulder in a friendly but confident way. Then he tells him to put that matter aside, because from this day forward, Aster has become, both in name and in reality, a son who possesses the 7 wings. With those words, Count Maze gestures lightly around the room and tells Aster to look at the people surrounding him. As Aster lets his gaze move across the room, he begins to notice the expressions on the faces of everyone present. Most of them remain silent, but their eyes are far from empty, and the thoughts they are hiding are written clearly in their stares. Some people watch him with fascination and desire, while others look at him with calculating eyes. Even without speaking, many of them are clearly turning over the same idea in their minds. So this is what the 7 wings mean. Some of them cannot suppress their greed, silently thinking that they want that power and that it must eventually fall into their hands. Others are more cautious, their thoughts growing darker as they decide that before Aster becomes an obstacle, he should be removed, because in the end, he is still only a child. There are always ways to make use of someone like him. Around Aster, the atmosphere quietly fills with hidden motives, ambition, and schemes. Noticing those reactions, Count Maze speaks to Aster again in a calm voice, saying that, just as Aster himself said, the emblem of the 7 wings already carries tremendous value by name alone. From now on, in many different ways, more and more people will try to pull him to their side. Hearing that, Aster looks directly at him and asks bluntly whether Count Maze is one of those people as well. For a brief instant, the blue-haired man seems a little caught off guard by the straightforward question. However, Count Maze quickly recovers his usual composure. With an easy expression, he replies that although it may not look like it, he is actually a member of the board of the Knights Academy. Aster listens quietly while observing him. In Aster's mind, a cautious thought begins to form. Count Maze is certainly a strange man, and for now, it still feels far too early to decide whether he can truly be considered an ally. At that moment, Viscount Hefried steps closer to Aster and gently places a hand on his shoulder. With a satisfied look on his face, he says that they should be leaving as well. Hefried adds that Aster still needs to tell his sisters about the impressive performance he gave today, and there is a clear warmth in his voice as he says it. Aster gives a small nod and answers, "Yes, father." Then, almost as an afterthought, he adds that if his mother sees these wounds, she will probably faint right away. The scene changes once more, moving away from Aster and into the interior of another noble residence. Compared with the battlefield and the tense meeting room, the atmosphere here feels much quieter and more controlled. Even so, the conversation taking place inside carries a serious weight. A knight stands respectfully before his superior, delivering a formal report to the captain of the knights. The knight reports that young Darius died during the test set by Sir Zenith the other day. The man seated before him responds quietly, saying that he understands. The one listening is none other than Roderick. After a short pause, Roderick calmly continues, saying he also heard that Hefried's son had been summoned by the elders of the main family, and then asks what happened to him. The knight hesitates for a moment. A silent thought crosses the knight's mind as he looks at Roderick. Does this man not care at all about his own son? Even so, he keeps his face composed and answers with proper respect. The knight says that he has something to report about that matter as well. But before he can continue, Duke Roderick speaks again, as though he has already reached the answer on his own, saying that just as he thought, that boy also had the 7 wings. The knight is visibly surprised and immediately asks if Roderick already knew. Roderick leans back slightly as he speaks, his voice calm but thoughtful. He says that if things continue this way, the balance of power that has been maintained inside Elmheim for so long could begin to collapse. The knight carefully asks whether they should take some kind of action. But Roderick dismisses the concern with only a small wave of his hand, showing almost no urgency at all. Roderick tells him to leave it alone. If Elmheim were the kind of family that could be shaken by an obstacle at this level, then it would have vanished long ago. Then a faint smile appears on Roderick's face as he adds that, besides, he is not in any hurry. Roderick says that sooner or later, those wings will belong to him. As he speaks, his eyes darken slightly, and the calmness in his voice begins to carry a more dangerous edge. Until that day comes, Roderick says he will allow Aster to enjoy his freedom. He wants to see how long the baby who escaped back then can endure, and for now, he intends to entertain himself by watching the child of the 7 wings, Aster. As Roderick speaks those words, the anger and hostility on his face become impossible to miss, revealing the dark hatred he has been keeping beneath his controlled expression. The scene then shifts again, this time jumping 4 years into the future. A loud voice rings out across a wide open area packed with people. The voice calls for all Dorsal Knights Academy entrance exam applicants to register this way, and once they have finished, to move quickly on to the next point. The area is crowded with young candidates who have gathered from all over to take the Academy's entrance exam. The space buzzes with movement, nervous energy, and the noise of people preparing for what comes next. Among the crowd, a muscular soldier suddenly notices someone in the distance. His eyes narrow with recognition, and he nudges the person beside him to get his attention. The soldier asks if that person over there might be the famous one. But the other man quickly shakes his head and rejects the idea, saying it cannot be him because he heard the famous one was supposed to be a much bigger, more heavily built guy. Meanwhile, over at the registration desk, an official slides a document forward with a firm and practiced motion. Without softening his tone, he begins reciting the warning, making it clear that neither the kingdom nor the knights will take responsibility for what happens during the exam. He continues by saying that the order will not be held liable for any injuries or accidents that occur during the examination. If the applicant agrees to those terms, they need to sign the document right there, and after that, they must present their wing emblem for confirmation. As the official checks over the candidates one by one, he adds that they cannot afford to overlook anyone who lacks magical power. Then, satisfied with the next entry, he starts to call out the emblem of the wings belonging to Aster Elmheim. But just as he is about to say the name properly, his tongue suddenly catches in his throat. Startled, he lifts his eyes toward the person standing in front of the desk. The young man before him tilts his head slightly, calm as ever, and asks if he was supposed to present his emblem. Then the young man adds, almost casually, that his emblem is in a rather difficult place to show. So instead of forcing everyone to deal with that, he asks if it would be acceptable to just use his face for identification. Standing there with a relaxed smile, completely unfazed by the official's reaction, is none other than Aster himself. After that, the scene shifts away from the registration desk and moves to a grand hall, where a large crowd of applicants and onlookers has already gathered outside. Among all those people, Aster finally comes into view, walking forward at an unhurried pace. His steps are steady, his expression calm, and he carries himself with quiet confidence as he moves through the crowd. From somewhere behind him, a voice keeps calling out again and again, clearly trying to get his attention. A man dressed in green steps forward, his sharp eyes filled with mockery as he points directly at Aster. He calls him out by name, addressing him as the smug-looking guy standing there, and says he has never seen his face before. The man continues with a sneer, saying he does not know which noble house or country Aster comes from, but he should remember the name Vigor Smeets. Then, with his arrogance fully on display, he asks whether Aster might have wandered into the wrong place. Spreading his arms slightly as if to present the entire venue around them, Vigor declares that this place is meant for the elite among elites. This is the selection exam venue for the Glorious Kingdom Knight Cadets, and he makes sure Aster understands exactly how important that is. Aster does not seem shaken by the insult at all. He simply answers in a calm voice that if this is the place for the elite, then there is no problem. Vigor freezes for a moment, clearly caught off guard, before raising his voice and telling him to wait. Vigor says that everyone gathered here has endured strict training and grueling hardship. Even after all of that suffering, they still continue chasing the glorious path of the elite, returning to take this exam again and again. Then his gaze drops to the weapon at Aster's waist, and a mocking laugh slips from his mouth. He points out the small sword hanging at Aster's hip and says everyone can see it plainly. This is not a place for a fledgling swordsman carrying a child-sized blade. Vigor then waves him off as if chasing away a tourist, telling him that if he only came here to sightsee, he should just go home. His loud voice carries through the area, quickly drawing the attention of the people nearby. A few people in the surrounding crowd begin whispering among themselves. One man sighs under his breath, muttering that Vigor is doing it again. Another person nearby calls Smeets the new guy bully, sounding as though this is nothing new. Someone else lets out a tired sigh and says he never gets bored of pulling the same routine every year. But then his expression changes as he takes a closer look at Aster. More importantly, the person Vigor is picking a fight with looks familiar. One of the onlookers whispers uneasily, asking if that young man might be the Elmheim from the rumors. A third voice joins in, carrying a quiet sense of awe. The person asks if they mean Aster of the Seven Wings. The moment those words reach Vigor Smeets, his expression stiffens, and inside his mind, the phrase 7 wings begins to echo with sudden weight. Before Vigor can properly react, another person steps forward with a light tone that somehow sounds strangely familiar. With a faint smile, the newcomer says he had been wondering who caused the commotion, only to find that it is none other than his cousin Aster. At those words, Aster's calm expression finally changes. He turns his gaze sharply toward the speaker, his eyes narrowing just a little as recognition settles in. Then he says the name Jirian. Seeing Aster recognize him, his cousin Jirian smiles faintly and steps closer. His voice is casual on the surface, but beneath that easy tone, there is a sharper edge as he says it has been a while, cousin. Jirian then says that since no one seems to know exactly when or where Aster was born, he has taken the liberty of calling him cousin. Aster listens without interrupting, his expression unreadable as the insult hangs between them. Then, without showing the slightest hesitation, Aster replies that what happened to Darius was a shame. For a brief moment, silence falls over the space between them, but Jirian's smile does not disappear. Instead, it grows sharper. Jirian tells him not to worry about it, speaking in a light and careless voice. He says a disgrace like Darius deserved to die, and honestly, now that Darius is gone, he feels refreshed. All because Darius had been 1 year older. He continues, saying Darius was always bossy, always throwing his weight around like he owned the place. To Jirian, he had been nothing but a nuisance as well. As he speaks, his eyes narrow slightly while he looks straight at Aster. The false friendliness in Jirian's voice turns cold. He says he does not know whether Aster really has 7 wings or whatever people are calling it, but Aster had better not underestimate those from the main house. With that warning delivered, Jirian turns his back and begins walking away. As he leaves, he glances over his shoulder with a chilling, almost sinister look, telling Aster that here, there is no one left to protect him. Even after Jirian walks off, the tension he leaves behind continues to cling to the air. Nearby, one of the onlookers exhales in disbelief and mutters that there are 2 people from Elmheim here, meaning the examinees this term must have truly rotten luck. Another man nearby wonders if the main house and branch house are still at each other's throats. A third person quickly adds, with obvious unease in his voice, that he has no desire to get dragged into their family conflict. Meanwhile, Vigor Smeets, who had been so loud and arrogant only moments earlier, now looks completely shaken. His earlier confidence collapses as the truth begins to sink in, and he stammers through the realization that Aster might actually be exactly who everyone says he is. Vigor finally manages to ask if Aster is that Elmheim. Aster gives him a small, calm smile, as if the whole situation barely matters, and simply tells him that just Aster is fine, senior. With that, the scene shifts to the first exam venue. A large group of candidates has gathered there, standing together in formation as they wait for the examination to begin. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, and nervous silence hangs over the crowd. At the front, an examiner steps forward, his voice loud and commanding as it echoes across the entire area. He addresses the applicants and congratulates them for successfully making it this far. Then he begins by saying that, first of all, he wants to express his gratitude for their courage and patriotism. He declares that the Kingdom Knights are nothing like the provincial knights scattered throughout the countryside, then pauses just long enough for those words to sink in before continuing with obvious pride. The examiner says they serve the king, and his voice rises even louder as his passion intensifies. They protect the king, he declares, and they are the glorious swords who risk their lives on the battlefield in the king's name. He continues by saying that they have no use for dull or blunt swords. They should treat today's examination as a real battlefield and show their true worth to the fullest. As those powerful words roll across the venue, Aster watches in silence. In his mind, Aster quietly thinks that what the examiner is saying sounds ridiculous. Even so, his gaze grows steadier, and a quiet determination begins to take hold inside him as he realizes he has finally returned to this place. This is the path to becoming a Kingdom Knight, the very right he had never even been granted back when he was still wingless. For a moment, memories seemed to pass through Aster's mind, bringing back the time when he stood outside this path, unable to take even a single step forward. But now everything is different. Beyond this exam waits a world ruled by the strong, a world Aster could never reach before. His eyes sharpen as one particular figure rises in his thoughts. The man still standing at the very top, Kingdom Knight General Commander Roderick A. Elmheim. A faint but confident resolve settles inside him. In his mind, Aster tells Roderick to wait right there, because he will catch up to him before long. But to do that, the first thing he has to accomplish is passing this selection exam. Just then, the examiner's voice cuts sharply through the air again, pulling Aster and everyone else back into the present. The examiner announces that they will now begin, and that the first exam is about to be revealed. But before he can even finish speaking, a sharp whistling sound suddenly slices through the air. In the next instant, an arrow slams directly into the head of one of the candidates. The man collapses to the ground without warning, and for one frozen heartbeat, the entire venue falls silent. Then panic begins to spread through the crowd as shock ripples across every face. Over that rising chaos, the examiner's voice rings out again, cold, steady, and completely unmoved. He announces the first exam as the trial of the Arrow Tower. The declaration sends a chill through the gathered candidates, and then comes the brutal condition. Among everyone here, the last one standing will be declared the winner. The moment the rule is announced, panic erupts across the exam grounds. Candidates whip their heads around in every direction, eyes wide and bodies tense, desperately trying to understand what they are even supposed to do in a situation like this. One candidate shouts in disbelief, his voice trembling with fear as the arrows keep coming. Then another applicant screams at the top of his lungs, panic completely taking over as he yells for everyone to run, warning that if they stay where they are, they will all be killed. But another voice cuts through the chaos and yells for everyone to group up instead. He shouts for them to watch each other's backs and block the arrows together. Those words snap several candidates out of their terror, and they quickly begin moving into small groups, raising weapons and trying desperately to protect one another from the endless rain of arrows pouring down from above. All across the field, people scramble for survival, forming shaky defenses in the middle of the chaos. And high above them, the examiner simply watches with a cold, calculating gaze, his expression calm and unmoved, as if every scream and every collapse is only part of the test. The examiner calmly says that this is about what he expected. His voice carries clearly over the noise below as he notes that the veterans who have taken previous exams already understand how to respond in this kind of situation. He pauses, sweeping his eyes over the struggling candidates before continuing. Even with that strategy, he explains, the survival rate is only around 30%. Those shallow countermeasures can only hold for so long before they reach their limit. Almost as if proving his point, another candidate is pierced by an arrow and drops to the ground, making the fear among the remaining applicants grow even heavier. The examiner's tone stays steady, almost frighteningly indifferent, as he says that what they truly want to see is something else. At that very moment, the focus shifts across the battlefield, and a white-haired individual comes into view. Unlike the panicked candidates around him, this person moves with smooth precision and complete control. Arrows fly toward him from every angle, yet he deflects them effortlessly, as if the deadly projectiles are barely worth noticing. Every movement he makes is sharp, clean, and almost flawless, standing out clearly even in the middle of all the chaos. Watching him perform, the examiner's eyes narrow with interest, and he finishes his thought by saying they are looking for the overwhelming ability to solve problems that only those who carry a wing emblem can display. Meanwhile, while everyone else is panicking, dodging, and fighting to survive, Aster stands in stark contrast to the entire field. He remains exactly where he is, completely still and unmoving, as though the storm of arrows raining down around him has nothing to do with him at all. Seeing this, a nearby candidate stares in disbelief and shouts, wondering why that idiot is just standing there. Another person asks if Aster has frozen from fear. Watching him from a distance, Giriant's lips curl into a cold smile as he thinks Aster should just die there and become a hedgehog full of arrows. But in the very next moment, the entire situation changes. Aster calmly reaches for the small sword at his side, the very same blade everyone had mocked. The instant Aster draws that small sword, a powerful surge of energy bursts outward from his body. The force around him is so intense that the arrows flying toward him never even manage to touch him. Before they can reach his body, they are shattered and destroyed in midair. It looks almost as if the arrows are being erased by Aster's presence alone. Everyone nearby is left completely stunned, staring with wide eyes, and one person can only stammer in disbelief that he deflected every single arrow. Aster stands there calmly, a faint smile resting on his face as he tells them to bring every arrow to him. At the same time, powerful energy continues to pour from his body, surrounding him like an invisible storm. Every weapon aimed in Aster's direction is knocked away or destroyed before it can reach him. Nothing is able to get close, because the overwhelming force swirling around him pushes back everything that tries to break through. Seeing this unbelievable sight, one of the people nearby cries out in shock, asking what kind of monster Aster even is, since not even an arrow can approach him. Even the examiner, who has been calmly watching everything unfold from above, finds himself stunned by what Aster is doing. He mutters in disbelief, wondering if Aster is spinning the magic he released in order to create currents in the air around him. The examiner quietly acknowledges how impressive that level of magical control is. At the same time, Aster is caught in his own thoughts, feeling the strange sensation of the power wrapped around him. Aster reflects that it feels as though he has been completely enveloped inside a storm. The energy radiating from him is so fierce and intimidating that the people around him are visibly affected, struggling just to endure the pressure coming from his presence. After a tense moment, someone hesitantly asks if the attack has stopped, and whether the trial is finally over. From above, the examiner looks over the aftermath and calmly announces that quite a few candidates managed to survive, more than he had expected. But he says that does not matter. Then, with chilling composure, he congratulates the participants and tells them to look around at the corpses scattered around them. The examiner declares that everyone still standing right now has passed the first test. Without giving them time to breathe or recover, he immediately tells them to move on to the next trial, saying there is no time to lose and that they should follow him to the next location. The surviving candidates listen closely to his words, still shaken by the brutality of what they have just experienced. The weight of the first test slowly settles over them, and among those who witnessed everything is Vigor Smeets, whose earlier arrogance has been completely replaced by a far more cautious expression. Vigor remarks with a mixture of fear and awe that the instructor is absolutely terrifying. He says they were being attacked by a non-stop rain of arrows, barely able to catch their breath. Aster, however, only smiles and replies in an almost casual tone. Aster asks what is wrong and whether Vigor is already exhausted, calling him Major as he speaks. Vigor turns back toward him, confused and still slightly shaken, unable to understand what he is seeing. Vigor asks why Aster does not look tired at all. From above, the examiner has also been observing everything below with sharp attention, and while watching Aster, a sense of amazement rises in his thoughts. The examiner thinks to himself that Aster released an enormous amount of magic, yet his body shows no sign of fatigue whatsoever. Then, with a serious and commanding feeling in his mind, the examiner focuses on Aster F. Elmheim, the bearer of the 7 wings. He silently challenges him to show his courage in the next test as well. At some distance away, another pair of eyes is fixed on Aster. Jirian is also watching him closely. As he stares at Aster, a memory rises in his mind. Someone speaking to him in a firm, deliberate voice, asking if he understands what must be done. That voice had told Jirian that he must stop Aster from becoming a knight of the realm at all costs, all for the future of Elmheim. Remembering those words, Jirian's expression grows darker. Anger begins to simmer inside him as that order echoes in his mind. Soon after, the scene moves outside again, where the surviving applicants gather for the next stage, and an inspector steps forward to make the announcement. The inspector explains that, in the next test, everyone will use the same type of sword to ensure fairness. Before the trial begins, every participant must hand over their own personal weapon. Hearing this, one of the participants grumbles that the rule is annoying. Aster, who has been listening quietly, turns slightly toward him and asks if things were handled differently in previous exams. Vigor Smeets responds by explaining that it is not really different for them, since the swords used by middle-class knights are usually not all that unusual. But Aster's sword, he says, is probably shocking enough to draw attention. A few nearby knights overhear the exchange as well. Aster glances down at the small sword at his side and simply says that he understands. At that moment, Jirian approaches them, wearing a smug expression as he remarks that this is just what he would expect from his cousin. Jirian says it seems Aster has already managed to tame his servants. Aster does not react to him at all, choosing instead to ignore his presence completely. Vigor Smeets, on the other hand, is clearly irritated by the insult and immediately snaps back at him. Vigor demands to know what Jirian means by servant and who exactly he is calling one. He then points out that Jirian is the heir to Baron Smeets' house, but Jirian only looks at him with open disdain and continues insulting him further. Jirian calls him a low-ranking noble from some unknown village and warns that if he chooses the wrong person to wag his tail at, he may end up regretting it. Despite that humiliating insult, Vigor immediately changes his tone and starts flattering him, quickly asking young Master Jirian to wait a moment. Vigor hurriedly insists that he has absolutely nothing to do with Aster. Aster stands just behind them, quietly watching the whole exchange unfold without stepping in. Even after hearing everything, Aster chooses to remain silent and does not say a single word. A short while later, Jirian turns away and leaves the area with his team, while Vigor Smeets quickly hurries after him. On the other side of the gathering, the examiner raises his voice once again, preparing to address all the candidates. He announces that he will now explain the second trial. His commanding presence immediately pulls everyone's attention toward him as he continues, saying the next test will be a mock battle based on attack and defense. The examiner explains that the candidates will be split into 3 teams and sent into the forest to compete for control of multiple bases. A base will only be counted as captured once a team raises its own flag on the flagpole there. After a brief pause, the examiner continues with the victory condition. The team that manages to capture 2 or more bases before the sunset bell rings will be declared the winner of the second trial. The examiner then makes one rule absolutely clear: destroying the flags, stealing them, or damaging them so they can no longer be used is strictly forbidden. Aside from that single restriction, however, the candidates are free to act however they choose. Then his voice drops into a colder, more dangerous tone as he points out the swords that have been handed to them. Those blades, he says, can be treated as permission to kill an enemy if the situation demands it. Once he finishes explaining the rules, the examiner steps forward again and announces that he will now reveal the teammates each participant will face the test with. After that, he begins dividing everyone into 3 separate groups. The first team is placed under Jirian. The second is led by the white-haired participant who had stood out so impressively during the first test. And the third team, standing apart from the others, is assigned to Aster. Each leader takes their position at the front of their own group, with their teammates gathered behind them, all preparing themselves for the battle that is about to begin. With the teams decided, Aster stands inside his assigned area and calmly goes over the situation in his mind. He notes that the signal to begin will be the moment a smoke signal rises into the air. There are 3 flags in total, one representing each faction taking part in the trial. To win, a team has to capture at least 2 bases, including its own. At that same time, Vigor Smeets, who has somehow ended up on Aster's team either by coincidence or pure bad luck, speaks up with a tense and serious expression. Vigor says that this means only one team out of the 3 will actually be able to pass the test, right? Aster listens to him and answers calmly that yes, that is how it works, but he asks if that is really something they need to worry about. Another participant, clearly unsettled, adds that this means they will have to fight Elmheim. A third person hesitates, unable to finish properly, only saying that it is a little difficult. Hearing their uneasy voices, Aster quietly begins trying to understand why they are so afraid. But before Aster can say anything in response, Vigor Smeets suddenly raises his voice. His fear is now written plainly across his face as he tells Aster that he clearly does not understand. They are scared. They are terrified of going against Elmheim, because their opponent is the young master of the Elmheim main house. Vigor says that if they oppose someone like him, they may never again be able to proudly call themselves knights. And in the worst-case scenario, their entire families, along with their followers, could be wiped out. That is why, no matter how much they may want to pass, none of them wants to make Elmheim their enemy. After hearing all of that, Aster picks up the blue flag in his hand. His voice remains direct and steady as he asks if that means they intend to abandon the test. Vigor Smeets answers without the slightest hesitation, saying there will always be another chance. He says that giving up now is still better than ruining their lives forever, and that Aster could never understand what they, the weakest, truly feel. As those words sink in, Aster suddenly breaks into a run, his thoughts racing as he realizes he never imagined he would end up isolated during a team battle. Even so, Aster understands their fear. As he runs forward, he thinks that he had forgotten what Elmheim represents to ordinary knights, a tyrannical family they can never truly oppose. And among them, Jirian stands as the symbol of that terrifying rule. While Aster continues moving ahead, the words of his teammates keep echoing in his mind. They had said he would never understand them, never understand what it feels like to stand on the side of the weak. As he turns those words over in his head, Aster quietly mutters to himself that, from another perspective, there may not be much difference between him and them. Still, as he keeps moving through the forest, Aster notices something strange. It is far too quiet, and he wonders whether no one has started fighting yet. Aster moves swiftly between the trees, heading straight toward the red flag's location. As he advances at high speed, another thought crosses his mind. Maybe the other teams are simply being cautious. Just then, a voice calls out from somewhere ahead, casually remarking that Aster really did come alone. Aster stops and looks forward, where the white-haired participant from the first test is waiting for him. The white-haired man speaks calmly, saying that so far, everything has gone exactly as he predicted. In his hand, he holds his own flag firmly, showing no sign of panic or hesitation at all. Seeing him standing there, Aster thinks to himself that this must be why the man remained beneath the flag at his own base. The white-haired participant looks straight at Aster and says casually that he was starting to get bored with nothing to do. Then, without a moment of hesitation, he suddenly tosses the yellow flag up into the air. With bold confidence, he challenges Aster directly and tells him to fight. Aster is caught completely off guard by the sudden action. His thoughts move quickly as he tries to understand what this is supposed to mean. At the same time, the white-haired man tightens his grip on his sword, and the air between them instantly grows tense. The clash is about to begin, but the focus shifts away to another part of the battlefield. On a different front, Jiren advances with his full team behind him, moving through the forest with complete confidence and unwavering determination. With a cold resolve burning in his eyes, Jiren declares that he will prove it to Aster. He will show his cousin exactly how the Elmheim family fights. The second test of the Kingdom Knight selection exam is now fully underway, and this stage is built around both attack and defense. With the battle already beginning, the 20 remaining participants are split into 3 groups, each one fighting under its own flag and trying to outmaneuver the others. The rule is simple and brutal. By the end of the exam, whichever team occupies 2 or more bases will be declared the winner. In other words, passing this stage depends on one clear goal: raising your team's flag at an enemy base before the time runs out. In the middle of the battle, Aster steps forward and asks the question that has been bothering him directly. He points out that his opponent should be on the yellow team, so he asks why the red flag is being raised. The white-haired man calmly replies that the reason is simple: an alliance has been formed between him and Elmheim. As he says this, he begins releasing energy through his sword, and the air around them immediately grows heavy with pressure. At that moment, a mysterious observer reveals the man's identity. He is Christopher Nolan, the eldest son of the Nolan family, a house famous as the founders of court fencing. Christopher Nolan carries the 5-winged emblem, marking him as one of the most talented candidates gathered for the exam. During the first test, his presence was somewhat overshadowed by the 7-winged participant, so he did not attract as much attention as he might have otherwise. Even so, in the Arrow Tower trial, only 2 people managed to pass without so much as changing their expressions. Those 2 were Aster, the bearer of the 7 wings, and Nolan, the bearer of the 5 wings. Both of them had stood through that deadly rain of arrows with terrifying composure. The observer adds that both young men are outstanding talents from the knightly world, each carrying incredible potential. But precisely because of that, it is truly unfortunate that such promising individuals have ended up facing each other here. After hearing Christopher talk about the alliance, Aster immediately questions him. He asks if this is a temporary alliance and whether Christopher truly understands what that means. Aster presses further, pointing out that even if they cooperate like this, only one team can ultimately win in the end. Christopher listens without losing his calm, and while blocking Aster's attack, he answers evenly. Christopher says that he understands that perfectly well. Since Elmheim is on their side, he has already accepted that the main house will be the one to win this trial. Then he continues explaining his position without hesitation. At this very moment, Christopher says his own teammates should already be moving together with Elmheim, heading toward Aster's base to attack it. Hearing that, Aster feels a sudden sense of danger rise sharply inside him. Aster immediately realizes that this is bad, because Smeets and the others are now in serious danger. He turns his attention back to Christopher and asks if Jiren threatened him, saying something like what would happen if he dared to oppose Elmheim. Christopher steps forward without hesitation and replies that no one willingly stands in the path of a moving carriage when they already know they will be crushed beneath it. He explains that the chivalric nobility exists within a strict hierarchical society, and actions like this are simply part of that natural order. As Christopher speaks, he unleashes a powerful attack filled with overwhelming force. The strike crashes forward with noble confidence as he declares that this, too, is the natural conduct expected from those of their status. Aster struggles to block the attack, bracing himself against the pressure of Christopher's sword. Even while defending, he can feel the force growing heavier by the second, pushing the situation further beyond his control. In the very next instant, Aster's sword gives out completely, the blade snapping apart under the crushing force pressing down on it. As his eyes drop to the broken weapon in his hand, a sharp sense of unease flashes across his face, and he immediately realizes that something about this sword is not normal. A thought begins to form in his mind, cold and suspicious, as he wonders if this could really be possible. Could they have actually been handed defective swords for the exam? That doubt sticks in Aster's head, refusing to disappear, as he tries to make sense of how his weapon could have broken so easily. But while Aster is still piecing together what just happened, Christopher, standing across from him, has no intention of stopping there. Christopher keeps driving forward with heavy pressure, his movements full of confidence, as he calmly declares that Aster has no reason to worry. From the very beginning, he says, This fight was only ever going to be a proper gentleman's duel. Then his tone turns colder as he adds that he has never liked the people of Elmheim. Christopher's disgust becomes even clearer as he talks about Elmheim's people, especially those who try too hard to stand above everyone else. His gaze locks onto Aster with open disdain, and he calls people like him centennials, spitting the word out like an insult. By this point, Christopher has already crushed Aster's sword with brutal force. Even after shattering Aster's blade, Christopher keeps attacking without leaving him the slightest opening to breathe or recover. Aster is forced to endure one overwhelming situation after another, his footing pushed to the limit, but in the next instant, his expression sharpens again, and he quickly pulls his mind back under control. Without wasting even a second, Aster grips the broken piece of his sword tightly and forces his energy into it. The damaged blade flares with power in his hand, and then he releases it forward in a sudden, explosive strike that tears straight toward Christopher with frightening speed. The attack rushes in so abruptly that even Christopher is caught slightly off guard. He manages to raise his guard and block it, but the impact is far from easy to withstand. And in that brief opening, while his attention is fixed on defending, Christopher suddenly notices something completely unexpected. Aster is no longer standing in front of him. In that tiny moment of distraction, Aster has already turned his body around and started running away, moving fast without hesitation. Christopher's eyes widen slightly as the sudden retreat catches him by surprise. Christopher immediately shouts after him, his voice cutting across the battlefield as he asks if Aster is seriously running away. He orders him to stop and wait, but Aster does not slow down for even a moment. As he continues putting distance between them, he only turns his head back just enough to answer. Aster tells him that their fight can wait until later, because right now there is someone else he needs to deal with first. His voice stays steady and controlled as he speaks, and when he mentions his cousin, it becomes clear that he is not leaving out of fear. He is moving with purpose. Hearing that, Christopher lets out an amused smile and mocks him without holding back, asking if he got scared and saying he does not even deserve to be called a gentleman. After throwing out those words, Christopher bends down, picks up the broken sword that had fallen onto the ground, and begins inspecting it closely. As Christopher studies the snapped weapon in his hand, his expression slowly shifts. He questions what kind of sword this is supposed to be, muttering that even if it were a cheap blade, its quality is still far too poor. The more he looks at it, the more obvious it becomes that this sword is strangely abnormal. The broken blade sits in Christopher's hand like clear proof that something about this exam is not right. Its condition is too strange to brush aside, and the atmosphere around him grows heavier as he starts to understand that this is far from an ordinary weapon failure. Christopher falls silent for a moment, then slowly lifts a hand and runs it through his hair. His posture loosens slightly, almost as if one missing piece has finally clicked into place in his mind. In a quieter voice, Christopher says he understands now. The look on his face hardens with irritation as he realizes that this must be the work of Elmheim. With a displeased expression, Christopher adds that this is a deeply unpleasant way to ruin the mood of a duel, clearly annoyed by the hidden manipulation behind everything. Meanwhile, Aster rushes back into his own territory and immediately calls out for Smeets, asking if he is all right. But before any answer can reach him, another familiar voice speaks up first. The voice says that Aster arrived sooner than expected, calling him cousin with calm confidence. Standing there is none other than Jirian, the one who has been pulling the strings behind this entire plan. Everything unfolding inside the exam has been carefully arranged by him, and he continues speaking as if it were all perfectly natural, saying that from the look of things, Nolan failed to stop Aster after all. All around them, the others are already positioned for battle, their weapons ready and their bodies tense, prepared to strike at any moment. Jirian does not seem worried in the slightest as he keeps talking, reminding Aster of what he said earlier. Jirian brings up Aster's earlier claim that he alone would be enough, saying that those words had made him expect quite a lot. Then, almost casually, he asks how things are going on Aster's side before revealing that they have already taken control of the third base. When Aster looks around, he sees the red flag raised clearly over the base. That red flag marks the territory as belonging to Jirian's team, and Jirian declares that this is only the beginning, with total conquest coming next. Hearing all of this makes Aster's anger surge at once. His frustration finally spills over, and he lashes out at Jirian with harsh words, before demanding to know what happened to his classmates. Jirian's expression darkens a little after hearing the sharpness in Aster's voice, and he starts to respond. But before he can continue, something unexpected happens behind him. A figure suddenly steps out and raises a sword, pointing the blade directly at him. The person holding that sword is Vigor Smeets. His posture is tense, and his voice carries obvious nervousness as he quickly speaks up, telling Aster not to misunderstand what is happening. At that moment, the truth of the situation becomes much harder to ignore. The tension between them makes it clear that something like betrayal has happened even inside Aster's own team. Vigor continues, trying to explain himself while keeping his sword raised. He says that from the very beginning, he had already told Jirian he would not follow along with his plans. His words make it obvious that not everyone was willingly part of Jirian's scheme, even though the damage has already been done. Vigor Smeet still looks shaken and confused as he speaks, saying that those who oppose Elmheim are cowards, but his voice wavers as if he himself is struggling to fully believe those words. Jirian steps forward with cold confidence, taking control of the conversation again. He says that they did not even show any real sign of resistance, even though they were nothing more than field monkeys. His tone is cruel and dismissive, as if he thinks their surrender was only proof that they understood which side of Elmheim they were supposed to support. Hearing Jirian speak that way pushes Aster's anger even higher. His eyes burn with fury as he challenges him directly, asking if Jirian truly believes he can defeat him just by gathering more people around him. Jirian only smiles at that question, calm and completely unshaken. Instead of answering with force, he simply tells Aster that he is wrong. Then Jirian states that the battle has already been decided. With a composed expression, he begins laying out the true victory condition of the attack and defense exam, making it clear that strength alone is not what determines the winner here. Jirian explains that whichever team secures 2 or more bases by the end of the exam will claim victory. Even if Aster were to fall into despair right now and rush around raising flags at every base, he still would not have enough people left to defend them all. As Aster scans the area, the reality of the situation becomes even worse. The blue flag has already been destroyed, removing one more chance for his side to recover. Jirian continues revealing the details of his strategy without hesitation. He says they only need to wait until Aster moves to another base, and once he does, they can simply raise the red flag again behind him. In other words, Aster's movements have already been accounted for. All Jirian's side has to do is maintain control over 2 or more bases until the exam ends. As he says this, his smile stretches wider, filled with calm certainty. Jirian makes the strategy sound almost effortless, as if the outcome has already been locked in place. But instead of backing away, Aster's expression hardens with firm resolve. He declares that if this is their plan, then he will make sure they cannot carry it out at all. With that declaration, the air around them grows tense, setting the stage for a fierce clash that is about to explode. Aster's determination becomes unmistakable as he stands his ground, refusing to let Jirian's scheme decide the outcome. Aster makes it clear that he will keep going until every last one of them is torn to pieces. The threat lands heavily on everyone nearby, and several of them visibly tremble in fear. Jirian, however, only listens with a smile, completely unfazed by Aster's rage. Jirian mocks him coldly, brushing off Aster's words as meaningless nonsense. Then he points straight at Aster's sword, drawing everyone's attention back to the damaged weapon in his hand. He says that the sword is not even useful anymore, adding that even if Aster has 7 wings, without a moonsword he is nothing but useless. The insult is aimed directly at Aster's strength, trying to strip away the confidence behind his threat. At the same time, Jirian continues exposing his plan piece by piece, making it clear just how carefully everything has been arranged beforehand. Every part of the situation has been prepared by Jirian, from the ruined weapons to the captured bases and the people surrounding Aster now. With that confidence, he challenges Aster directly, asking if he truly intends to fight everyone gathered here all by himself. After hearing all of that, Aster stays surprisingly calm. He admits that the situation is definitely troublesome, and then says that Jirian has actually managed to impress him. Aster draws his sword again, but the damaged blade is still clearly broken and incomplete. The sight of it is enough to make one of the people watching feel uneasy, as if even they can sense how bad Aster's situation looks. Aster says that Jirian thought everything through far more carefully than he expected. Then, in a sudden and unexpected move, he lets his sword slip from his hand and falls straight to the ground. The moment Jirian sees Aster drop his weapon, he immediately declares that the victory is already theirs. To him, that single movement looks like the final sign that Aster has accepted defeat. But the instant Aster's sword hits the ground, Aster begins preparing himself again. His body shifts slightly, and the atmosphere around him changes as if he has only just begun to move. Looking at Aster now, the determination burning in his eyes is impossible to miss. Even without the sword in his hand, there is no trace of surrender on his face, making it clear that he has not given up at all. After everything that had just happened, Aster suddenly speaks in a calm voice and says that he gives up. He then looks toward Jirian and admits that he is impressed, saying Jirian planned all of this much better than he had expected. Hearing those words, Jirian feels a deep sense of satisfaction rise inside him. He looks almost pleased with himself, as if Aster's admission has confirmed the success of everything he prepared. But in the very next moment, just as Aster's sword slips downward and falls, Aster bends his body slightly and releases a sudden surge of energy, making it clear that his so-called surrender is not the end of the fight at all. In that same split second, Aster twisted his body and struck backward with terrifying force. The blow landed so suddenly that Vigor Smeets had no time to react, and his entire body was sent flying far across the area like he had been swept away by a violent blast. The impact was so heavy that Vigor Smeets could not even keep hold of his weapon. His fingers loosened from the shock, and his sword slipped free from his hand, spinning away before clattering down out of his reach. Aster immediately took advantage of that opening. Without hesitation, he picked up the fallen sword as well, now holding another weapon in his grasp, and unleashed a crushing attack that tore through both the space in front of him and the enemies behind him at the same time. That single overwhelming strike was enough to decide everything in the area. Everyone caught within its range was knocked down at once, their bodies collapsing under the sheer force before they could even properly understand what had hit them. Watching the entire scene unfold from above, Jirian completely lost his composure. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the only thing he could shout in that moment was a stunned, "What?" Aster then raised his sword and pointed it straight at Jirian, the tip aimed directly at him with chilling precision. His voice dropped coldly as he said that, even so, Jirian had made one serious mistake by choosing to stand in front of him. Aster made it clear that because Jirian had chosen to interfere, he was now going to lose. In that moment, Aster stood there with an unbelievably intimidating presence, his posture calm but sharp enough to make the entire battlefield feel tense. Seeing Aster like that, Jirian's expression twisted with fury, and he growled at him, calling him a damn monster. At the same time, a massive amount of energy began gathering around Aster's feet, the pressure building beneath him like something was about to erupt. Then, in the blink of an eye, Aster moved. He closed the distance almost instantly, his body launching through the air with unbelievable speed. Even while suspended midair, he was already rushing straight toward Jirian, ready to bring his attack down. Jirian was visibly startled by the speed of Aster's movement. He glanced back in disbelief, his voice shaken as he muttered that it should be impossible, wondering if Aster had really flown all the way to him. Aster looked straight at him without the slightest hesitation and spoke in an icy tone. He told Jirian he was too slow, and now that Aster had reached him, there was no way he would be able to escape. In the very next instant, Aster launched a direct attack toward Jirian. Jirian hurriedly raised his sword to block the incoming strike, but the power behind Aster's blow was far too overwhelming for him to withstand. The moment their weapons collided, Jirian's blade could not endure the impact. It shattered apart on the spot, breaking under Aster's force as if it had never stood a chance. At that very moment, Aster remembered the first time he had ever flown. He realized that it probably was not because he had been unable to do it before. It was because now, while manipulating magic, he could finally feel that strange sense of omnipotence flowing through him. And as he closed the distance completely, he came right up to Jirian and spoke. Aster said that having wings really was great, then told Jirian to look, reminding him how huge that wall had seemed. Jirian tried to say something in response, but before he could even finish getting the words out, Aster cut him off. Aster dragged him downward with unstoppable force, continuing his words as they fell. To him, that massive wall had never been as unreachable as it looked. For Aster, it had been small. As he said that, a faint smile appeared on Aster's face, calm and almost effortless. And in the very next second, the momentum of their fall reached its peak. Then both of them came crashing down together, their bodies slamming toward the ground with terrifying speed and force. The instant they hit, a massive explosion shook the entire area. Dust and shockwaves burst outward from the impact point, leaving everyone watching frozen in complete shock at the sheer violence of the collision. Seeing the destruction in front of him, Vigor Smeets could only stare in disbelief. His voice came out low and shaken as he muttered, wondering what kind of fight they were even witnessing. The others nearby were just as stunned, their faces pale and their bodies locked in place. None of them could fully process what had happened to those two after seeing such an unbelievable clash unfold before their eyes. Through the thick cloud of dust rising from the impact, a figure slowly became visible, dragging someone across the ground behind him. At first, the dust made it difficult to tell who it was, but as the shape came closer, everyone finally realized it was Aster. Aster was dragging Jirian with him, making it painfully clear that he had completely defeated him in that exchange. Jirian no longer even tried to resist, as if the will to fight had already left him. Aster threw him down roughly onto the ground, then spoke in a flat voice, saying that it hurt. After that, Aster turned his attention toward the others standing around them. His irritation showed clearly as he shouted at them, asking what they were doing just standing there and watching like idiots. Even after being thrown down and humiliated, the situation was still not completely free from Jirian's influence. The pressure of Elmheim still hung heavily over everyone present. Jirian raised his voice again, forcing his authority back into the air, as he ordered everyone to hurry up and kill Aster. He declared that this was an order from the Elmheim family, trying to make them move through fear alone. The moment those words rang out, Vigor Smeets immediately rushed toward his fallen sword. On the other side, Aster watched him with a calm expression and asked if he was really that afraid of Elmheim's retaliation. Vigor Smeets grabbed his sword tightly, anger and fear mixing together on his face. He snapped back that of course he was afraid, because the Smeets family he came from was nothing more than a third-rate noble house, one that could vanish in an instant if Elmheim decided to crush it. He said Elmheim could destroy them like they were nothing. For weak nobles like his family to survive in this world, even if it looked cowardly, they had no choice but to lower their heads, act submissive, and avoid angering the powerful people above them. Then Vigor shouted even louder, his frustration spilling out completely. He said someone like Aster, someone who already possessed everything, could never understand the worries of people like them. But after hearing that, Aster simply smiled, and seeing that smile only made Vigor even angrier. Vigor finally snapped and demanded to know what Aster was laughing at now. Aster answered calmly, saying that his sister had once told him something very similar, that he did not understand the feelings of people who had nothing. Aster admitted that he did have his own objections to those words, and his tone made it clear that he had thought about them more than once. But even so, he accepted one part of it as true. Right now, in this moment, Aster knew that he was someone standing in a position of privilege. And because of that, Aster said there were things that only someone like him could do. As he spoke, Jirian remained beneath his sword, glaring up at him with anger burning fiercely in his eyes. Then Aster raised his voice, his words carrying across the entire area with intense conviction. He declared that his enemy was Elmheim, and if the others could not act against it, then he would do it himself. He would change that arrogant system. He said he would tear down the overpowered Elmheim of the present and rebuild it from the ground up. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone around him fell into stunned silence. They were completely shaken, unable to believe that Aster had actually said something so bold out loud. His thoughts were not just reckless words anymore. The sheer weight of Aster's declaration pressed down on everyone there. Even Jirian, still lying on the ground beneath him, looked stunned by what he had just heard. Jirian muttered in disbelief, asking what Aster was even talking about. Vigor Smeets was just as shaken, staring at Aster as he asked whether he truly understood what he was saying and what those words really meant. Aster met Vigor's gaze head-on without backing down. His answer was firm and immediate as he said yes, he understood perfectly because this was a declaration of war. Then he continued, his voice steady but powerful. He said that no matter how obedient these people remained, and no matter how devoted they were to the arrogant Elmheim that existed now, loyalty alone would not save them. At the end of that blind devotion, Aster said, what waited for them was nothing but betrayal and a miserable death. And if they did not want to end up with that fate, then there was only one path left for them to take. They had to fight. Then Aster shifted his stance slightly and spoke about the 7 wings he carried on his back, saying that this power existed for that very purpose. Aster told them to choose. His eyes moved across everyone present as he asked which Elmheim they intended to follow from that moment on, Jirian's Elmheim or his. In that instant, he placed the decision directly in front of all of them. This was no longer just a simple battle inside the exam. It had become a turning point that could change far more than the outcome of the match, especially because Jirian was the only heir of the main family. Choosing a side now meant choosing the future itself. Furious beyond control, Jirian glared at Aster and shouted at the top of his lungs, telling him not to talk nonsense. He insisted that something like this would never be allowed, then threatened everyone by saying he remembered their faces and their names. Jirian warned them that if they dared to betray him, they already knew exactly what would happen to them afterward. The moment Vigor Smeets heard that threat, panic began spreading across his face. Sweat gathered on Vigor's skin as fear and uncertainty swallowed him. He could not decide which side he should choose, what would be right for him or what would protect his family. The pressure of that decision weighed down on him so heavily that he seemed almost frozen. But then, as if his resolve formed all at once, Vigor suddenly threw his sword down to the ground and stepped forward, making his choice in front of everyone. Vigor Smeets looked straight at Aster, his eyes tense but determined, and asked if Aster was truly going to defeat Jirian. He warned him that if this was only empty talk, and nothing actually changed after all of this, then he would reject him without hesitation. In that moment, Vigor was not standing there empty-handed. Clutched firmly in his grasp was the blue flag, the very symbol that could shift the direction of the battle. After hearing Vigor's challenge, Aster did not pause or look away. He answered immediately, giving him a clear promise without the slightest hesitation in his voice. With that promise given, Vigor Smeets lifted the blue flag high above his head and shouted so loudly that everyone nearby could hear him. He declared himself Vigor Smeets, eldest son of the Smeets house, and announced that he would support Aster F. Elmheim. The moment those words rang out, one of the onlookers froze in disbelief and muttered that it could not be real. Vigor had actually said it out loud. Another person quickly realized the weight of what had just happened and spoke up in alarm, saying that with this, Jirian's entire plan would begin falling apart. As those murmurs spread through the group, the anger in Jirian's eyes became impossible to miss. His gaze burned with open rage, sharp enough to make the air around him feel heavier. Jirian stared forward with pure fury and spat out a curse, calling Vigor a damn peasant. But after everything that had happened, Vigor Smeets finally stepped fully into the spotlight, his voice booming across the area as he shouted to the others. He demanded to know why they were all just standing around doing nothing. Then he urged them to take this chance and show those arrogant Elmheim snobs exactly what they were capable of. Vigor shouted that they should bet everything on the 7 wings. His words carried real power, the kind of fiery call that should have stirred everyone's blood, but instead of rushing forward immediately, the others hesitated. They only looked at one another in confusion, unsure of what they were actually supposed to do now that the situation had shifted so suddenly. The passion was there, but no one knew where to point it. Watching this unfold, Aster quietly thought to himself. That made one ally gained. At the very least, Aster would no longer have to run around raising every flag by himself. But he also knew that one person was not enough. If he was serious about overthrowing Elmheim, he would need far more people standing with him. His expression remained calm on the outside, but inside, his thoughts were already moving ahead, measuring what he still lacked. Not far away, Jirian sat in silence, surrounded by a tense and suffocating presence. Then someone cautiously approached him with concern and asked if he was all right. But before that person could even get close, Jirian shoved him away harshly and snapped at him not to touch him, calling him useless trash. At that moment, it was painfully clear that Jirian's anger had reached its limit. His pride had been struck too many times, and his patience had completely disappeared. Inside Jirian's mind, frustration and wounded pride burned together like a raging fire, twisting every thought into anger. He could not accept the idea of overthrowing Elmheim, especially coming from branch family scum like Aster. If he let Aster keep acting freely, he would never be able to face the main family. He was not like his brother, and he could not allow things to end here. Driven by that fury, Jirian began trying to draw out the power of his 4 wings. The air around him grew tense and unstable, as if a dangerous force was gathering and about to explode at any second. But just then, a voice came from behind him, casual on the surface yet sharp enough to cut straight through the thick atmosphere. The voice asked what was wrong with Elmheim, saying he looked pretty pathetic for someone he had not seen in a while. Jirian's eyes narrowed at once, and as he turned back, he immediately recognized who had spoken. Jirian said Nolan's name in a heavy tone, filled with irritation and recognition, and just like that, Christopher Nolan appeared on the battlefield. Jirian quickly explained the situation to him, but his frustration was impossible to hide. He snapped at Christopher, asking what he had been doing all this time, because dealing with Aster was supposed to be his responsibility. But even while those angry words left his mouth, a dark and calculating thought began creeping into Jirian's mind, making his expression twist into something almost sinister. He realized that he still had Christopher on his side. Christopher's wing badge might not equal Aster's 7 wings, but when it came to pure swordsmanship, Jirian believed he was stronger than anyone else present. With that thought, Jirian's confidence surged back in an instant. He raised his voice again, rough with authority, and ordered Christopher to hurry up and hack Aster to pieces. But in the very next moment, something happened that no one there could have predicted. The entire flow of the battlefield shifted in a way none of them had imagined. Christopher suddenly stepped forward and slammed a red flag straight into Jirian's face. Then, with complete calm, he said he had come to return it. Christopher said that, just as he had expected, Jirian's methods went against his chivalry. In other words, he was ending their alliance right there, and those words struck Jirian harder than any sword. Jirian, already shaken from everything that had happened, was left stunned on the ground, unable to fully process the betrayal in front of him. Around him, whispers of disbelief quickly began spreading through the crowd. One member from a smaller family could not hold back his shock and blurted out that this had to be a joke. Someone else behind him added anxiously that even the Nolan family was betraying them now. Another voice admitted they no longer knew who they were supposed to side with, and the entire situation began sinking into complete chaos. Alliances were breaking apart, trust was collapsing, and no one could predict what would happen next. In the middle of that chaos, Christopher calmly drew his sword, the sharp sound cutting through the tension as he spoke with steady confidence. Christopher said that it looked like they were back to square one. Then he asked Aster if he really thought he could make it through the exam without settling things with him first. Aster, who had been watching and listening closely the entire time, stayed silent but fully alert. Christopher was not finished. With pride clear in the way he held himself, he continued, declaring that it would be the proud swordsmanship of the Nolan family against Aster's 7 wings. As he took a firm stance, his presence sharpened with focus. The air between Aster and Christopher seemed to tighten as they faced each other head-on. Their eyes locked, neither one backing down, and then, in a single instant, the battle began. Christopher was the first to move. He charged forward with incredible speed, his blade slicing through the air as he launched straight into his attack. His voice rang out with fierce determination as he demanded that they finally make it clear which power was truly superior. Christopher's attack carried overwhelming force, powerful enough to make the air itself seem to tremble around the blade. The moment Aster saw it coming, something inside him responded, and energy began surging from his body like a rising tide he could no longer completely suppress. Then, in a firm voice, he said that this would have to wait. In the next instant, Aster moved as well, launching his own strike straight toward Christopher. Even so, it was obvious that Aster was not fighting at his absolute best. Because he was using an ordinary sword, he could not properly draw out the full power of his 7 wings. Calling this Aster's full strength would not be accurate. As their blades clashed, Christopher's sharp eyes studied every movement Aster made. In that instant, he realized that the person in front of him was completely different from before. Christopher's sword was forced down toward the ground as Aster's heavy strike landed, leaving a deep mark along the blade. Recovering quickly, Christopher looked up and asked if Aster had forgotten. Then, with incredible speed, he jumped backward to open distance between them and reminded him that only one team could pass this exam. Christopher said that if they were both aiming to become Kingdom Knights, then they had no choice but to settle things here and now. He called Aster's name firmly, but Aster's expression did not waver at all. Instead, Aster answered in a calm voice and told Nolan that settling it that way would be a problem for him. For a brief moment, the tension between them shifted. Then Aster said something no one had expected to hear, admitting that he wanted Christopher to become a Kingdom Knight too. Christopher blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard, and asked what Aster meant. Aster lowered his stance slightly, still composed, and began to explain. His tone was steady but sincere as he said that Christopher had helped fire everyone up about overthrowing Elmheim. Because of that, Aster said it would not be very cool of him to ask Christopher to give up on his dream. Just because they happened to be standing on different teams right now, that did not mean Christopher's goal should be thrown away. A short pause followed, just long enough for Aster's words to sink in. Then he added that he had a plan to make sure everyone there could pass. This time, Christopher was not the only one left shocked. Jirian was just as stunned, and he could not hide the reaction on his face. Then murmurs began spreading through the rest of the group, and Vigor Smeets was the first one to say out loud what everyone else was thinking. Vigor Smeets spoke up for everyone, his voice tense with disbelief as he said there was no way Aster could make something like that happen. Aster slowly lowered his sword, letting just a little of the tension leave his stance, and answered honestly that he could not guarantee it, but he was confident. Still, Aster made it clear that confidence alone would not be enough. If they were going to pull this off, he needed everyone there to cooperate with him. After saying that, he immediately stepped forward and walked straight toward Jirian. The moment Jirian saw Aster approaching him so directly, his body instinctively stiffened. After everything Aster had just done, the fear in Jirian's eyes was impossible to hide, even though he tried to hold himself together. But Aster did not raise his blade or launch another attack. Instead, he simply reached his hand out toward Jirian and spoke in a calm voice, saying that before anything else, they should make up. That single gesture felt heavier than any strike Aster had thrown so far. For a brief moment, the battlefield that had been filled with hostility and threats fell into an uneasy silence, as if no one knew what direction things would take next. Then the situation changed completely. Before long, all the flags could be seen gathered together, combined and tied into one long line, neatly arranged across the camps in a way no one had expected to see. It was such an unusual sight that it almost looked out of place for an exam like this. Instead of separate teams fighting over territory, The flags now stood together as proof of a strange new alliance. When the examiner arrived and saw what they had done, his reaction came instantly. His face twisted with anger as he shouted, demanding to know what this was supposed to mean and whether they even knew how to raise a flag properly. In the middle of that tension, Aster stepped forward and answered in a calm, almost quiet voice. Aster explained that the condition for victory was occupying 2 or more camps. But since no one had ever said that only one team could raise its flag at a single camp, the 3 teams had decided to form an alliance and jointly occupy every camp together. His explanation was steady, clear, and completely logical. Even so, it was obvious from the examiner's expression that he was not ready to accept such an unexpected interpretation so easily. Instead, the examiner's anger only grew stronger. He snapped back, asking if Aster seriously expected him to pass every single one of them, and accused them of making a mockery of the exam itself. Standing nearby, Vigor Smeets could feel the pressure around them tighten almost immediately. His body stiffened as he muttered that he knew this would not work. Beside him, Jirian also shook his head, unable to believe this kind of approach could ever succeed. Jirian said of course it would not work, because there was no way such twisted logic would be accepted. Meanwhile, the examiner kept his focus fixed on Aster, his face hardening as he stepped closer and let his sharp voice cut through the air. The examiner asked if Aster would simply shake hands with the enemy and return if he had been ordered to attack and destroy enemy territory. It was not just criticism. It was a direct challenge to Aster's way of thinking, forcing him to defend not only his plan, but the belief behind it. Aster met the examiner's gaze without flinching and answered calmly. Aster replied that if the enemy had more value alive than dead, then yes, that choice mattered. His answer only seemed to irritate the examiner even more. The man's expression hardened as he declared that a knight was the sword of the state, and that Aster had no right to make that judgment. But Aster still did not back down. Instead of lowering his head, Aster stepped forward slightly and asked the examiner directly whether he intended to disqualify all of them. Then Aster pointed out that they had not actually broken any rules. If the examiner disqualified them anyway, would that not be his own ego overstepping the authority of an examiner? Those words landed with a different kind of force. For a moment, even the examiner seemed caught off guard, as if he had no immediate response. Aster did not let the silence stretch for long. He moved a little closer and added another point in a quieter, more deliberate tone. Aster said that besides, if everyone failed in this manner, he wondered whether the main family would really stay quiet about it. That one statement shifted the entire atmosphere. The tension in the air changed instantly. The examiner's expression was no longer filled with pure anger alone. Hesitation began to show through, and that hesitation was enough for everyone to notice. Soon after, the scene moved to a different area, where everyone had gathered and waited with growing unease. Vigor Smeets sat in front of Aster, clearly restless, and began speaking as if he could no longer keep his nerves in check. He said that the great examiner had gone off to check with his superiors, and because of that, all of them had been stuck on standby for a full hour already. Vigor anxiously asked if they were really going to be okay, worried that all of them might actually fail after everything. Aster, however, stayed unusually relaxed and answered lightly that he did not know, but at the very least, they had shown the academy that their argument was worth discussing. Not far away, the others still lingered around Jirian, uncertain about where everything stood after the alliance and the confrontation. Lowering his voice, Vigor admitted that he was surprised the spoiled rich boy had actually agreed to cooperate. Then Vigor asked Aster what exactly he had said to Jirian to make that happen. Aster did not make a big deal out of it at all and simply brushed the question aside, saying it was nothing much. Just then, a loud voice suddenly cut across the area and seized everyone's attention. In an instant, every head turned forward, and the scattered conversation stopped. The examiner stood before them with the same commanding presence as before and announced in a loud, clear voice that Principal Mimir would now deliver the exam results. He told every candidate to listen closely, his voice firm enough to silence the entire group. The waiting was finally over, and everyone focused on what was about to be said. From this point on, the results would not be coming from the examiner himself. Principal Mimir would personally announce the outcome of their exam. As soon as that was said, all eyes turned toward the front. Anticipation and curiosity filled the room as everyone waited to see what decision had been made. The examiner raised his voice again and told everyone to prepare themselves and listen carefully. Vigor Smeets narrowed his eyes as he looked at the man who had stepped forward, then muttered in surprise. Vigor wondered if that man was really the director, saying he looked like an ordinary old man. Hearing that, Aster immediately shot him a sharp look and told him that was rude. At that moment, Principal Mimir turned his attention directly toward Aster. His gaze settled on him calmly, and he asked if he was Aster. The principal said that because of Aster, They had been forced to make a very difficult decision. Accepting such a large number of candidates all at once was completely unprecedented, and the idea of repeating the entire exam had even been discussed. However, with the support of the other principals, they had decided to accept Aster's argument. Aster's eyes widened slightly as he began to ask what that meant. Principal Mimir gave a faint smile before answering him plainly. Every single one of them had passed. He told them to keep doing their best from that point forward and prove that the decision had not been a mistake. For one brief moment, there was total silence, and then the entire place exploded with joy. Cheers, laughter, and relieved voices filled the air as the candidates celebrated their success. The long tension finally broke, replaced by the excitement of passing together. Principal Mimir added his congratulations on their admission, his voice carrying clearly over the rising excitement around him. Vigor Smeets looked completely overjoyed, his face lighting up with pure excitement as the reality of passing finally sank in. The principal then continued, formally welcoming them all to the Doryseal Knights Academy. Soon after, the scene shifted to the new students gathered together in a resting area. Some were bathing, others were relaxing, and for the first time since the intense exam began, everyone finally had a chance to unwind. Vigor could not hold back his excitement at all. His voice rang out loudly as he exclaimed that he simply could not take it anymore. He said the food they served was incredible, and even the bathrooms were huge. To him, all of these luxuries were thanks to young Master Aster. As everyone's attention shifted toward Aster, he only looked at them quietly without making a fuss. Meanwhile, someone nearby spoke up in disbelief, saying they still could not believe they had actually made it in. Another person quickly added with enthusiasm that he would follow Master Christopher for life. Then Christopher, almost as if responding to all that praise, spoke firmly and told them not to think he believed this had all happened because of him. Vigor Smeets smirked at that and teased him right away, asking what he meant, as if the guy who lost to Aster had any reason to act important. Christopher immediately brushed his hair back with confidence and answered that he had not lost. In his mind, the fight had simply ended in a draw. Aster then cut in calmly, his tone steady but serious. He said that no matter how anyone looked at it, they had challenged the people of Elmheim directly, and even after doing something that reckless, they had still managed to become candidates this way. Aster paused for a moment, and everyone around him instinctively turned their attention in his direction. Then he continued, his voice carrying a quiet but unmistakable intensity, as if what came next mattered more than the celebration itself. Aster's voice carried a quiet but powerful force as he declared that together, they would become a massive stream strong enough to destroy Elmheim. The mood around everyone shifted the moment those words settled in, and without giving anyone time to doubt him, he continued, saying that from this moment onward, their rebellion had officially begun. As soon as those words left his mouth, Aster's thoughts began turning inward. His two older sisters had already graduated, but his sister Alphen was still here. Since she had entered the academy a year earlier than him, she should already understand how this place truly worked from the inside. Aster was sure that Alphen would become his ally. With that thought giving him a little more certainty, he steadied himself and looked ahead, knowing that starting tomorrow, training at the gentleman's school would finally begin. Before anything else, Aster knew he had to get used to life in this new place. With that in mind, he turned around and began walking away, but just as he started to leave, he noticed something strange happening behind him. Vigor Smeets and several of the ordinary nobles were staring at him with unusually serious expressions, almost like they were looking at something sacred. Confused by the strange atmosphere, Aster stopped in his tracks and asked them what they were doing. Vigor answered with sudden enthusiasm, saying that seeing one of the 7 wings in person was supposed to bring good luck. He added that if they prayed in front of Aster, then who knew, maybe they might even receive some kind of blessing from him. The very next moment, as if they had all agreed without saying a word, they folded their hands together and sat down in front of Aster like worshippers gathering before a shrine. Aster stared at them in stunned discomfort, looking more uneasy than he had during the actual battle, and immediately rejected the idea, telling them that of course nothing like that would happen. Nearby, Christopher quietly watched the strange scene unfold without saying a word. Christopher's expression remained unreadable as he took in everything that had just happened. Then the scene shifted to an unknown location, where a cold, displeased voice echoed through the room. The voice said that this outcome did not sit well with her at all. She was disappointed in Jirian because instead of trampling that 7-winged brat, he had returned after being manipulated far too easily. And on top of that, it seemed Jirian had even allowed Aster to openly say that he would crush Elmheim. The owner of that icy voice was soon revealed to be Helen Elmheim. Helen's sharp gaze was filled with anger as she looked down at Jirian from above. Her expression showed no warmth at all as she continued speaking mercilessly. She asked if he was really saying that after receiving such an insult, he had simply stood there and watched. Unable to endure the crushing pressure from her words, Jirian dropped to the ground and cried out in desperation, apologizing to his mother. Jirian promised that he would make up for this mistake next time, swearing that he would meet her expectations. But before he could even finish pleading, a harsh slap struck across his face, leaving a deep mark as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The person who hit him stepped forward, her presence every bit as terrifying. She coldly told him there would be no next time, calling him trash and useless scum without the slightest hesitation. She said someone like him would be better off mixed together with meat scraps and fed to a magical beast. This cruel and frightening figure was revealed to be Lillian Elmheim. Without any hesitation, Lillian placed her foot directly on Jirian's body, pressing him down as she looked at him with pure contempt. She sneered that he was just like that useless Darius. Jirian trembled beneath her, his fear so intense that even his voice shook. He begged her desperately, asking for anything but that, calling out to her as his sister. His plea was cut off immediately when Lillian delivered a brutal kick, sending him crashing backward. As pain rushed through his body, Jirian's thoughts twisted with hatred and resentment. In his mind, he cursed Aster, blaming him for everything that had happened. To Jirian, all of this humiliation was that guy's fault. Then the truth behind why he had ultimately sided with Aster began to come into focus. In a flashback, Aster stood before Jirian with a calm but calculating expression, his posture controlled and his eyes fixed directly on him. Aster told Jirian to cooperate with him, pointing out that he could not possibly return empty-handed after everything that had happened. Jirian looked back at him with confusion and suspicion, asking what exactly he meant by that. Aster's expression did not change as he answered. He reminded Jirian what it would mean to be defeated by the so-called scum of the Lena family branch and then fail the exam on top of that, letting those words hang heavily between them. Aster stared at Jirian with anger clear in his eyes, then lowered his voice into a threatening tone. He told him to try taking that result back to the great elder of the main house. Then Aster asked if Jirian was truly sure they would not kill him for it. Those words alone were enough to strike fear deep into Jirian's heart. Fear slowly spread across Jirian's face as Aster continued in the same calm but terrifying voice. Aster said that he had seen how Darius ended, and that it had been extremely tragic. He added that no person should ever have to die in such a way, then asked Jirian if he really wanted to end up suffering the same fate. Jirian's entire body stiffened as those terrible images filled his mind. Aster stepped closer, pressing the fear deeper, and told him that all he had to do was stay quiet and ignore whatever Aster chose to do. Aster said that if Jirian could manage that much, then he would help him. In that moment, Jirian understood clearly that he had no real choice left. Refusing Aster was no longer an option for him. The scene then returned to the present, where a calm voice with a faintly amused edge suddenly spoke up and asked Lillian to forgive him, saying their lovely brother was crying and apologizing right in front of her. Jirian truly was still on the ground, trembling and crying helplessly. In a weak voice, he called out to his brother. Standing before him was Julius Elmheim, smiling gently as if there was nothing strange about the cruelty happening around them, and he reminded them that the Elmheim family was united by blood. Julius said that family members should get along, then turned and asked Arthur if that was not right. Hearing this, the girls sitting nearby fell into deep thought, as if something about her presence felt strangely familiar. There was something about Arthur that almost resembled Aster's younger sister, but for the moment, her true identity remained unclear. Just then, their mother spoke again, pulling the focus back to the danger in the room. Her voice carried absolute authority and cold intent as she said that House Elmheim's image of overwhelming power was the very thing that had kept the knights under control until now. But because of this seven-winged child, that image was beginning to shake. Helen's gaze sharpened as she continued, telling them to make sure everyone was reminded of what Elmheim truly was. She said their power was not just decoration, and ordered them to show the true meaning of brutality. As soon as they heard her command, both Julius and Lillian slowly began to smile, clearly understanding what had to be done next. In the next scene, the training ground was alive with intensity. Every candidate had gathered together, each one gripping a sword tightly as they prepared to face the Academy's first harsh lesson. The air filled with the sharp sounds of blades slicing through space. Every swing carried discipline, focus, and determination, as the candidates pushed their bodies through repeated movements without letting up. Their instructor stood before them with firm authority, his voice cutting through the noise of training, as he announced that they had been chosen as proud candidates for the Knights of the Realm. He made it clear that becoming a knight was not simply about knowing how to swing a sword. It required mastery over combat, strategy, and every discipline expected of someone elite. To stand above others, they had to become people capable of overpowering any opponent without hesitation. Only those who truly aimed for that title could move forward. To prove their worth, a massive stone had been placed before them as their first test, and one by one, they had to shatter it using their swords. Vigor stepped up and poured every ounce of strength into his strike, pushing himself to the limit as the relentless training continued. The instructor then explained that within the academy, all candidates were divided into 6 ranks, with each rank assigned according to individual ability. The more talent someone possessed, the more chances they would receive to learn advanced techniques and move closer to the academy's highest level. He revealed that being able to wield a moonsword placed someone in the 3rd rank, while mastering wing magic elevated a candidate all the way to the 1st rank. As the focus shifted, Jiren could be seen struggling desperately with the test. He released heat rays again and again, but no matter how hard he tried, he still failed to break the stone. In sharp contrast, Christopher Nolan completed the task effortlessly. The ease with which he handled it made the gap between him and Jiren painfully obvious to everyone watching. Seeing this difference, the instructor drove home a harsh truth. Only those who mastered both swordsmanship and magic could ever hope to reach the level of the true elite. The instructor showed no patience for mediocrity. He declared that there was nothing worth teaching to those who remained average, pushing the candidates even harder and making it clear that anyone who wanted top-tier techniques first had to become strong enough to deserve them. In the end, he reminded them that in this academy, constantly proving their power was the only freedom they were allowed to have. The air around them changes the instant Aster steps out. A fierce red aura bursts from his body like heat from a blazing flame, curling around his shoulders, racing down his arm, and wrapping tightly around the sword in his grip as waves of power roll outward with crushing force. Aster does not hesitate for even a second. With one clean swing of his blade, the massive stone in front of him is split apart and shattered instantly, as if its size and weight meant nothing before his strike. The force of that blow rumbles through the ground, the sound spreading across the area like thunder. For a moment, no one says a word, and the stunned silence slowly turns into a quiet fear among everyone watching. The instructor keeps his eyes fixed on Aster, and instead of shock, there is open approval on his face. To him, this display is beyond ordinary, the kind of strength that should become the goal every other candidate struggles to reach. Meanwhile, the other examiners cannot hide their frustration. Their faces tighten with irritation and envy as they stare at Aster, unable to fully accept how someone could unleash that level of power so effortlessly. High above the testing ground, another instructor watches the scene unfold beside Mimir, his gaze narrowing slightly as he realizes exactly who Aster is. He recognizes Aster as the one who carries the 7-winged emblem, and after seeing him destroy a magical iron pillar, a target said to be equal to a golem, with such ease, he understands that Aster is not simply strong. He is an unmistakably rare talent. But even then, the instructor does not look completely satisfied. He warns that the true power hidden within the 7 wings reaches far beyond the strength Aster has revealed so far. If Aster grows comfortable with where he stands now, and mistakes his current strength for his limit, then one day he may be swallowed whole by the dragon lurking inside Academy Dados. Later, Aster and Vigor walk side by side, moving away from the testing area, while their conversation continues in a calmer, but still serious tone. As they walk, Vigor thinks back on the ranking system with a heavy expression. Even after passing the exam, he realizes that none of them are truly free from judgment, because every step they take is still being measured and tested. He points out how deeply the Knights of the Kingdom value merit above everything else, especially when it comes to their entire generation of new candidates. From the 6th rank upward, only Aster and Nolan managed to claim truly high positions, putting them far ahead of the others right from the very first ranking, just as Vigor admits he had expected. Aster listens without interrupting, a faint smile forming on his face as he quietly accepts how harsh and simple the system really is. In his mind, the truth is clear. Unless someone climbs high enough to reach at least the 2nd rank, they will never be allowed to become a Knight of the Kingdom. Because of that, Aster urges Vigor to keep moving forward and close the distance between them. Vigor lets out a tired sigh, clearly impressed by Aster's attitude, then jokingly calls him boss, his voice carrying both admiration and a playful kind of confidence. Aster reacts at once, his expression twisting with annoyance as he questions why Vigor would suddenly call him that. But Vigor does not retreat or act embarrassed at all. Instead, Vigor leans closer and reminds Aster of the bold words he once said, the declaration that he would destroy Elmheim. Those words did not vanish after being spoken, and the people who heard them still remember. They placed their hopes on Aster because they saw him as someone who might finally change the miserable reality surrounding them. For that reason, Vigor insists that Aster has to carry himself like a real leader, placing a firm hand on his shoulder as he speaks. With a grin, Vigor suggests that the two of them should bring Elmheim down together. His words sound light on the surface, but beneath them is real loyalty and determination, making it clear that Aster does not have to walk this road alone. Aster answers with a small but steady smile, and in that quiet expression, he accepts the heavy expectations that have now been placed on his shoulders. He understands that if this is truly the path waiting for him, then staying as he is will never be enough. He has to become stronger, far stronger than he is now. The goal of destroying Elmheim becomes sharper in Aster's mind, no longer just a reckless statement from the past, and with that clarity, his resolve hardens even more. But right when the tension between them reaches its most serious point, the moment is suddenly ruined by a completely unexpected sound. Vigor's stomach growling loudly. All that heavy determination disappears in an instant. Vigor looks embarrassed but does not bother pretending otherwise, admitting honestly that before they do anything else, they need to get something to eat. He complains that he will not make it through the afternoon training session on an empty stomach, and just like that, their urgent talk of ambition shifts into something much simpler, warmer, and completely human. As they continue ahead, however, Vigor suddenly notices something strange. A large crowd of examiners has gathered outside one specific room, standing close together in a tense, uneasy cluster. Curiosity pulls Vigor closer, and he asks what is happening, wondering if the room has already filled up. The examiners react the moment they see Aster, calling out his name with urgent voices that carry a strange anticipation, as though something serious has been waiting for him. Someone remarks that Aster has finally arrived, and the atmosphere grows heavier the instant Elmheim is mentioned again. Yet inside the room, the tension clashes with an almost absurd sight. Someone is sitting there casually eating bread, completely unfazed by the mood around him. The person notices Aster and calmly says that, since he took so long, they decided to start without him. Then the word brother slips into the conversation, and everything becomes painfully clear. Aster freezes where he stands, because before him is his cousin brother, Julius, and beside Julius is Aster's younger sister, Lillian. Just the two of them being there is enough to change the entire room, turning the air colder and heavier in an instant. Vigor grows visibly uneasy, leaning closer to Aster as he whispers in a nervous voice. If Julius is here, he fears that something even worse may be coming next, and Aster quietly confirms that his fear is not wrong. Even though Aster tries to keep himself calm, the tension in his face is impossible to hide, because the man standing before him is none other than Julius A. Elmheim, the second in line to the main family, is a figure with terrifying power and influence, and standing beside him is Lillian, who is just as infamous. Together, the two are known as the Tyrant siblings, the worst of the Elmheim family, and Aster understands at once that the situation has become far more dangerous than before. A bead of sweat slides down the side of Aster's face, betraying the pressure building inside him even as he tries to stand firm. Lillian wears a chilling smile as she mocks the beauty of Aster's face, then cruelly insults the so-called useless brother near them. The mood darkens even further when Jirian is revealed pinned to the floor, groaning in pain with an iron mask forced over his face beneath their feet. The sight is so brutal that everyone there is left shocked, their eyes locking onto Jirian in stunned silence. Vigor recoils in horror at the grotesque device clamped onto Jirian's face, while Aster recognizes it immediately. It is the Iron Shack, a savage punishment tool used in Elmheim to crush and break people. Julius looks down at Jirian with cold contempt, admitting that he once saw him as nothing more than a spoiled child. But now, Julius acknowledges with a mocking edge in his voice that Jirian does seem to possess at least some knowledge. Even so, Julius sneers at him for carrying the Elmheim name while ranking only 6th, calling that position an unforgivable disgrace. He grabs Jirian by the mouth and twists the torment into something he calls kindness, claiming that this suffering is meant to push him to improve. Jirian's face is soaked with sweat as the pain grows worse, his body trembling beneath the pressure of the punishment. Then Julius turns his cruelty toward everyone present, declaring that under these conditions, even food, water, and fresh air will be treated as rewards. He warns them that anyone could be pushed to the edge of death, and failing to remove the mask would mean there is no escape. If they cannot take off the Iron Shack, then the result waiting for them is death itself. The fear in the room deepens when Julius' subordinates arrive, and each of them is wearing the same Iron Shack. Their eyes look wild and savage, almost like beasts barely being held back. Vigor stammers in disbelief, his voice catching as he struggles to understand the horrifying sight in front of him. Julius simply grins, pointing out how ferocious they have become and ordering the others to acknowledge them as their superiors. He continues mocking the situation, calling for Sandy to step forward and show his face, as if this were some touching reunion. But inside, Sandy is burning with anger and resentment. Then a girl enters the room also wearing the Iron Shack. The instant Aster sees her, his entire body goes rigid, freezing in place as shock hits him all at once. Julius keeps that same smug smile on his face, casually commenting on how much she has changed before finally revealing who the girl is. Alphen, Aster's own sister. The moment her name reaches him, shock slams into Aster first, and then, almost instantly, that shock is swallowed by a violent surge of rage. Aster does not waste a single breath. His hand moves straight to his sword, and in one sharp motion, he draws the blade, the steel flashing as his anger breaks past restraint. His emotions take over completely, burning through his expression as he faces them. Even through her own suffering, Alphen looks at him with clear worry in her eyes, while Julius stands there completely relaxed, as if none of Aster's fury can touch him. With a calm expression that almost looks amused, Julius slowly places several iron shacks in front of them, letting the cruel tools sit there in plain sight like a warning. Then he makes it clear that there are more than enough of those masks prepared for everyone in the room. Julius treats the whole nightmare like some twisted welcoming ceremony, telling them to relax even as the cruelty right in front of them grows more unbearable by the second. Lillian stands beside him with the same sinister smile, her expression matching Julius perfectly as the pressure around them keeps spreading. Everyone else remains rooted in place, too shocked and terrified to move, overwhelmed by the horrifying reality that has suddenly appeared right before their eyes. At Julius's command, his men move instantly. They spread out around Aster and his teammates from every side, tightening the circle until every possible path of escape is cut off. The air turns suffocating with fear as the first-year students from Iron Guild realize they are trapped in the center of a force far beyond what they expected. All around them, the enemies slowly close the distance, while Julius remains farther back with a wide, satisfied grin on his face. Laughing like victory already belongs to him, he raises his voice and orders his subordinates to capture every last one of them. He reminds his men that these are only first-year students from Iron Guild, then promises a generous reward to whoever performs well. With complete confidence, Julius tells them to put the masks on their captives and drag them before him, and the moment his order falls, his men launch their attack all at once. Vigor barely has enough time to react when a sword comes crashing down toward him. He throws up his own blade just in time to block it, but the heavy impact still forces him backward, and as he regains his footing, he immediately understands how dangerous this fight has become. These attackers are senior students from Gesto, warriors operating on a completely different level from them. Everywhere Vigor looks, his allies are being pushed back, and Nolan, unable to fully keep pace with the sudden assault, is forced to fight desperately against several opponents at once. Even Nolan starts getting overwhelmed by their strength. It becomes painfully obvious that most of Julius's men are level 4 or higher, and that difference in power hits hard. At the same time, Vigor's thoughts turn bitter, because he had always imagined a day when he might stand against the Elmheim family. But he never imagined it would happen like this, through a sudden ambush where the gap in strength is so crushing that the entire situation feels almost hopeless. When Vigor looks around at his exhausted companions, the truth becomes impossible to ignore. If this keeps going, every one of them will be captured and forced to wear those same horrifying masks. With worry rising in his chest, Vigor instinctively turns his eyes toward Aster, silently hoping he will do something before everything collapses. At that same moment, several enemies rush straight at Aster together, trying to crush him beneath their numbers. But Aster is nothing like the others. His face remains calm and unreadable as he steps forward, swings his sword just once, and in that single clean strike, every attacker surrounding him is blasted away and knocked unconscious on the spot. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield seems to stop breathing. After showing that overwhelming strength, Aster slowly lifts his gaze and takes in everything happening around him with cold, careful eyes. Then Aster turns that icy stare directly toward Julius and demands to know what he is trying to do. Julius only smiles even wider, looking almost entertained by Aster's anger. Calling him his cousin, Julius tells Aster not to glare at him so fiercely, then casually claims that everything happening here is simply his own way of showing kindness. In Julius's eyes, most of the people around them have no real talent and are only alive because of his mercy. He mocks them as worthless individuals who are merely pleased to call themselves cadets, insisting that if the weak at the bottom remain useless, then even those standing above them lose their value. Because Julius sees himself as someone meant to rule from the very top, he refuses to tolerate that kind of mediocrity anywhere around him. That is why he decided to take control with his own hands, following what he proudly calls the Elmheim way. Julius keeps speaking with that arrogant grin, but before he can continue any further, Aster cuts him off. Aster makes it clear that he never asked for an explanation in the first place. Julius blinks for a brief second, caught off guard by the interruption, and in that instant, Aster's expression sharpens with fierce determination. Mana bursts violently from Aster's body, and his sword is instantly swallowed in a blazing red aura that burns around the blade like living flame. Without the slightest hesitation, Aster charges straight toward Julius, shouting at him to remove the filthy pink substance covering his sister's mouth. But right before his attack can land, something completely unexpected happens. Alphen suddenly moves between them and blocks Aster's strike herself, and the sight makes Aster freeze in place. Behind her, Julius keeps smiling shamelessly as he tells Aster not to hold a grudge. He claims that Alphen is standing at his side by her own choice, and then, with a mocking calmness, suggests that Aster ask her directly if he does not believe him. From the side, Lillian laughs and teasingly calls Aster cruel, clearly enjoying the confusion and pain spreading across his face. In that moment, countless thoughts rush through Aster's mind. He realizes he has not heard from his sister in a long time, and that silence suddenly feels heavier than ever. Their mother had been deeply worried about Alphen all this time, and now that Aster is finally standing before her again, he understands that something terrible must have been happening in the shadows all along. Without exchanging another word, Aster and Alphen charge toward each other at full speed. Their swords collide with a violent crash, and bright sparks scatter in every direction from the force of the impact. As their blades remain locked together, Aster tries to reach her through the chaos. He admits that he does not fully understand what happened to her, but insists there is no reason for her to keep following someone like Julius. Alphen leans in closer during the clash and whispers quietly that from now on, she will be the one to save him. Those words hit Aster so hard that he is left completely stunned. Shock flashes across Aster's face, and he instinctively steps backward to put distance between them. But before that moment can settle, Nolan and the others rush in from behind to back him up. Furious at what they see as hesitation, they launch themselves at Alphen, demanding to know why they are wasting precious time in the middle of such a dangerous situation. At the same time, Nolan shifts his attention away from Alphen and fixes his focus directly on Julius. Pointing his sword straight at Julius, Nolan declares that he will handle him personally. He tears into Julius with harsh words, saying that his behavior is even more disgraceful than his younger brother's, and that someone like him has no right to call himself a gentleman. As mana surges around Nolan, he demands that Julius draw his sword and face him properly under the pride of the Elmheim style, swearing that he will carve that arrogance directly into Julius's body. Julius, however, does not lose his composure for even a second. He stares at Nolan with pure arrogance, as if the threat means absolutely nothing, and when Nolan charges forward with everything he has, Julius casually catches the incoming sword with his bare hand. For an instant, the battlefield falls completely silent. Julius then asks whether simply working harder than others with a sword is enough to make someone a great knight, and Nolan can barely process the insult being thrown at him. Then Julius's expression turns cold. A terrifying aura erupts from his body and crushes the air around them, making it clear that in his eyes, effort alone is worthless without true power behind it. Julius tightens his grip around Nolan's sword and twists it violently, bending the moment into his control with brutal ease. A surge of energy races through the blade and strikes Nolan directly in the hand. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes what is flowing through the weapon. Magic, and more specifically, fire magic. Julius smirks with absolute confidence and declares that only the strongest are worthy of the right to rule over others. In the very next second, Julius drives a brutal kick into Nolan's body, sending him flying across the battlefield before he crashes heavily onto the ground. Vigor immediately rushes toward him in panic. Nolan groans in pain and coughs up blood as Vigor reaches his side, supporting him and desperately trying to help him stand again. But the moment Vigor notices the severe burn spreading across Nolan's hand, his expression darkens even further, and the danger of Julius's power becomes impossible to ignore. Nearby, Lillian steps forward with a bright, playful grin, her eyes glinting with cruel amusement as she admits that she has always liked men who act as if they stand above everyone else. To her, that kind of swollen pride is the most entertaining thing to break, because watching it crumble is exactly what makes the game fun. Vigor stares at her in complete confusion, unable to understand what she means, but Lillian only smiles even wider. She tells him that she will personally educate him in her own special way, then casually dismisses the bearded man beside him as someone who is completely useless to her. As Julius watches everything unfold, his grin returns once again. In a calm but arrogant voice, he declares that weakness itself is a sin, and in his eyes, only those with strength have the right to reach out and take whatever they desire. He even points the accusation back at Aster, saying that Aster also gathered people around him through strength, which makes him no different. While Julius speaks, Aster stays silent, his eyes moving across the battlefield as he takes in the situation. One after another, Aster's allies are being forced down, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure and numbers of Julius's men. The symbols of the shack are being burned and forced onto their bodies as they struggle desperately, crying out for help beneath the pain. Julius then turns his attention back to Aster and calmly says that, In the end, Aster will also stand among the strong, calling him his cousin once again. Then Julius asks him what kind of future he truly wants to choose, as if the answer should already be obvious. Aster gives no answer. Instead, he suddenly charges at Julius again. But this time Julius stops him with almost effortless ease. Flames burst from Julius's mana as he clamps his hand around Aster's throat and holds him in place. Aster lets out a strained gasp as the grip crushes against his neck, while Vigor and the others can only watch from the side, helpless panic spreading across their faces. Julius mocks him without mercy, asking if this disappointing level of strength is really supposed to be the legendary power of the Seven Wings. He admits that he expected something far more impressive from Aster, even as Aster struggles to breathe in his grasp. But Aster, even weakened, still forces out a response. He tells Julius that stopping him once is not enough reason to get so excited. The instant those words leave Aster's mouth, Julius's expression shifts. A flicker of alarm crosses his face as he realizes something is wrong. Aster is not simply resisting him. He is absorbing his power. Julius recognizes the technique at once. It is rotation. Aster is pulling Julius's fire mana directly into himself, taking that power in before Julius can properly react. And in the next instant, Aster moves with explosive force. He strikes Julius head-on, the blow landing with enough force to send him flying backward across the battlefield before he crashes violently into the ground. For a brief second, silence spreads over everyone watching. Aster slowly lowers his arm, his posture steady as he turns his gaze toward Julius on the ground. His stare is cold and completely emotionless, and then he calmly says that Julius had been talking so much earlier that he had not properly listened to all of it. Aster then asks Julius to repeat himself, especially the part about the weak staying silent. The moment those chilling words leave his mouth, the entire atmosphere around the battlefield changes. Julius slowly pushes himself up from the ground, rage burning across his face as fury begins to consume him. For the first time since the fight began, the balance between them feels like it has started to shift. Watching it all happen right in front of him, Vigor Smith speaks in complete disbelief, barely able to process what he has just seen. It is incredible. Everyone present is staring at the scene in shock, while Aster remains standing calmly in the same place as if nothing about his own power surprises him. Across from him, Julius slowly gets back to his feet after being blasted away. As he rises, he brushes the dust from his clothes and grins, saying that Aster launched him in a truly spectacular way. Then Julius glances down at himself and asks what he is supposed to do if his precious wing emblem ends up damaged. Seeing Julius stand there almost unharmed, Vigor looks completely stunned, his eyes widening as the reality sinks in. He mutters in disbelief that the attack did not even scratch Julius. Nearby, Lillian begins to smile, clearly entertained, before speaking in a mocking tone. She calls out to her brother and tells him he looks pathetic after provoking Aster so much. Then she teases him even further, asking if he is seriously going to lose after making such a big show of himself. Julius immediately answers with a smile still on his face, telling Lily not to say it like that because even someone like him can get hurt. But the air around him begins to change. That playful look slowly twists into anger, and an intense pressure starts pouring from Julius's body, spreading through the room like heat before a firestorm. With his eyes locked directly on Aster, Julius shouts in fury, demanding how Aster dared to call him weak. He says he was only playing along until now, and Aster has already started acting like he is something special. Then Julius declares that this little children's game is over and tells Aster to be ready to die. The moment he says it, an overwhelming wave of energy erupts from both of them. Julius releases a terrifying amount of blazing flame energy, and it wraps around his entire body until the air itself seems to burn hotter. He tightens his grip on his sword and points the blade forward, fully prepared to strike. On the other side, Aster calmly takes hold of his own sword and settles into his stance without backing away for even a second. Staring straight at Julius, he coldly tells him not to overthink it and to come at him now. At that moment, the two warriors face each other with deadly intent flooding the battlefield, both ready for a clash that could decide everything. But just as the tension is about to explode, a sudden voice rings out through the area. "No, stop, both of you." A man steps forward into the open, and the instant he appears, every eye in the room is drawn toward him. The moment Aster sees his face, surprise flashes through him, and he asks if the man standing there is Count Maze. Maze does not bother answering Aster directly. Instead, he calmly looks around at the wrecked surroundings inside the cafeteria and lets out a relaxed, almost amused remark. He notes that they have made quite a mess and questions what they think this cafeteria is supposed to be. His tone stays smooth, but there is a sharp edge hidden beneath it as he adds that if they are going to spread as many rumors as they want, then as a member of the council, he cannot simply stand by and watch. The moment Maze appears, Everyone stops fighting at once, and even the overwhelming pressure in the air seems to ease for a moment. Julius, however, looks deeply irritated. Staring at Maze with visible anger, he coldly tells him to leave, saying this is no place for a sixth-generation lackey to interfere. Hearing the insult, Maze does not look offended at all. He simply smiles calmly and tells the young master not to say such things, reminding Julius that he is one of the Academy's top students and even a nominee for Best Student. Maze then points out that if someone like Julius openly displays such overwhelming power against a lower-ranked student, it will not leave a very good impression on others. As he speaks, he slowly walks closer to Julius without showing even the slightest trace of fear. Within moments, Maze reaches the tip of Julius's sword and lightly touches it with his hand, his voice still calm as he tells Julius to put the weapon away. At that moment, everyone notices something unbelievable. The flames around Julius are terrifyingly intense, strong enough to burn Nolan's body earlier. Yet Maze stands there completely unaffected. The scorching fire does not leave even the faintest mark on him. Julius looks shocked for a brief instant and tries to speak, but the words seem to catch in his throat. Seeing that reaction, Maze gives him a faint mocking smile and adds that because of him, the entire atmosphere has been completely ruined. Julius slowly lowers his sword, his irritation still clear in his voice as he says there is no other choice and that he will calm things down for now. Then he snaps at the others, calling them damn rats and ordering them to move. With that, the welcome party comes to an end, and Maze begins leading the new students away from the area. But just as everyone starts to leave, Aster suddenly shouts for them to wait, saying he is not finished talking yet. Maze calmly places a hand on Aster's shoulder and answers in a quiet voice, apologizing as he tells Aster that, this time, he needs him to do him a favor. After that, Aster can do nothing but stand in place, his body stiff and his eyes fixed ahead as everyone begins walking away from him one by one. He tries to stop his sister from leaving too, calling out to her with all the desperation he has been holding back, but Alphen does not stop for him either. For one brief moment, she turns her head and looks back at Aster one last time, but even with his gaze locked on her, she eventually faces forward again and continues walking away with the others. As the noise fades and silence slowly settles over the area, Aster's eyes drop toward the strange mask lying on the ground in front of him. It is the same kind of mask that had just been forced onto the others, the same cruel object used to bind them and drag them away. Staring down at it, Aster quietly murmurs in his heart, unable to push the thought away, Sister Alphen. Later, in another location, Vigor Smeet speaks with frustration boiling in his voice, anger written clearly across his face. He curses under his breath, saying Julius is nothing less than a complete monster. Nolan has already been defeated, and on top of that, several of their comrades have been captured. Those strange masks were forced onto them before they were taken away. After letting out his anger, Vigor turns his eyes toward Aster and asks what they are supposed to do now, calling him boss. But Aster does not answer Vigor's question. Instead, his gaze shifts straight to Maze, and with a cold edge in his voice, he asks why Count Maze stopped him. Before Maze can answer, their guardian quickly steps in, cutting Aster off with a strict warning in his tone. He tells Aster that speaking like that is disrespectful toward the Count who stepped in to help them. But Maze simply smiles and calmly raises one hand, stopping the scolding before it goes any further. Maze tells him to relax, saying gently that it is fine, and adds that this is simply the kind of person Aster is. Then Maze turns his attention back to Aster with a faint smile and says that the two of them are close, aren't they? The moment Aster hears that, he falls silent as old memories begin rising in his mind. 4 years ago, when Aster was summoned to the main house, Maze had been the only one among all the noble knights under Elmhaim's command who ever stood on his side. Even though Maze helped him back then, and even saved him during that moment, Aster still cannot bring himself to fully trust him. Deep down, he cannot tell whether Count Maze is truly an ally or an enemy hiding behind that calm smile. As silence fills the room again, Aster quietly stares at Maze, unable to read what is really going on behind the Count's eyes or what thoughts he is keeping hidden. Aster wonders to himself what Maze could be thinking right now. At that moment, Vigor Smeets can no longer hold back his frustration, and he looks straight at Maze before angrily asking if he is not a council member. He demands to know whether this kind of tyranny is truly allowed, even when the enemy involved is Elmheim. But Maze stays completely calm, showing no sign of being shaken by the accusation. Without changing his expression, Maze answers plainly that he will say it clearly. He is also an executive of the Elmheim family, and unless there is a truly serious problem, he cannot openly criticize actions taken by the head of the family. Aster immediately steps forward and questions him sharply, asking whether forcing masks onto people to control them is not already a serious problem. Maze responds with the same calm tone, saying their night training school has always operated under a system built purely on merit. According to Mays, if a method helps candidates grow stronger and improve their results, then there is no clear reason to oppose it. After a short pause, he continues speaking. He explains that the candidates under Julius's command have been rising through the rankings at an extremely fast pace, and even the director has already approved the matter. Hearing this answer, Astor's expression darkens. In other words, Astor says coldly, there is no one in this place they can truly trust. Mays looks directly into Astor's eyes and asks if he plans to go recover his captured classmates personally. Then Mays's tone grows more serious as he warns him not to do it. Every single move Astor makes is being watched by the main house, and if he resists them recklessly, they can expel him from the academy at any moment. Even after hearing that warning, Astor answers without hesitation. His voice steady as he says that is still not a good enough reason to abandon them. His words remain calm, but each one lands heavily. He says this is not simply a matter of justice, because those iron shackles are capable of corrupting the hearts of the people forced to wear them. They take away a person's freedom, silence their voice, and strip them of the dignity that makes them human. Astor's expression grows even darker as he continues, explaining that if enough time passes, the shackles can even erase a person's desire to rebel against their master. They turn living people into nothing more than convenient tools. For a moment, the room falls into a heavy silence before Astor speaks again in a lower voice. That, Astor says, is the truly terrifying nature of those shackles. Mays narrows his eyes slightly after hearing him and quietly remarks that Astor speaks as if he has seen it with his own eyes. Astor lowers his gaze for a moment before answering that, in a way, he has. He says he only knows the final destination waiting for people who go too far, and there is a hidden bitterness beneath his voice. He tells Mays that he does not want his classmates to end up like that. After hearing those words, Mays falls into thought, his expression shifting slightly. Mays begins to wonder if Astor might be connected to something deeper than he realized. But before that thought can fully form, Astor looks back at him and calmly adds that he does not need to worry, because Astor has no intention of being expelled either. Astor says that if this situation can be settled peacefully, then that would be the best outcome. Mays gives a faint smile and asks, almost impressed, whether Astor already has a plan. Astor stares directly at him for a moment, saying nothing right away, as if he already knows Mays understands the answer. Then Astor picks up the strange mask from the ground and slowly begins putting it on, quietly saying that Mays already knows, doesn't he? The mask fully covers Astor's face, hiding his expression as his voice grows colder beneath it. Astor speaks of his fighting style, and before long, the missing stretch of time between those events begins to come into view. The training grounds are packed with students, all of them pushing their bodies far past comfort. Endless running and relentless drills have worn them down completely, leaving many of them bent over and struggling just to breathe. Vigor Smeets glances over at Nolan through the exhaustion and asks how his wounds are holding up. Nolan answers calmly, even while the harsh training continues around them. He says the 4th grade curriculum is about to begin too, which means there will be no time for rest. Besides, he insists that his injuries were never that serious in the first place. Nolan's tone stays steady, as though he has already accepted pain and fatigue as part of moving forward. Meanwhile, Vigor, who has been running non-stop with the others, looks completely drained. While struggling to catch his breath, Vigor says Nolan really is competitive. But more importantly, he asks whether they should not be more worried about Astor, wondering what suddenly made him change his mind like that. The person they are talking about is Astor himself. Once again, he has begun wearing that same mask over his face, making it impossible for anyone around him to read what he is thinking. Before things reached this point, Astor had confronted Jirian again. A furious voice echoed through the room, demanding how Astor dared to show himself in front of him once more. The one speaking was Jirian, and rage burned clearly in his eyes as he glared straight at Astor. He said he still had not forgiven him for what he had done before, and now Astor had suddenly interrupted him out of nowhere. Jirian snarled at him, asking if trash like him was really trying to make a deal. He held a drink in one hand, but his anger only grew stronger as he roughly wiped his face and glared at Astor with open disgust and fury. Astor, however, remains completely calm despite the hostility pressing down on him. Without showing fear, anger, or hesitation, he finally gives his answer. He says it is exactly as he stated before. He came here to bring back his sister and recover his companions. Astor steps forward without flinching and throws the iron shackle down onto the floor between them. The heavy metal clang echoes through the room, and only after that sound fades does he calmly state his offer. In exchange, they can put that iron shackle on him. That is the condition of his deal. The second those words leave his mouth, Alphen's eyes snap wide open in shock. Fear spreads across her face in an instant, and her thoughts spiral in panic as she wonders what in the world Aster could possibly be thinking. She cannot understand it at all. To her, willingly accepting that shackle is the same as stepping straight into danger with no guarantee of coming back. Aster ignores the stunned reactions around him and continues speaking in front of them. He brings up the suspicion that he was planning a rebellion, his gaze remaining perfectly steady as he asks whether the people above have already heard about it. If that is the case, Aster says, then being allowed to put a collar on a rebel should not be a bad deal for them. The moment Lillian hears that, she bursts into laughter, clearly entertained, and asks if he has completely lost his mind, wondering if he is seriously offering to become their dog by choice. Unlike Lillian, Julius does not look amused at all. His face darkens with anger as he stares hard at Aster, saying that to Elmheim, Aster is nothing more than a pebble stuck in their shoe. Then he adds that his mother, the headmistress, will be very pleased with Aster's decision. Julius's voice grows even colder as he continues. He knows Aster is not the obedient type, so he demands to know what Aster is really planning. For a short moment, Aster says nothing. The silence only makes the room feel heavier, as if everyone is holding their breath while waiting for his answer. Then Aster finally speaks in a calm, empty tone, saying there is nothing else behind it. He points out that the mask is sealed by magic, and the lock can only be opened by them. Aster looks straight at them without a single trace of hesitation and says this will give them the perfect chance to kill him. Then, with a quiet edge that almost sounds mocking, he asks if they do not trust him, calling him his dear cousin. The instant Jirian hears those final words, the pressure in the room erupts. Rage surges through him so violently that he starts releasing his power once again. Flames burst around Jirian in fierce waves, pouring out with such terrifying heat that even the glass bottle he had been drinking from begins to soften and melt in his hand. His face twists with fury, and murderous intent fills the air around him. In his mind, only one thought keeps repeating, this bastard. But after listening to Aster's proposal, Jirian slowly begins to smile, his anger mixing with a cruel kind of amusement. Looking directly at Aster, Jirian says that if Aster insists so badly, then such a simple exchange would be far too easy. His smile grows wider as he stretches one hand forward. He changes the terms right there. 7 days, no, 10 days. Aster must wear that thing for 10 full days without eating or drinking, and if he survives until the end, Jirian says he will set him completely free. The moment those conditions are spoken aloud, panic crashes through Alphen's heart. Her expression trembles with fear as she screams inwardly, unable to accept what she has just heard. No, Aster, that cannot happen. It is impossible. If he accepts those terms, she knows he will only end up being killed. She can already picture the terrible outcome waiting for him, and that thought makes her feel completely powerless. But Aster remains perfectly calm, even with several swords already aimed close around his neck. Without showing the slightest fear, Aster simply accepts the deal. As his words settle over the room, his thoughts continue quietly inside his own mind. Aster knows better than anyone that iron shackles corrupt the heart. After being raised inside Elmheim for so long as nothing more than a tool, he understands that cruelty more deeply than anyone, and he hates it from the bottom of his soul. Then his eyes slowly move toward Alphen, his older sister. The Alphen he remembers has always been energetic, proud, and full of spirit, but even someone like her, strong as she is, has a vulnerable side buried deep inside. She was always the kind of powerful older sister who refused to let anyone see her weakness. But now, Aster's expression darkens, because she can no longer even stand against these filthy scum. All she can do is look at him with helpless eyes. In the silence of his heart, Aster makes a promise to her. She does not need to worry, because no matter what it takes, he will break those chains binding her. At that moment, Lillian approaches from behind Aster while holding the iron mask. As she slowly places it over his face, she speaks in a calm but chilling voice, saying that when the time comes, they will talk peacefully. Before long, everything returns to the present. The training grounds are packed with exhausted students forced to keep running under brutal conditions. Among them are several students wearing iron shackles, and one after another, they collapse onto the ground from pure exhaustion before they can recover. A furious voice suddenly tears across the field, demanding who told them they were allowed to rest. Jirian himself is standing among the students, overseeing the harsh training like a punishment. But unlike before, Jirian's own thoughts are clouded with frustration and confusion. He curses inwardly, wondering why this is happening to him, clearly unable to shake the irritation pressing on his mind. After running for a while longer, Vigor Smeets finally arrives nearby, completely worn down by the merciless exercise. Struggling to catch his breath, he complains that the demonic instructor seriously shows no mercy. He says the instructor does not even spare the students wearing masks. Then, Looking across the training field with a grim expression, Vigor Smeets says that at this rate, Aster will die before he manages to rescue anyone. Nearby, Nolan glances toward Jirian before answering calmly. Nolan says that, for one of them at least, this could simply be called karma. Vigor keeps staring ahead at the students running endlessly, his attention fixed on Aster, who is still wearing the iron shackles despite the brutal conditions. For Aster, several days have already passed since it began. It has been days since they put those shackles on him, and Vigor's voice is filled with disbelief. Yet Aster is acting as if nothing has happened at all, making Vigor wonder whether the 7 wings are monsters even when it comes to raw physical endurance. Nolan quietly watches the situation while his thoughts turn serious. A normal person can only survive without food or water for 3 or 4 days at most. Maybe they could last a week if they stayed perfectly still, like a chrysalis conserving every bit of energy. But Nolan's eyes narrow as he watches the relentless training continue, because these past days have been nothing like rest. They have been filled with non-stop training sessions and practice battles under those cruel conditions, so it would not be strange if Aster had already gone far beyond his physical limit. After a brief silence, Nolan suddenly asks Vigor if he has ever heard the rumor. As Vigor turns toward him curiously, Nolan lowers his voice and says that before the boy with the 7 wings was adopted by the High-Freed family, he was apparently found alone on a snow-covered mountain where the snow never stopped falling. The air grows quieter as Nolan continues, saying the story claims that the baby crawled several kilometers completely alone through the freezing wilderness, and Vigor's expression stiffens as he listens. Nolan then looks back toward Aster and calmly adds that if the rumor is true, then Aster's vitality is far from normal. Even after hearing all of that, Vigor still frowns in disbelief and shakes his head slightly, saying it sounds like complete nonsense. Soon after, night falls over the training grounds. The air becomes dark and cold, and exhaustion is written clearly on everyone's faces. Lillian slowly walks forward, her voice dripping with mockery, as she announces that it is time for the sewer rats to eat. As she lowers her finger, the shackles and masks restraining the prisoners partially unlock, finally allowing them just enough freedom to eat. One man sits on the ground looking completely broken, staring blankly at the tiny portion placed in front of him as if he can barely believe it. With a trembling voice, he mutters that all he has been given is a piece of cheese and a glass of water. Then his despair deepens as he asks if it is really just this again. His breathing grows heavier, and the hopelessness on his face becomes impossible to hide as he says he cannot take it anymore. He says that if this continues, he is going to die. Among the prisoners, Jirian is also forced to endure the same treatment, lowering his pride just to survive. Jirian looks toward Lillian and pleads with her, begging his sister to give him a better meal. But the moment those words leave his mouth, Lillian kicks away the food near him without the slightest hesitation. Looking down at him with cold amusement, she says that if he does not want it, that is perfectly fine, and that he should have said so earlier. Then her voice becomes even sharper as she tells him that wasting food is a terrible habit, especially for someone like him. She points out that unlike him, Aster is a child who has survived through far harsher things. Just then, another voice interrupts from nearby while calmly eating, saying that her little brother is quite brave and asking if she is not going to cheer him on. The one speaking is Julius. His eyes remain fixed on Alphen as he continues speaking with no trace of sympathy in his voice. Julius says that he supposes she does not even have the right to say anything to Aster anymore, because after all, it is her fault he ended up like this. Those words strike Alphen hard, filling her with intense anger and crushing guilt at the same time. Her fists tighten as emotions churn wildly inside her, and in her mind, one desperate question keeps repeating. What is she supposed to do now? No matter how desperately she searched through her own thoughts, turning the situation over again and again in her mind, she still couldn't find even the slightest answer. Meanwhile, in another part of the area, Julius kept eating in silence, but his eyes never truly relaxed. Every now and then, his sharp gaze drifted toward Aster, and the irritation on his face only grew stronger. What the hell is happening here? Julius wondered, his brows slowly tightening. He had been convinced that Aster must be hiding some clever plan to slip out of this situation, but after watching him closely for several days, Julius only found himself becoming more confused. And yet, from the way Aster carried himself, there was no sign that he intended to surrender. Julius stared at him with narrowed eyes, almost amused. So you really mean to last the full 10 days? As that thought crossed his mind, a faint smile gradually curved across his lips. Well, either way, it doesn't really matter. If Aster truly intended to keep pushing forward like that, then Julius was more than willing to watch and see exactly how long that stubborn pride could hold out. Until that moment came, Aster would simply become another source of amusement for him. Soon after, the focus returned to the classroom, where the teacher was continuing his lesson on the fundamentals of controlling magic. Standing at the front of the room with complete confidence, the teacher explained that when magic was poured into a sword, the blade's cutting power would rise dramatically, making its edge far sharper and far more lethal. But if that same magic was infused into the body instead, it could wrap around the user like protective armor, shielding them from incoming attacks. The teacher paused for a moment and slowly swept his gaze across the classroom, making sure every student was paying attention before he continued in a calm, measured, but unmistakably serious tone. When examined properly, magic was not something with only one fixed purpose. Its greatest strength was flexibility. Depending on the will of the person controlling it, and how refined their skill truly was, magic could change its role and become almost anything. The students sat quietly, listening closely as the teacher continued giving examples. Magic could become a pair of powerful legs that let someone run faster than a horse, or it could become a sharpened set of eyes, allowing the user to sense enemies long before they got close. For anyone who truly understood how to use it, the possibilities were practically endless. And while the lesson continued, Aster sat silently in his seat, his face calm and unreadable, as if nothing around him could disturb him. But the instant Aster sensed movement nearby, his instincts reacted with terrifying sharpness. In his mind, he coldly sneered, "Idiot, your position is completely exposed." Using the very knowledge the teacher had just explained, Aster immediately realized that two students were secretly preparing to strike him from behind. Before those two students could properly launch their attack, Aster moved first. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated his energy, giving them no chance to catch him off guard. In the very next instant, a huge tornado burst to life around Aster's body. The violent wind erupted with crushing force, shaking the surrounding area as if the air itself had suddenly turned hostile. As the storm twisted fiercely around him, Aster remained completely composed and declared that magic could be like a hidden ace, a final card capable of overturning the entire flow of battle. The sheer scale and pressure of the tornado immediately froze the two students with fear. Their faces drained of color as the roaring winds screamed around them. The storm spun so violently that even taking a single step toward Aster became almost impossible. Before they could understand what was happening, Aster suddenly launched himself forward at incredible speed. To the two students, it looked as though he had vanished completely from their sight, and they frantically searched the area, trying to find where he had gone. But in the very next moment, Aster appeared high above them in midair. Then, with terrifying momentum, he dropped straight down like a meteor tearing through the sky. The instant Aster struck, a massive wave of energy exploded outward from the point of impact. The shockwave blasted through the entire area, spreading destructive force in every direction. That single impact was enough to completely overwhelm both students. Their bodies were battered by the devastating attack, and their condition worsened in an instant. Immediately afterward, the focus returned to the teacher once more as he continued the lesson without pause. In a firm and serious voice, he announced that during 4th level training, every student would be forced to learn magic that was far more specialized than before. "Control," the teacher continued, his voice cold and disciplined, making the atmosphere in the training area feel even heavier. Then he firmly declared that the use of swords during training was strictly forbidden, his eyes moving across every student present. For those who carried the winged emblem, this rule was absolute. Learning how to kill without relying on a sword was not optional for them. It was an essential skill, and that was exactly what the teacher intended to make them master in this class. His words landed with a heavy pressure, proving that this training had already gone far beyond ordinary combat practice. This was no longer just about swinging weapons in battle. It was about turning the body, mana, and control itself into deadly instruments that could decide whether someone lived or died. The focus then moved to Aster, whose energy was slowly fading as exhaustion gnawed away at him bit by bit. Even standing steady had become difficult, but he continued enduring the brutal training in silence. As Aster struggled to stay conscious, his thoughts quietly surfaced in his mind. It was already the 7th day of life in Iron Lead, and several days had passed since the 4th grade training had begun. Slowly, Aster lowered his body and sank heavily onto the ground. His breathing had grown rough and obvious, but even in that weakened state, his mind refused to drift away from the goal in front of him. He had become fairly accustomed to monarch control training in real combat mode. Only 3 days remained until the day Julius had promised, and if Aster could endure until then, his sister and his comrades would finally be released. But even with that hope keeping him moving, frustration continued to swell inside his chest. After a short silence, Aster clenched his fist, forcing his thoughts forward. Staying this passive was useless. At this rate, simply enduring would never be enough. Julius possessed overwhelming strength even when he wasn't carrying a sword, and worse than that, he still had not revealed the full extent of what he could truly do. That reality pressed heavily on Aster's mind, because no matter how he looked at it, Julius was still a first-grade student. And right now, Emmy could not afford to remain trapped in a place like this. Aster knew that better than anyone, and the thought pushed against his chest with painful urgency. His thoughts grew more desperate as he tried to force his exhausted body even further. Even while standing at the edge of collapse, he believed that if he could just grasp something, anything at all, then maybe he could move one step closer to Julius's level. At that moment, the true depth of Aster's exhaustion became impossible to hide. His legs were so weak that he had to lean against a nearby tree just to keep himself upright. His whole body trembled from fatigue, and even keeping his eyes open had become a struggle. A few moments later, the world in front of him began to blur. His vision warped more and more, until the shapes around him were barely clear anymore. Then, with no strength left to hold himself up, Aster's consciousness suddenly slipped away. His body lurched forward and fell heavily toward the ground. In those final seconds before he completely blacked out, Aster weakly muttered to himself that this was bad, that it felt as if everything around him was spinning. The world continued to smear into a haze as the last of his strength finally gave out. With every bit of energy drained from his body, Aster collapsed onto the ground. A few moments later, someone approached from nearby. Looking down at Aster's exhausted state, the person spoke coldly, saying that this was his limit after all. He had a fever too, which, in that condition, was hardly surprising. In the end, no matter how stubborn Aster was, he was still only human. The person standing over him was Nolan, and his face carried an irritated expression as he looked down at Aster. Nolan continued, explaining that Count Maze would apparently be troubled if Aster died here. Because of that, Count Maze had ordered him to help Aster if something happened. After saying that, Nolan released an annoyed sigh and muttered that he had been given a truly irritating task. Barely conscious, Aster heard those words and felt confusion rising through the fog in his mind. Count Maze? Why would he do that? But before Aster could think any deeper, Nolan casually told him to wait there for a moment while he went to get a sword and break the iron shackles. But the instant Nolan turned to leave, Aster suddenly stretched out a trembling hand. With what little strength he had left, he grabbed Nolan's leg tightly and stopped him from taking another step. Nolan looked down at him with a mix of irritation and disbelief, his brows tightening into a frown. He asked what Aster was trying to do, warning him that if things continued like this, he was really going to die. Idiot. Even with his body weakened to the point of collapse, Aster's determination still refused to disappear. Deep inside his mind, Aster desperately pushed himself to keep going. If he gave up here, then who would be left to save his sister? Even though he could barely move, he still refused to let go of that purpose. With the tiny amount of strength remaining in his body, Aster held Nolan back, refusing to let him interfere any further. Aster didn't want Nolan doing anything unnecessary that might ruin everything he had endured so far. Nolan stared down at him for a few seconds, then spoke again in a quieter voice, admitting that he didn't fully understand what Aster was trying to say, but he could at least tell that Aster was unhappy with his choice. Nolan's expression then became a little more serious as he continued. Even if Aster was desperately clinging to the promise he had made with those people, that did not necessarily mean they were doing the same. His words carried a cruel weight, striking directly against the determination Aster had been holding on to. Right after Nolan said that, he suddenly glanced around the area. At that moment, it became clear that several other students had already gathered nearby without anyone noticing. They all stared straight at Aster's miserable condition, and then one of them spoke up in a mocking tone. "Wow, you really don't look well, Aster." At that moment, Lillian finally appeared, looking directly at him with a mocking smile. With a casual tone, she said that if he wandered around at this hour with a face like that, people might mistake him for an undead. The moment Aster heard her voice, his irritation flared even more, cutting through his exhaustion like a spark of anger. While struggling just to stay upright, Aster angrily wondered why she, of all people, had to show up here. But before he could say anything himself, Nolan stepped forward and questioned her in a cold voice. Nolan's eyes narrowed as he faced Lillian and the crowd behind her. "And what exactly are you doing here, dragging along all these glory-hungry faces?" he asked coldly. "They're supposed to be in the middle of 4th rank training right now. Don't tell me a 2nd rank student came all this way just to watch." At that moment, the students gathered around them looked even more unsettling. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light, casting an eerie pressure over the whole area. Lillian, however, stayed completely calm, answering Nolan with that same arrogant look on her face. "These guys said they wanted to show off in front of me," Lillian said casually, as if none of this was serious. "So I decided to do them a favor and watch." She gave a light shrug, then added that it was just like Lena's little class observation visit, and even the instructor had said there was no problem with it. But the easy smile on Lillian's face slowly darkened. Her gaze drifted downward toward Aster, and her tone became much sharper as she continued. But what I really came here to see is... Her voice turned cruel as she finished her sentence. She wanted to see Aster cry, begging her for forgiveness. Those words struck directly at his pride, making the anger inside him burn even hotter, while Lillian lightly sprang upward and landed on a tree branch above them. She settled onto the branch as comfortably as if she had taken the best seat in a theater. Crossing her legs with a relaxed smile, she looked down at everyone below like this entire fight was nothing more than entertainment prepared for her. "Go ahead and kill each other as much as you want," Lillian declared coldly from above. "There's no need to worry about me." The instant those words left her mouth, every student in the area surged forward, rushing straight toward Aster and Nolan all at once. As Aster watched enemies close in from every direction, he immediately understood what they were aiming for. They weren't simply trying to harass him. They wanted to crush him before the 10 days were over and end everything right here. Honestly, Aster had expected someone to interfere sooner or later. With everything at stake, he knew it would never be that simple. But even so, this was far more outrageous than he had imagined. His thoughts briefly shifted toward Nolan, and frustration tightened in his chest. Now Nolan had been pulled into this mess because of him as well. Before Aster could think any further, one of the attackers lunged straight at him. With strikes coming from every side, Aster had no choice but to block, dodge, and twist away desperately, barely keeping his exhausted body on its feet. On the other side, Nolan was forced to fight back with visible irritation. As he deflected the attackers around him, he shouted angrily that forbidding a knight from drawing his sword was an absolutely ridiculous restriction. Meanwhile, Aster could feel the difference in numbers pressing down on him harder and harder. His body was already pushed close to its limit, and he knew that if they didn't start fighting seriously, he would collapse from exhaustion before the enemies even finished him off. Trying desperately to turn the situation around, Aster attempted to release his energy once again, but his weakened state made the flow unstable, and controlling his power properly was becoming more difficult with every breath. Still, inside his mind, he forced himself to keep thinking. He needed a low-cost ace up his sleeve, something small but powerful enough to break this stalemate. If he failed here, everything he had endured would be meaningless. Above them, Lillian continued watching his struggle with clear amusement. Looking down from the branch, Lillian mocked them with a satisfied smile. "Without your swords, all of you are nothing," she said. "Now you can only fight dirty with your fists." Her eyes narrowed slightly as her attention settled on Aster. "And right now, for someone like you, that's the hardest part, isn't it?" she continued, her voice dripping with ridicule. Then Lillian let out a faint, cold smile and added that Aster was still stubborn, still proud, and still refusing to give in. But to her, that was exactly his own fault, because his inability to quit only made him look even more pathetic. As the battle dragged on, Aster's condition kept getting worse. His breathing grew heavier, and his body was already nearing its breaking point. Suddenly, Nolan spotted someone rushing toward Aster from behind at high speed. Realizing the danger almost too late, he shouted Aster's name in warning, but before Aster could properly respond, another attacker appeared behind him and launched a lightning-fast strike. The attack came so quickly that Aster had no chance to defend. In the next instant, the full force of the blow smashed into him and sent his body crashing violently into a nearby tree. A heavy impact rang out through the area as Aster slammed against the trunk. Blood burst from his mouth almost immediately, and his body sagged under the force of the hit. His condition had become terrible enough for everyone there to see at a glance. The sight of Aster being struck down so brutally made Nolan's expression change completely, shock cutting across his face. Meanwhile, from above, Lillian spoke again in a calm, chilling voice. "Stop. You're not allowed to kill him yet. Understand?" A twisted smile spread across her face as she continued, clearly enjoying every second of it. After all, she still planned to take care of raising Aster herself. Then, with cruel amusement laced through her voice, Lillian told them to make him suffer a little longer, as long as they didn't let him die. Right then, one of the attackers grabbed Aster by the hair and yanked his head upward by force. Aster's weakened body barely reacted anymore, as if it had already been pushed past its limit. But then, in the very next moment, something changed. His eyes suddenly began shining with a brilliant golden light. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Aster's body once again. The force of it shook the air around him, making the entire atmosphere tremble as if something dangerous had just awakened. That overwhelming pressure shocked everyone present in an instant. But Lillian, instead of backing away in fear, simply watched the scene unfold with a smile on her face. Moments later, countless sharp blades of energy began forming around Aster. They hovered in the air like deadly fragments of mana, while the power surrounding him swirled violently. Those blades immediately shot toward the surrounding opponents with frightening force, slicing across the battlefield as Aster slowly lifted his head from below. His golden eyes burned with rage, and the fury in his gaze was so intense that it felt completely different from the exhausted boy they had just been beating down. Because of those attacks, one of the students suffered severe damage across his entire arm. Aster was still down on the ground, yet an enormous amount of energy continued pouring from his body without stopping. The injured student stared at Aster in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. In disbelief, he muttered that all of this had occurred simply because he touched him. The moment he had made contact with Aster, it felt as though Aster's mana had surged through his entire arm. A moment later, Aster slowly began rising to his feet. The powerful energy around Aster still hadn't faded. If anything, it kept surging from his body like an invisible storm. Seeing that, one of the students narrowed his eyes and wondered aloud if it was some kind of mana defense. Even then, the student judged the power as weak and convinced himself that if this was all Aster could do, he could crush him again. Without hesitating, he charged forward at incredible speed, intending to overwhelm Aster once more. Aster watched the student rush straight toward him, his expression strangely calm. Then he released even more of his energy and slowly extended one hand directly in front of him. The moment the attacker reached him, Aster stopped him with that single outstretched hand. At that exact instant, the strange energy wrapped around Aster erupted again. Countless cuts suddenly tore across the student's body, as if invisible blades were slashing him from every direction at once. Blood sprayed through the air as fresh wounds opened across his arms, chest, and shoulders, one after another. Unable to endure the assault, the student collapsed to the ground almost immediately. Everyone there saw exactly what had happened, and after witnessing it firsthand, even Lillian felt a cold chill crawl down her spine. For the first time, real fear began creeping into Lillian's heart. She stared at Aster in disbelief, her confidence shaken, and thought to herself that this should have been impossible. Even though Aster had always been treated as useless, was he already capable of using attribute change? At that same moment, several more students rushed forward together, preparing to attack him from every side. Meanwhile, Aster stayed completely focused, standing within the energy flowing from his body as his mind quickly analyzed what he was experiencing. Deep down, Aster realized that this power was completely different from the techniques he had learned before. It was not the same as simply strengthening a weapon, and it was not the same as reinforcing his own body either. As the students continued charging at him, Aster's thoughts became clearer with every passing second. The phenomenon he had awakened was not a basic enhancement technique. It wasn't just reinforcing mana, weapons, or physical strength. The power running through him worked on an entirely different principle, something beyond the ordinary foundation of mana control. The energy wrapped around his body seemed to carry its own unique nature, reacting to anything that touched it. And with each moment that passed, Aster could feel himself getting closer to understanding what that mysterious power truly was. As the next wave of opponents closed in, it became more and more obvious that they were no longer facing the same powerless boy they had mocked before. Something inside Aster had awakened, and the terrifying proof of it was already spreading across the battlefield. After unleashing an incredibly powerful slash, Aster finally began to grasp the true nature of the ability he had awakened. As the energy flowed around him, he realized that it was a variant of mana control, one that added a special property of its own. His eyes narrowed as the answer struck him. It was similar to what his older brother had done. If magical power could carry the fire attribute, burning everything it touched, then this power was different. This mana cut through anything it came into contact with. It was cut attribute mana. The concept became crystal clear in Aster's mind. This was not ordinary mana reinforcement, and it was not a simple enhancement technique. Aster understood it now. His mana had not merely grown stronger. It had taken on a special nature of its own. Anything that touched it would be affected by that property, the power to cut. To confirm what he had just realized, Aster immediately lifted one hand and stretched it forward. In the next instant, a terrifying sight unfolded before everyone. Even though Aster had not physically touched anything at all, a large tree standing in front of him was sliced apart on the spot. Its thick trunk split into countless tiny fragments, breaking down as if thousands of invisible blades had shredded it from every direction. Splinters of wood scattered through the air until the entire tree completely fell apart. The students around him froze where they stood, watching the scene with their own eyes. Fear spread quickly across their faces, because only moments earlier, they had still treated Aster like someone weak, useless, and beneath them. But now, after seeing a massive tree reduced to countless pieces with nothing more than a single movement of his hand, none of them could stay calm anymore. Meanwhile, Aster's mind continued working through the nature of the power. Even a second-grade teacher or someone above that level would never master something like this without talent. Now he could finally understand why this kind of technique was considered so extraordinary. This was an advanced form of mana control that only a very small number of people could ever reach. Raw strength alone would never be enough, and neither would experience by itself. Without the right talent, someone could train for their entire life and still fail to step into this realm. And even though Aster had only just awakened this ability, one fact was already undeniable. At this very moment, Aster had become someone capable of killing with nothing but his mana. Once that realization settled in, he no longer hesitated. The remaining students were still frozen, struggling to process the terrifying thing they had just witnessed. Then Aster moved. He launched himself forward and attacked the rest of them without pause. Invisible slashes swept across the area, and every motion he made carried the frightening force of the cut attribute. Students who tried to defend were broken through, and those who attempted to dodge were still caught by the countless cutting forces hidden inside his mana. One after another, the students were defeated in brutal fashion, completely unable to withstand the gap in power. Some were knocked hard to the ground, while others found their bodies covered in wounds before they even realized the attack had reached them. Their confidence, their arrogance, and even their will to keep fighting were crushed as Aster relentlessly overpowered every opponent standing in front of him. In only a short time, the battlefield fell into silence. The students who had rushed at him together had been defeated one after another, and Nolan stood off to the side, watching the entire scene unfold. Nolan's gaze stayed locked on Aster as countless thoughts passed through his mind. After witnessing the unbelievable growth Aster had shown right in front of him, Nolan silently wondered if Aster was still one step ahead of him, even now. 7 wings. Then Lillian jumped down from the tree and looked over the battlefield with a cold smile. She admitted it was not bad, and honestly, she had not expected Aster to make it this far. But even if it looked impressive, he still had not killed anyone. "Do you really think that will be enough to stop my soldiers?" Lillian said. As she spoke, she stood with one foot planted on the body of a fallen man. Then she slowly drew her sword, looking down at him with complete contempt. "Come on! Get up, you filthy trash!" Without the slightest hesitation, Lillian swung her blade and attacked the man right in front of her. Nearby, Aster and Nolan remained where they were, silently watching as the situation continued to unfold before them. Then, at that very moment, something happened that none of them had expected. Thin cracks suddenly began spreading across the masks worn by the controlled students. One after another, those masks shattered into pieces and dropped to the ground. Broken fragments scattered across the dirt as the students' real faces were finally revealed. Lillian's eyes widened in shock. This was not something she had prepared for, and it was clearly far beyond what she had expected. The students looked around in confusion at first, but soon relief spread across their faces. They realized their masks had fallen off, and one of them breathed out in relief, saying they could finally breathe again. Watching all of this happen, Nolan slowly turned his gaze back toward Aster. Surprise crossed Nolan's face as he stared at him. In the middle of that fight, Aster had actually managed to reach that point. The result of everything Aster had endured was now becoming clear in front of everyone. But Lillian immediately tried to seize control of the situation again. "What is this?" she snapped, her voice growing sharper as she stared at the students who had just been freed. She reminded them that after they finished eating, they were always so obedient that they put their masks back on by themselves. "You know exactly what your position is," Lillian said, glaring at them with arrogance. Then she continued, saying she did not know whether Aster thought he was helping them, but it was all useless. This time, however, her words had no power at all. Not a single student moved. No one reached for a mask, and no one obeyed her command. The silence that followed made Lillian visibly uneasy. A trace of hesitation crossed her face as panic slowly started to creep in. "Hey, what are you doing?" she shouted at them. "I told you to put them on. Hurry up." But even after she raised her voice, none of them listened. The students simply stayed where they were, no longer bound by her control. For the first time, real fear and confusion appeared clearly on Lillian's face. The authority she had trusted so completely was falling apart right before her eyes. A short distance away, Nolan watched everything with a calm expression. Then, with a faint smile, he finally spoke. It seems that even after the iron shackles were removed, he still kept biting. As Nolan said that, his eyes remained fixed on Aster. The students had finally broken free from their chains, and the force that had been controlling them was beginning to disappear. The absolute obedience Lillian believed in had turned out to be far more fragile than she imagined. And now, as that control slipped from her grasp piece by piece, the battlefield was shifting in a way she could no longer predict. Nolan watched her with calm eyes and said it seemed Aster's nature had not rotted away completely after all. Then he turned his attention more directly toward Lillian and asked what she planned to do now. Would she become the next opponent? Lillian slowly began to draw her sword, but before she could answer, Nolan spoke again while staring straight at her. "What's wrong?" Nolan asked, his voice steady and controlled. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Then his gaze sharpened. He told her that he would say it for her. With that power, Aster could break his own mask. It would not be difficult for him, would it? For a brief moment, silence spread across the battlefield. Then Nolan's expression grew more serious as he questioned whether Aster would still endure everything faithfully until the promised day. Would he keep holding back in order to remain someone who wanted to destroy Elmheim? As those words reached Lillian's ears, she began walking away without giving an immediate answer. Her footsteps echoed across the quiet battlefield before she suddenly stopped. A twisted smile slowly spread across her face. "You're quite polite," she said, turning her head slightly toward Aster. "But if you keep going like this, you're definitely going to lose at some point." Her smile darkened even further. She told him he would end up losing, and she was sure of it. Aster listened in silence, taking in every word. But his thoughts were anything but calm. He told himself that he could not do it now. His fists tightened as he remembered that, after all, he still came from a Vi County family. The image of his father and the people around him flashed through his mind. He could not do something his father and the others would not be proud of. But the moment that thought passed through him, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his head. The intense headache made Aster stagger where he stood. Nolan immediately noticed that something was wrong. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly began moving toward him. But before Nolan could reach Aster, someone else arrived first. Alphen rushed forward and caught Aster just before he could collapse. As Alphen held him in her arms, countless emotions surged through her chest. "You're completely crazy," she said, her voice trembling slightly as she looked down at him. "You've always been so reckless." As those words left her mouth, tears began gathering in her eyes. "I'm sorry," Alphen whispered, lowering her head. Even though she was supposed to be his older sister, Aster had always been the one helping her. Memories rushed through her mind one after another. The times Aster had supported her, the times he had given her strength, and the times he had stayed by her side despite everything. Then a gentle smile slowly appeared on her face. "You've already given me the courage I needed," Alphen said, holding him a little tighter. "I'm okay now." Those were the last words Aster heard before his consciousness faded completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a bed. Outside the window, darkness had already settled over everything, making it clear that night had arrived. For several moments, Aster simply stared up at the ceiling in confusion. Where was he? Slowly, he pushed himself upright and began looking around the unfamiliar room. His gaze immediately searched for someone. Alphen. For just a second, he thought he had seen his sister sitting beside him. But there was no one there. The room was completely empty. Aster frowned slightly, wondering if what he had seen had only been an illusion. The memories from before he lost consciousness felt strangely far away, like something buried behind a fog. Then, as his eyes moved across the room, something on the nearby table caught his attention. A letter. The moment Aster noticed it, his expression changed at once. A heavy uneasiness sank into his chest, and he quickly reached out, snatching the envelope from the table. "Sister." As soon as he recognized who the letter had come from, his heart began pounding faster. Aster tore the letter open immediately, panic spreading across his face before he had even read the first line. "No." The word slipped out of him in a low, tense breath. His fingers trembled slightly as he held the paper. "Tell me this isn't what I think it is." But before he could even finish that thought, his eyes were already racing across the words. The fear of what his sister might have left behind made the quiet room feel heavier than the battlefield he had barely survived. Not long after, Aster was already running at full speed, his face filled with panic as he shouted for his sister. He knew what she was planning, and he didn't want to believe it. Just then, Maze stepped into his path and stopped him, asking where he was going in such a hurry. Maze warned him that he was not ready to go outside yet. But before Aster could even answer, his gaze dropped toward the floor, where another letter was lying directly beneath his feet. The instant Aster saw Alphen's handwriting, his heart seemed to sink. He quickly bent down, picked up the letter, and began reading the words she had left for him. "Aster, thank you, and I'm so sorry." She wrote that he had tried so hard to help a cowardly older sister like her. But now, it was finally her turn to help him instead. Just like Aster had protected her back at the sword dance assembly, Alphen had decided that this time, she would be the one to protect him. The moment Aster finished reading those words, he dashed forward without a second of hesitation. His thoughts were in complete chaos as he ran, and every step was driven by fear. Damn it, don't do this, sister. Don't rush into something this reckless. The words screamed through Aster's mind as he pushed himself faster. He had never put on those iron shackles because he wanted Alphen to throw herself into danger. That was never the reason he endured any of it. If anything happened to her, Aster didn't even know what he would do. His thoughts raced even faster than his feet, while guilt and fear gnawed deeper into his heart with every passing second. At last, Aster reached his destination. Without wasting even a moment, he threw the door open and shouted, demanding to know why he had gone this far in the first place. But the moment he saw what was inside, his words stopped cold. Right in front of him, Alphen was collapsed on the ground. Aster's eyes widened in horror as he called out to his sister. Meanwhile, Lillian let out a lazy yawn, as if the entire situation was nothing more than a boring interruption. Looking toward Aster with casual amusement, Lillian remarked that now it was his turn. She stretched slightly, acting as if she had been waiting for him to arrive all along. Then she mocked both siblings, saying that just when it was time to sleep, neither the brother nor the sister seemed to have any manners at all. Aster ignored her cruel tone completely. He rushed straight toward Alphen, grabbed her shoulders in desperation, and called out to her again and again, begging his sister to wake up. Lillian watched the scene with clear amusement before a smirk spread across her face. She explained that Alphen had come all this way to beg her to release Aster. According to Lillian, Alphen kept insisting that if things continued this way, Aster was going to die. As she remembered it, Lillian's eyes narrowed with a cold, almost entertained look. Until now, Alphen had always been afraid of them. She had been so timid that she could not even voice a single complaint, the kind of girl who would endure unfair treatment in silence no matter how much it hurt. But as Lillian continued speaking, even she seemed faintly surprised. All of a sudden, that same girl had come looking for trouble on her own. Alphen had stood before Lillian with determination written across her face. There was no trace left of the frightened girl she used to be. For the first time, she looked Lillian directly in the eye without backing down, willing to risk everything for Aster's sake. As Aster listened, his grip tightened around his sister. In Aster's mind, he could almost see his timid sister walking into danger all alone. Again and again, he pictured the girl who had always been scared, who had never dared to oppose anyone, stepping straight into the lion's den because she believed it was the only way to save him. And as Aster looked down at Alphen lying unconscious in front of him, a crushing weight settled over his chest. The desperation, fear, and guilt inside him swelled even stronger than before. Lillian's smile only widened as she watched Aster's reaction. Satisfaction was written clearly across her face as she casually admitted that Alphen had annoyed her, so she had decided to harass her a little. Her voice was light and carefree, as if she were talking about something completely meaningless. But Aster's expression darkened sharply. Anyone looking at him could tell how furious he was, and the anger burning inside him was getting harder and harder to suppress. Even then, he stayed focused on holding his unconscious sister in his arms. Lillian, however, had no intention of stopping there. She added that thanks to Alphen, she felt much better now. Since she had been angry at both of them, this little incident would let her sleep very well tonight. Every word was soaked in mockery. Aster lowered his gaze toward his sister's weakened body, and countless thoughts rushed through his mind at once. Regret filled his chest until it felt almost unbearable. He realized he had been too naive from the very beginning. Instead of making deals and enduring quietly, he should have rescued Alphen by force from the start. If he had done that, his sister never would have needed to do something so reckless for his sake. As that painful thought echoed inside him, memories from the past suddenly rose to the surface, pulling him back to a lesson from long ago. Back then, Viscount Hefried stood before the two children with a stern expression. "Listen carefully, both of you," he said, his voice carrying the firm authority of a noble knight. "A gentleman must learn to endure injustice." He explained that protecting what must be protected required real strength, status, and position. If they carefully considered what they truly needed to protect, then sometimes choosing not to fight would be the best path available. That, he said, was what it meant to be a knight. The young Aster listened closely as his father continued. Even if someone spat on him, or even if someone cut his body apart with a sword, he must never allow emotion to take control and force him into a blind counterattack. Those words carved themselves deeply into Aster's heart. Looking up at his father, Young Aster could not stop himself from asking whether that meant it was acceptable to be attacked and simply do nothing. Viscount Hefried immediately shook his head. That was not what he meant. His sharp eyes focused directly on Aster as he explained that the most important thing was never to misjudge the purpose or the timing. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Then Viscount Hefried continued, asking him why he wielded a sword, and why he chose to fight at all. His voice grew heavier, filled with the weight of experience and conviction. He told Aster that he must always have an answer to that question. The lesson remained engraved deep within Aster's heart. And now, as he held his unconscious sister, those words echoed louder than ever. The question his father had asked him long ago was once again demanding an answer. Why did he fight? Why did he wield his sword? As Aster stared at the sister who had risked everything for him, the answer began to grow clearer than it had ever been before. If the moment ever came when he truly had to fight, then he had to be able to draw his sword without hesitation. Those words rang through him more powerfully than ever. Back in the present, Aster slowly lowered his head while holding Alphen close, his voice cold and full of regret. It was too late. He should have done this much sooner. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed. Lillian felt a strange, unsettling sensation crawl over her body, and for the first time, her confidence began to shake. She stared ahead in confusion, wondering what was happening. Before anyone could react, a sword suddenly shot through the air. It flew across the room at incredible speed and stopped right beside Aster, almost as if it had answered his call. The instant the sword reached him, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his body. A terrifying wave of energy exploded outward, shaking everything around him with crushing force. The pressure was so immense that even Lillian could not properly withstand it. That energy slammed into her from every direction, forcing her to struggle just to keep her balance. For the first time, genuine fear appeared clearly across Lillian's face. Meanwhile, Julius sat nearby, watching everything unfold in silence. Even he could feel the overwhelming force radiating from Aster, and his expression gradually darkened. Aster's eyes were filled with pure rage as he repeated the same words over and over. Remove them. The pressure grew heavier. Remove them. Each time Aster spoke, his voice sounded less and less human. Then, finally, his killing intent burst out completely. I will not leave a single drop of Elmheim's blood. The moment those words left his mouth, the energy around him surged even higher, and his aura twisted violently as his fury rose to an unimaginable level. I will kill them all. Nearby, Alphen slowly began to regain consciousness. Her eyes opened just a little, and the first thing she saw was Aster standing at the center of that terrifying storm of power. The moment she understood what was happening, fear filled her face. No, stop! Her weak voice trembled as she realized the same thing was happening again, just like that time. At that very moment, Julius's mother stared at Aster in complete disbelief, shaken by the magic power pouring out of him. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the realization hit her. Couldn't be. Somewhere else, Dean Mays witnessed the same terrifying scene unfold, and in that instant, he understood exactly what had happened. Aster had lost control. Then the focus shifted back to Aster himself. His entire body was now overflowing with an unbelievable amount of terrifying energy, pouring out of him without restraint. The power he released was so vast and violent that it felt as if everything around him might be swallowed whole by that raging force at any moment. Even in the middle of that storm, Aster slowly lowered his sister's body onto the ground with careful hands. Then he reached for his sword. Without saying another word, he gripped the weapon and shot toward Lillian with terrifying speed. The instant he moved, Lillian's composure shattered completely. Fear spread across Lillian's face as she saw the murderous fury blazing in Aster's eyes. He was no longer holding himself back. He was no longer hesitating. In that moment, he looked like someone who had decided to tear down everything standing in his path. Just as Aster's sword was about to reach Lillian, Julius suddenly stepped between them. With a sharp clang, their weapons crashed together violently, and the force of the collision sent powerful shockwaves ripping through the area. Even with that overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, Julius stood his ground, and a smile spread across his face. Seeing him block the attack, Lillian immediately called out in relief. Julius! While holding back Aster's strike, Julius stared straight into his eyes and muttered that this was the power of the Seven Wings. A look of understanding appeared on his face as he finally seemed to grasp what he was witnessing. Now Julius understood why those old people favored Aster so much. His smile widened as he realized that even while standing on the very edge of death, Aster could still release this much power. Then Julius's expression sharpened. But does this really look fine to you? Julius asked, his voice carrying both mockery and curiosity. He reminded Aster that saving his companions was the reason he had endured everything up until now. The moment Julius finished speaking, he pushed forward. Julius charged straight at Aster, but Aster showed almost no reaction at all. His eyes were still filled with endless rage, and he only continued repeating the same words. Again and again, those words left him as the hatred inside his chest swallowed everything else, leaving almost nothing of his usual reason behind. Julius laughed at the sight and asked if Aster had forgotten how to speak. At the same time, he tightened his grip around his weapon. Then Julius admitted that, honestly, he had already been thinking it was about time for him to crush Aster. His smile turned colder, and he declared that they should settle everything with a rematch. In the very next instant, both of them unleashed their full strength. Their powers collided head-on with a thunderous boom, and neither one showed the slightest intention of backing away. Neither side had any intention of showing mercy now. The battle instantly erupted into a clash of overwhelming force, with both warriors pouring every bit of strength they had into defeating the other. Violent shockwaves burst out with every exchange, and the very air trembled under the pressure of their attacks. Massive waves of energy flooded the battlefield, sweeping through the area with brutal force. Unable to withstand the assault, a student collapsed to the ground almost immediately, and everyone present witnessed the scene clearly. After seeing what had happened, Lillian felt a cold chill run down her spine. Julius's blazing heat has become almost unbearable, pressing down so fiercely that it feels like the air itself is burning around him. Ulfin sees her brother's body weaken all over again, and fear twists through her chest. Deep down, she can only cry out in pain, unable to understand why Aster always has to push himself this far and turn the blade back against his own body. Julius meets Aster's fading strike without the slightest difficulty, knocking it aside as if it has already lost all power. In the next instant, he drives Aster down and sends him crashing across the ground. Ulfin's eyes fly open in pure terror as she watches her brother fall, her entire expression freezing as if the world has stopped in that single moment. Aster lands face down on the ground, completely drained, with not even enough strength left to hold onto his weapon. His sword slips free and clatters away from his hand, while Julius stands above him in silence, staring down at his defeated brother. Julius admits that Aster's stubborn will is impressive, almost beyond belief, but his patience has finally run out. He lifts his sword over the fallen Aster and coldly tells him that it is time to die already. His voice drops into a bitter mutter as he glares down, saying that stubborn bastards like Aster are exactly the kind of people who make his blood boil. But right as Julius prepares to bring the blade down and finish everything, a strange feeling suddenly crawls through him, and his instincts scream that something is wrong. Julius's eyes snap wide open, shock spreading across his face before he can even understand what has just happened. In that instant, deep slashes suddenly appear all over his body, fresh blood spilling from the wounds as if he has been cut from every direction at once. He stares down at his own hands in disbelief, unable to make sense of the injuries covering him. He has no idea when he was wounded, and even his arm refuses to gather enough strength to move properly. Down on the floor, Aster's body begins to twitch again. As he slowly stirs, the mask on his face cracks apart, pieces breaking loose and falling away one by one. Then, with one final guttural roar carrying the name of his family, Aster unleashes everything he has left, and his golden aura bursts violently from his body one last time. Julius can hardly believe what he is seeing. Even after being crushed to that point, Aster is still getting back up and coming for him again. With nothing left to rely on except raw, unfiltered rage, Aster throws his broken body forward and launches one final desperate charge straight at Julius. The moment Aster notices the terrible condition she is in, his entire body goes rigid. For several long seconds, he can do nothing but stare at her, frozen in place by the sight before him. A thin stream of blood runs from the corner of Aster's mouth as he lifts his weakened gaze toward her. Barely able to force the words out, he quietly tells her that his sister died at the very same time. Countless thoughts immediately crash through Aster's mind all at once. He struggles to understand what is happening to him, but only one terrifying truth becomes clear. This is bad. He can no longer suppress the enormous magical power swelling inside his body. If things continue this way, the overwhelming energy raging within Aster will completely slip beyond his control and swallow everything around him. But just as that violent power threatens to erupt, a familiar voice suddenly calls his name from somewhere behind him. The one shouting is none other than Maze. Raising his voice above the chaos, he draws Aster's attention and yells for him to catch what is coming. Without wasting another second, Maze hurls something through the air directly toward Aster, sending it spinning across the distance between them. What Maze throws is the very same sword that had previously been taken away from Aster. The weapon turns rapidly through the air, its blade flashing as it flies straight toward its original owner. The instant Aster reaches out and catches the sword by its hilt, a sudden change sweeps through his body. The wild energy that had been surging through him without restraint immediately begins to calm. For the first time since that immense magical power awakened, Aster can finally regulate its flow properly. Little by little, the terrifying aura that had continued to grow around him starts shrinking, its suffocating presence gradually fading away. The crushing pressure hanging over the area slowly disappears, and the violently trembling atmosphere finally settles. After moments of unbearable tension, the battlefield at last begins to feel calm again. Once Alphen sees that Aster has successfully brought his power under control, the tension leaves her shoulders. She releases a long, relieved breath and tells him how grateful she is that he is safe. Aster immediately turns his attention toward her, his expression tightening with concern. He points out that she is hardly in a position to worry about him before scolding her for doing something so dangerously reckless. Even while speaking to Alphen, however, Aster understands exactly how close the situation came to becoming a catastrophe. Deep inside, he recognizes the true reason he managed to regain control. Had the sword not drawn the excess magical power out of his body, the consequences could have been unimaginably dangerous. As Aster reaches that conclusion, Julius watches from directly ahead, wearing the same proud and arrogant expression as always. Julius immediately mocks Maze for being as incapable of reading the atmosphere as ever. With a taunting look, he asks whether witnessing that brief rampage was enough to frighten him and destroy his nerve. Even with one of his arms rendered useless, Julius claims he is still more than capable of killing Aster. His voice carries absolute confidence, as though his injuries have done nothing to weaken the threat he poses. Despite the wounds covering his body, not even the slightest trace of fear appears in Julius's eyes. Instead, he continues staring directly at Aster, his glare overflowing with an unmistakable desire to kill. Before either side can make another move, a new figure enters the battlefield. It is Julius's mother. The moment she steps forward, she coldly declares that there is no longer any need for them to continue, and her sharp gaze immediately settles on Aster. She silently studies him for several moments, examining the strange aura still lingering around his body. Then, as though confirming a suspicion she had already formed, she asks whether that abnormal surge of magical power was his doing. Without allowing Aster any chance to explain himself, she calls him by his full name, Aster F. Elmheim, and issues an immediate order for him to be restrained. The surrounding soldiers obey without a moment of hesitation. Before Aster or Alphen can properly react, armed guards close in from every direction, surrounding the siblings and forcefully taking both of them into custody. Julius stares at the unexpected development in open disbelief. His surprise quickly turns into visible anger as he faces his mother and demands to know what she thinks she is doing. Unmoved by his frustration, she begins explaining the reason for her intervention. She reveals that a report reached her concerning an incident during the earlier training session. According to that report, Aster drew his sword and attacked more than a dozen unarmed cadets, an utterly disgraceful act that violates the fundamental principles of chivalry. Naturally, she continues, the Academy cannot simply ignore behavior of such severity. The accusation falls over the battlefield like a sudden blow, leaving nearly everyone present stunned and unable to respond. Even while the soldiers hold her back, Alphen immediately tries to step forward. Raising her voice in furious protest, she rejects the accusation and insists that Aster never slashed at those cadets or committed anything resembling such an act. Aster says nothing at first. He merely clenches his teeth and watches the situation unfold before him, his eyes narrowing as he silently pieces together what must have happened. He quickly realizes just how efficiently someone has been working behind the scenes. This entire situation was not created on the spot. It had been carefully arranged beforehand, with someone quietly moving every piece into position long before the confrontation reached this point. Meanwhile, Julius's mother continues addressing everyone in a cold, commanding voice. Gesturing toward the destruction surrounding them, she claims the disastrous condition of the battlefield proves just how completely Aster had abandoned all reason during the rampage of the Seven Wings. She condemns him for wielding a power he could not control and needlessly placing his fellow students in danger. Even as a member of a branch family, she declares, no further behavior that stains the dignity and reputation of House Elmheim can possibly be tolerated. An official inquiry will be held the following day to determine Aster's punishment. Until then, however, she warns him to prepare himself for the likelihood of leaving the academy. Her words make it painfully clear that, in her mind, the verdict has practically already been decided. As one accusation after another is placed upon Aster, the situation becomes increasingly hopeless. Watching everything happen directly in front of her, Alphen slowly lowers her head. A quiet sadness weighs heavily inside her as she realizes that the moment she had always dreaded has finally arrived. Even so, she cannot honestly claim to be surprised by it. Deep down, Alphen had always feared that the people targeting Aster would eventually make their move. A short distance away, Maze also observes the unfolding situation in silence, but unlike her, his thoughts immediately turn toward the political consequences of every possible response. Maze remembers warning Aster to remain cautious. Yet, if he openly protects him any further, his own standing could be placed in serious danger. At the same time, he cannot afford to lose Aster here. He is trapped between two equally dangerous choices. Defending Aster could ruin his position, but remaining silent would allow a valuable ally to be destroyed. Allowing Aster to fall here would mean losing someone whose ability and future potential Maze understands better than almost anyone. Before he can decide what to do, however, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat suddenly explodes across the battlefield, slamming into the surrounding soldiers and throwing them backward. In a single violent instant, the guards restraining Aster and Alphen are blasted away and knocked to the ground. None of them can withstand the tremendous force, and everyone immediately turns toward the source of the searing power. Standing at the center of it all is Julius, his face filled with prideful defiance. Completely unconcerned by the eyes fixed upon him, he loudly declares that the right to throw around such provocations belongs only to the person who has actually won. Julius then complains that they cannot simply appear without warning and steal all the most interesting parts for themselves. His bold interruption instantly draws his mother's full attention toward him. She narrows her eyes as she studies her son, clearly displeased by his interference. In a cold voice, she demands to know exactly what Julius is planning to do, but he shows no hesitation whatsoever. Julius explains that if Aster is expelled in this manner, everyone will assume he went crying to his parents after being defeated. To him, allowing that impression to spread would be the true disgrace to House Elmheim. As he finishes, a fearless and confident grin stretches across his face. That is why Julius intends to kill Aster with his own hands, and until that day arrives, he orders everyone else to stay out of the matter. His outrageous declaration leaves the people nearby stunned. He is openly rejecting his mother's solution and demanding the right to settle everything personally. Hearing this, her expression grows noticeably colder. She remarks that she must have spoiled Julius far too much if he now believes he can openly defy her. Julius remains completely unmoved by the criticism. Looking directly into her eyes, he responds by asking a single question: what about his older brother? The moment Patrick is mentioned, the atmosphere shifts. With a trace of sarcasm, his mother replies that Patrick was always far more obedient. Julius does not take offense at the comparison. Instead, he lets out a confident laugh and reminds her that his status as a direct descendant stands above that of a mere duchess. If she understands that, he tells his dear mother to back away. The unbelievable audacity of his words shocks nearly everyone standing nearby. Very few people would ever dare address her with such disrespect, yet Julius does so without displaying even a hint of fear. He remains firmly in place, his posture proud and unyielding, making it obvious that he has no intention of surrendering. For several tense moments, his mother only stares at him. Eventually, she realizes that continuing the argument will accomplish nothing. Turning her back on Julius, she begins walking away from the battlefield. Before leaving, however, she gives him one final warning. Next time, rather than relying on grand words, he had better prove himself through his actions. Julius fixes Aster with a long, unwavering stare before speaking in a voice colder and more determined than before. He declares that he will acknowledge neither the existence of the Seven Wings nor Aster himself. Aster can only watch in surprise as Julius turns around and starts walking away. After everything that had just happened between them, Aster had never expected Julius to respond in such a way. The sudden decision leaves him momentarily unable to understand what Julius truly intends. Before Julius can move too far away, Aster quickly calls after him from behind. Raising his voice across the battlefield, he asks what is supposed to happen to the deal they made. Julius pauses for only a moment, but he does not bother turning around. He replies that any deal involving a monster capable of breaking his own shackles no longer means a thing. Thanks to Aster, the iron restraints have become useless decorations rather than actual chains, so from this point onward, he can do whatever he pleases. Julius adds that even if a few insignificant small fry happen to escape from their cage, he has no desire to waste his time chasing them. By then, every person who had previously been captured has already been released from confinement. Without stopping, Julius continues walking away while delivering one final warning over his shoulder. Aster may do whatever he wants for now, but he must not run away. One day soon, the two of them will return to this unfinished battle and settle everything once and for all. You'd better learn to tame those 7 wings. After leaving Aster with that final warning, Julius turns his back and walks away, bringing the long, chaotic confrontation of that night to an end at last. And so, after a single night packed with one unbelievable incident after another, the turmoil finally draws to a close. In the quiet that follows, several uneventful days gradually pass by. Before long, time moves forward, carrying everyone beyond the confusion and violence of that unforgettable night. Aster is eventually reunited with every member of his team. Compared with the tension surrounding their last encounter, the mood is now bright and welcoming, and genuine happiness fills their faces as they crowd around him again. The instant everyone gathers around Aster, worried questions and excited remarks come flying at him from every direction. They ask whether his injuries have healed, mention hearing that he caused another enormous rampage, and excitedly tell their boss that his battle is practically the only thing anyone among them has been discussing. Their enthusiasm is impossible to miss, but Aster quickly shakes his head and cuts them off. He asks them once again to stop calling him their boss. From his point of view, he accomplished almost nothing during the incident. The chance to rescue his comrades had nearly slipped through his fingers right before his eyes, and the frustration in his voice makes it clear that he still blames himself for that failure. Although everyone around him regards his actions as heroic, Aster can see only his own shortcomings and the moments when he had been unable to do anything. As he continues dwelling on that sense of helplessness, Vigor Smeets steps out from among the others and answers him directly. Vigor asks what Aster could possibly be talking about. Every one of the men captured by Iron Reed has returned safely and is now standing there alive and well, which is the only result that truly matters. He reminds Aster that their safe return was only possible because Aster charged in and fought such an enormous battle. But instead of accepting the praise, Aster lowers his gaze and quietly insists that they were merely rescued because their enemy happened to change his mind. To Aster, it was nothing more than an act of mercy from House Elmheim, the very family that was supposed to be their enemy. Even now, he cannot bring himself to call the outcome a victory, because the situation was ultimately resolved by circumstances completely outside his control. His fingers curl into a tight fist as his frustration rises again. Even after obtaining the power of the 7 wings, Aster bitterly admits that he is still in such a helpless state. Seeing just how harshly he continues judging himself, Vigor decides he has heard enough. Without warning, Vigor gives Aster a firm smack on the shoulder and bursts into an easygoing laugh. He tells him not to be so merciless toward himself. After all, Aster entered enemy territory alone for the sake of his comrades, and everyone knows perfectly well that he risked his life and fought with everything he had. Vigor also reminds him of one obvious fact. Aster is still only 14 years old. The others nod and voice their agreement as he continues, assuring Aster that not a single person among them would lose respect for him over what happened. He can put those fears aside and finally allow himself to relax. There is no mockery or empty flattery in Vigor's words. Every part of them is sincere. For a brief moment, Aster falls silent, unable to think of a proper response. Before he can answer, however, Vigor suddenly leans closer, and a mischievous grin slowly spreads across his face. Changing the subject entirely, Vigor asks what happened with Aster's beautiful older sister. After everything they endured, the two of them had finally been given a chance to spend some private time together as brother and sister, and Vigor is clearly eager to hear the details. The instant that teasing question leaves Vigor's mouth, everything abruptly shifts elsewhere, cutting away before Aster can offer even a single word in response. Sometime later, Aster is resting alone inside his room, separated from the cheerful voices and lively faces of the teammates who had surrounded him earlier. The warmth of that reunion has vanished, replaced by a heavy and uncomfortable silence. As Aster lies there by himself, his thoughts drift back through everything that has happened. Since that day, he has not managed to speak with Alphen even once. More accurately, it feels as though both of them have been deliberately avoiding the other. Aster begins to suspect that this mutual avoidance reveals the true nature of the awkward distance between them. At this rate, nothing has really changed. Whether the iron shackles exist or not, the two of them remain separated all the same. The widening gap between Aster and Alphen continues weighing heavily on him. The physical restraints that once kept them apart no longer have any meaning, yet the invisible emotional wall standing between brother and sister now feels higher and more difficult to cross than ever before. Neither Aster nor Alphen has found the courage to take the first step toward repairing their strained relationship. While he remains absorbed in those troubled thoughts, 2 sudden knocks strike the door and echo through the quiet room. The unexpected sound pulls Aster back to reality, and he quickly sits upright before turning toward the entrance. Aster calls out and asks who is standing outside. After a brief pause, a familiar voice answers from beyond the closed door. The visitor is Alphen. Standing alone in the hallway, Alphen hesitates for a moment before gathering the courage to speak. She asks whether the two of them can talk privately, alone, not as enemies or strangers but simply as brother and sister. The request is so unexpected that Aster feels his heart suddenly skip a beat. Afterward, Aster and Alphen finally step outside together without further trouble. The moment Alphen emerges into the open air, she fills her lungs with a long, refreshing breath, and a soft, relieved smile gradually appears across her face. She says there is nothing better than being able to breathe freely again. Feeling the fresh air enter her lungs makes her feel genuinely alive, and she quietly acknowledges that she owes this precious freedom to Aster as well. Turning toward him, Alphen sincerely thanks Aster for coming to rescue her. Genuine gratitude fills every word she speaks, along with the deep relief of someone who has finally escaped after enduring so much suffering. Aster responds immediately in the blunt, straightforward way that comes naturally to him. He reminds Alphen that rescuing her was not the sole reason he went there, as though he cannot allow even that small misunderstanding to remain uncorrected. Alphen gives a quiet laugh at his predictable response and gently tells him there was no need to correct her. She already understands what he means, but playfully points out that he has never been particularly honest about his feelings. Her teasing smile lingers for only a moment before slowly giving way to a far more vulnerable expression. Speaking more honestly now, Alphen admits that part of her truly wished Aster had left her behind. She never wanted her younger brother to witness her in such a miserable and humiliating condition, especially when she had always hoped to appear strong in front of him. After asking whether he can understand that feeling, Alphen falls silent for a brief but deeply emotional moment. Then she gathers herself, brings a gentle smile back to her face, and continues speaking with complete honesty from the depths of her heart. She reminds Aster that this is already the second time he has saved her. Then she repeats the words that have remained with her for years. Anyone unable to avenge themselves has no right to take up a sword. She quietly asks whether Aster still remembers them. Those were the words Aster and their uncle spoke long ago during the sword dance festival. Alphen believed they were completely right, and that belief became the reason she resolved to grow stronger. At the very least, she wanted enough power to avenge herself with her own hands. She wanted to become someone who would never again need Aster to stand in front of her and offer his protection. But as she says his name, the warmth slowly disappears from her smile, and the painful memories she has kept buried begin rising to the surface. In the end, she admits all of her efforts were useless. Alphen says she understood the truth almost immediately after entering the Night Academy. No matter how desperately she trained or how strongly she wished for it, she could never become someone like Aster. She then confesses that there was only one reason she acted beyond her abilities during the recent incident. More than anything else, she had wanted to look impressive in front of her younger brother. Just once, Alphen wanted Aster to see her as a dependable older sister, someone he could rely upon instead of someone he always needed to protect. Yet because she allowed that foolish pride to control her, she only created more trouble for him once again. Alphen lowers her head, unable to meet his eyes, while a bitter and self-deprecating smile forms on her lips. In a small voice, she asks whether he thinks she is truly pathetic. After finally hearing everything she has kept hidden and understanding the burden she has carried for so long, Aster silently reflects on her confession. Only now does Aster realize that his sister has been struggling with those painful feelings all along. He looks directly at her with calm, unwavering eyes and gently tells her that physical power is not the only form strength can take. Aster assures Alphen that he has never regarded her as pathetic, not even once. Keeping his gaze fixed warmly upon his sister, he reminds her of all the times he himself was on the verge of taking the wrong path. Whenever Aster was about to lose his way, Alphen was always the person who stopped him. Time after time, she kept him from making decisions that would have led to countless mistakes and regrets. For that reason, Aster tells her that she has saved him countless times as well, even if those moments never involved swords, battles, or dramatic rescues. Hearing Aster address her so sincerely as his sister causes Alphen to look up at him in silence. The emotions she has struggled to hold back begin surfacing once more, visible in her trembling expression. Aster, however, is not finished, and his face becomes increasingly serious as he continues. The recent incident forced Aster to confront a painful truth. He is still far too inexperienced to challenge House Elmheim properly. At present, he lacks both the individual skill and the military strength necessary to stand against such a powerful enemy. But if Alphen were willing to lend him her strength, Aster says there would be no companion or ally in the world who could make him feel more reassured than his own sister. Alphen stares at him in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected request. After taking a moment to process what he means, she asks whether Aster is inviting her to become his comrade in the fight against House Elmheim. Aster nods without the slightest hesitation. He tells her that if even a small desire for revenge remains somewhere inside her, then standing beside him will give her a far greater chance of striking back than quietly allowing those feelings to smolder endlessly within her heart. His voice remains calm, but every word carries firm conviction. It is obvious that Aster is not reaching out to Alphen merely because he is desperate for help. He is asking because he genuinely trusts her strength and believes the two of them are capable of fighting side by side. Alphen can only respond with a helpless little smile as she slowly shakes her head. With sudden seriousness, she remarks that Aster has never behaved much like a younger brother, even when they were children. Honestly, she cannot understand why he is willing to go to such extraordinary lengths for her. Alphen acknowledges that House Elmheim is Aster's mortal enemy. Yet as someone who also carries the Elmheim name, she cannot simply close her eyes to the family's cruelty and tyranny. Besides, she adds with familiar concern, Aster has always been dangerously reckless. And precisely because her younger brother is so reckless, Alphen decides that his big sister will remain at his side for a little while longer. With a warm and resolved expression, she promises to watch over him as they face House Elmheim together. The moment Aster hears her decision, a warm and genuine smile spreads across his face. With unmistakable relief in his eyes, he tells her that this is exactly how his older sister should be. Aster then reaches one hand toward her without the slightest trace of doubt. Looking directly into her eyes, he confidently welcomes his sister back to his side. Alphen answers him with a tender smile of her own. She reaches forward and firmly clasps Aster's extended hand, sealing the moment when the two siblings finally choose to stand together once again. The misunderstandings and painful distance that once divided them are finally left behind. In their place now stands a renewed bond, strengthened by mutual trust, and a purpose they have chosen to pursue together. Not long afterward, Aster gathers his entire group in one place. Standing proudly before everyone with Alphen beside him, he announces that there is someone important he wants them all to meet, his older sister. At Aster's introduction, Alphen gracefully steps forward and offers the group a polite, composed smile. Carrying herself with natural elegance, she introduces herself as Alphen F. Elmheim and warmly tells everyone that it is a pleasure to meet them. The instant Alphen finishes speaking, every boy in the group falls completely silent. Their eyes widen as they stare at her in open amazement, utterly captivated by both her beauty and her dignified presence. Before any of them can recover enough to respond, Aster continues. Aster explains that Alphen will also be joining their group from now on. He reminds them that her standing is even higher than theirs since she is already a third-grade student, and firmly warns everyone to treat her with the respect she deserves. Vigor Smeets, however, barely seems to hear a word of that warning. With his eyes practically sparkling, Vigor immediately strides straight toward Alphen. He gently takes her hand, lowers himself onto one knee with exaggerated elegance, and poses before her as though he were the most refined gentleman in the entire academy. Vigor claims that he had already suspected her beauty, even when her face was hidden behind a mask. Calling her an exceptionally lovely older sister, he proudly introduces himself as Vigor Smeets, the closest friend of her younger brother, and eagerly asks her to remember him as one of her acquaintances from that day onward. Before Vigor can enjoy the moment, an overwhelming wave of killing intent suddenly erupts from Aster and freezes the cheerful atmosphere solid. Aster forcefully twists Vigor's hand away from Alphen, fixes him with a chilling stare, and reminds sixth-grader Smeets that he ordered him to show respect, not casually touch his sister without permission. The pressure pouring from Aster is so fierce that Vigor immediately screams in pain and alarm. Struggling beneath Aster's grip, he shouts that this terrifying intensity is exactly the same as what Aster displayed when they faced Julius. The other members watch the scene with stiff expressions, each of them nervously swallowing as the same thought passes silently through their minds. Getting too close to Aster's sister would clearly be a very dangerous mistake. None of them has any desire to experience Aster's wrath for themselves. Once the playful commotion finally settles, Alphen calmly joins the serious discussion and explains that, for the time being, she will be supporting Aster from his side. Before anyone else can respond, another voice cuts in. Speaking from nearby, Jirian explains that Aster removed the Iron Ward's scorching shackles from his body. Since he owes him for that, Jirian decided he might as well cooperate with his cousin for a while. His explanation is brief and delivered without much emotion, yet it makes one thing perfectly clear. Jirian is not standing with Aster without reason. He has made his choice based on a debt he personally intends to repay. Nolan steps forward with obvious suspicion written across his face. Rather than accepting Jirian's explanation, he suggests that the more likely truth is that their mother ordered him to keep watch over the rebels. Aster, however, shows no concern and answers with complete composure. Aster points out that as long as they remain inside the academy, they should already assume that everything they do will eventually reach House Elmheim. More importantly, the fact that Helen went through the trouble of assigning someone to observe them suggests she has no intention of attacking immediately. It also appears that she is currently struggling to deal with the openly rebellious behavior of her second son. Instead of fearing the possibility that they are being watched, Aster treats it as useful intelligence. Their enemy is still choosing surveillance over direct intervention, which means House Elmheim has not yet decided to crush them outright. After considering Aster's reasoning, Nolan's frown only deepens. He asks what they are supposed to do in the meantime, since they are hardly in a position to move openly either. Surely Aster does not intend for them to remain quiet and simply wait until graduation. Aster immediately shakes his head, dismissing that possibility without hesitation. With complete confidence in his voice, he assures Nolan that he has no intention of waiting that long and will put his countermeasures into motion well before graduation arrives. Alphen re-enters the discussion with a grave expression. She reminds everyone that their aunt, Madame Helen, is not merely one of the directors overseeing the Knight Academy. Helen also commands enormous authority within House Elmheim itself. Her influence is so extensive that the Academy's instructors, the other directors, and even the principal are unable to openly oppose her decisions. Alphen's warning makes the true scale of the problem impossible to ignore. Challenging Helen does not mean confronting an ordinary Academy official. It means standing against someone whose power reaches into nearly every level of the institution. Even after hearing that, Aster does not show the slightest hesitation. Calmly, he reveals the central idea behind his plan. Rather than trying to overpower Helen directly, they simply need to obtain influence greater than her own. Helen can speak and act however she pleases because everyone around her currently occupies a weaker position. But if that balance of authority were reversed, she would no longer be able to impose her will so freely. In other words, Aster explains, they need recognition from someone whose standing exceeds even Helen's. With the protection of a higher authority behind them, she would no longer be able to interfere with their actions so easily. Vigor Smeet stares at Aster as though he has just proposed something completely absurd. He points out that Helen belongs to the most powerful knight family in the entire country and is also the wife of His Grace, the Duke. Anyone with authority greater than hers, Vigor argues, would practically have to be the Duke himself. But before he can even finish expressing how impossible that sounds, Aster cuts directly into his sentence. Aster confidently tells him that he is exactly right. There is only one existence that even the Duke and House Elmheim cannot openly defy. The King of the Draziel Kingdom, the very master who holds the leashes of those Elmheim dogs. The room falls silent after Aster's declaration. Only now does everyone fully understand just how bold, dangerous, and unbelievably ambitious the objective hidden behind his plan truly is. Elsewhere, a powerful voice echoes lazily through a magnificent hall. Reclining in comfort with an amused smile, the Duke speaks in a relaxed tone, as though the serious matters before him are nothing more than entertainment meant to relieve his boredom. He casually reminds Roderick that the duel ceremony is quickly approaching, calling it one of the few spectacles he genuinely enjoys. With open anticipation, he asks whether Roderick has managed to raise any warriors capable of providing a worthwhile performance this time. As he speaks, the luxurious figure of the Duke finally comes fully into view. He sits surrounded by extravagant comfort, with several beautiful women attending closely to his every need. His relaxed posture and carefree expression make it seem as though nothing in the kingdom could possibly threaten his peace. After pausing for a moment, the Duke's eyes narrow with growing interest. He then brings up the bearer of the 7 wings, openly declaring that he wants to witness just how far the boy's extraordinary power truly extends. Roderick responds with all the respect expected of him, though a slight hesitation slips into his voice. He assures the Duke that if the boy possesses the necessary qualifications, he can certainly arrange to present him before the royal court. Even so, Roderick warns that Aster remains extremely young and has very little genuine experience. Because of that, he cannot confidently say whether the boy will be capable of satisfying such high expectations. The Duke merely smiles at his cautious answer. Roderick's doubts do not seem to concern him in the slightest. From the Duke's perspective, anyone who bears a wing emblem surpassing even the mightiest knights in the kingdom has already gone far beyond the need for ordinary qualifications. Besides, rumors about the boy are already spreading throughout the castle. People have begun whispering that a new king of knights has appeared. Someone whose destiny may be to surpass and eventually replace even Roderick himself. The moment those words are directed at him, Roderick becomes completely silent. He can offer no immediate response, and the Duke continues speaking smoothly without allowing him any opportunity to interrupt. The Duke recalls that the boy's name is Aster. He has also heard that Aster behaves like an untamed wild horse, fearless, difficult to restrain, and bold enough to act without regard for the consequences. According to the rumors, Aster even dared to challenge the main house of Elmheim directly, doing so without showing the slightest hesitation or fear of retaliation. The Duke then asks Roderick whether such a dangerous young man can truly be kept under control. Anti-Elmheim sentiment has recently been spreading among the kingdom's knights, and reports of that growing dissatisfaction have already reached his ears. If those discontented knights were ever to unite behind the bearer of the 7 wings and launch a rebellion, the result would be catastrophic. The Duke warns Roderick to act before the loyal hunting dog, he turns around and sinks its teeth into its own master. Although the Duke maintains a calm and conversational tone, the meaning hidden behind his warning is unmistakably serious. After all, if House Elmheim were ever to collapse, his own position and security could be placed in danger as well. Roderick immediately lowers his head and respectfully accepts the warning. He expresses his deep gratitude for His Majesty's advice and assures him that he will handle both wild horses and disobedient dogs with the proper caution. There is no need for the king to concern himself any further. Roderick's answer remains flawless in its politeness, yet the Duke's expression makes it obvious that he is not entirely satisfied by what he has heard. Before the tension inside the hall can grow any more uncomfortable, another confident voice suddenly rings out. A young man steps boldly forward, immediately drawing every eye in the hall toward him. Without showing the slightest hesitation, he declares that the people have simply become overly excited by the novelty surrounding the 7 wings. He dismisses the growing fascination as nothing more than a temporary fever that will eventually pass. After pausing to let his words settle, he proudly identifies himself as Patrick A. Elmheim and declares that everyone will soon understand he is the one truly worthy of leading the knights. Patrick confidently asks that these ordinary concerns be left in the hands of House Elmheim. He then lowers himself into a respectful bow before the Duke and assures His Majesty that he may continue spending his days in comfort, free from such insignificant worries. The Duke's stern features immediately relaxed into a deeply satisfied smile, clearly pleased by Patrick's confidence and unwavering devotion. Speaking with open approval, he praised him warmly. "How dependable! Exactly what I would expect from my loyal sword, Patrick." A moment later, Patrick shifted his gaze toward Roderick. For one brief, silent instant, the 2 men locked eyes across the room, neither of them revealing what was hidden behind his composed expression. Patrick was the first to break the silence, addressing Roderick in an even, respectful tone. "It seems some kind of trouble has arisen at the Knight Academy. Mother wishes to borrow your strength." However, before Patrick could explain anything further, Roderick cut him off without the slightest hesitation. "If the situation truly requires it, I'll go there myself. Tell her exactly that." Roderick's voice remained firm and decisive as he continued. "Until then, I'm leaving the remaining guard duties in your hands." Patrick accepted the command without question, lowering his head respectfully before giving his answer. "As you command, Commander." Yet beneath Patrick's calm face and disciplined posture, his private thoughts carried a very different tone. Roderick had not shown even the faintest concern for the people involved. He really is as completely devoid of affection as ever, Patrick thought bitterly. Even so, Patrick knew that the matter could not be avoided forever. Sooner or later, the day would come when he would have to stand before Aster and meet him face to face. After all, they were both members of the Elmheim family. Meanwhile, back at the Knight Academy, Aster was speaking privately with Maze. As Aster revealed what he had in mind, a flicker of surprise crossed Maze's face before he responded. "You're talking about the duel ceremony?" Maze asked, making sure he had heard correctly. "Of course I know about it. It's a royal tournament the Knight Academy has preserved and held for generations. Whenever the kingdom enjoys a year of plentiful harvests, the Academy selects the 2 most exceptional cadets from that year and has them compete before His Majesty the King. An enormous crowd gathers to witness the match, making it one of the largest and most prestigious ceremonies in the entire kingdom." Maze studied Aster's expression for a moment, still unsure where the conversation was leading. "But why have you suddenly decided to bring up the duel ceremony?" Aster did not hesitate or avert his eyes. Looking directly at Maze, he stated his request with complete firmness. "I want you to recommend me as one of the participants." His gaze remained steady as he continued explaining what the winner of the duel ceremony would receive. "The victor is personally rewarded by the king as formal recognition of becoming an exceptional knight. They receive the Platinum Order, the honorary knight's medal. In other words, it becomes undeniable proof that the king himself has witnessed and acknowledged that person's abilities. And that recognition is exactly what I'm after." The instant those words reached him, Maze's answer came sharply and without even a moment of consideration. "No, I refuse." Aster's brows tightened slightly at the immediate rejection, and he stared back at Maze in confusion. "Why?" Maze released a quiet, weary sigh before laying out his reasoning. "It's true that your current abilities are already more than sufficient to earn a place among the participants. And after receiving the title of one of the 7 wings, You've already become the focus of everyone's attention. But your strength isn't what concerns me. The last trace of softness vanished from Maze's expression as his eyes grew far more serious. What happens if you lose control again while standing in front of the king? If you fall into another uncontrollable rampage during the ceremony, who exactly will take responsibility for everything that follows? Maze paused briefly, allowing the weight of that warning to settle before adding, and in all likelihood, the opponent standing across from you would be Julius. If the two of you were forced to face each other once again, can you honestly look me in the eye and say, with absolute confidence, that the same disaster would never happen a second time? Aster offered no immediate answer, and Maze took his silence as a reason to continue. His voice softened, becoming calmer and less confrontational. If the honorary knight's medal is all you're seeking, then you don't need to stake everything on the duel ceremony. There are other paths that can earn you the king's recognition. Aster shook his head immediately, rejecting that alternative before Maze had even finished. Those other methods would take far too long. As I am now, I don't possess enough power or influence to protect my family and friends from the Elmheim family. That is precisely why I need to rise high enough that no one can casually threaten me, interfere with my life, or lay their hands on the people beside me. And I have to reach that position before someone else ends up getting hurt. Maze listened carefully to the determination behind every word, watching Aster's face as he pieced together the true purpose of his request. So that's your intention. You want to use the honor of receiving the king's personal recognition as a shield against the Elmheim family. Is that what this is really about? Aster made no attempt to deny it. Instead, he answered with complete confidence. Exactly, and there's another reason. The duel ceremony is the only opportunity one will ever have to fight Julius in a proper one-on-one match. If I allow this chance to pass, Julius will graduate from the academy, and the opportunity will disappear forever. Before the enormous crowd gathered for the duel ceremony, and directly beneath the eyes of the king himself, I will defeat a member of the Elmheim family. There could never be a stage more perfectly suited for what I intend to accomplish. If I fail to seize this moment now, another opportunity like it may never appear again for the rest of my life. After a short pause, Aster's forceful tones settled into something quieter and more sincere. He met Maze's eyes directly as he continued. I don't know what you're truly planning, and I have no intention of demanding that you reveal it to me. But there is one thing I do understand. Whatever your hidden intentions may be, you have never sworn your loyalty to the Elmheim family. And that is why I'm asking this of you. Please lend me your strength, just as you once chose to place your faith in me. Trust me one more time, and give me permission to stand against them. The sincerity in Aster's appeal left Maze completely silent for several long moments. At last, Maze slowly rose from his seat and stood directly before Aster. The sight was almost amusing. This was the same young man who had refused to bend before the Duke and had even stood defiantly against the sixth head of the Elmheim family. Yet now, for the sake of what he wanted to protect, Aster was willing to lower his head and ask another person for help. A faint, approving smile touched Maze's lips. Very well. In exchange for that surprisingly admirable attitude, I'll grant you a chance. Aster's eyes immediately sharpened with interest, and without wasting a moment, he asked Maze what kind of chance he intended to give him. A short while later, Aster stepped outside alone. As he walked away, his expression remained deeply thoughtful, and his mind turned over every word Maze had shared with him during their conversation. The true obstacle standing before him was now painfully clear. The immediate problem was the uncontrollable rampage triggered whenever the power of the seven wings overwhelmed him. As Aster continued walking, Maze's earlier condition echoed once more inside his mind. If the danger of the seven wings running wild can be eliminated, then I may consider recommending you as a participant in the duel ceremony. When Maze had first said those words, Aster had stared at him in open surprise. Hope immediately entered his voice as he asked, "Does that mean you intend to teach me how to control the seven wings?" Maze had merely smiled and shaken his head, dismissing that possibility at once. Not a chance. I'm hardly suited to become your teacher in a matter like this. Something so dangerous should be entrusted to a genuine expert. Some time later, Aster entered the Academy's enormous library. Endless rows of shelves stretched out around him, everyone packed with old volumes and ancient records. As his eyes moved across the vast collection, he could not stop himself from wondering aloud, are they truly somewhere in here? The expert who can actually help me deal with the seven wings rampage? The moment the question left Aster's lips, a strange book deeper within the library began to glow, its cover radiating an eerie and mysterious light. Not far from the glowing volume stood the principal of the academy. From the calm way he waited in the shadows of the towering shelves, it was obvious that he had been expecting Aster to arrive. A knowing smile appeared on the old man's face as he looked toward Aster. So, you've finally come. Without wasting another moment. He turned his gaze toward the strangely glowing book. Very well. I'll bring that person to you immediately, the one you've been waiting to meet. Soon afterward, the principal stepped forward from among the towering bookshelves to greet Aster properly. His expression was gentle and welcoming as he approached the young cadet with a warm smile. Welcome. I've already heard the entire situation from Director Mays. Truthfully, I've wanted an opportunity to speak with you at length as well, with the young man who possesses the extraordinary power of the 7 wings. As Principal Mimir slowly walked closer, Aster silently observed every detail about him. This was Mimir, the Academy's principal and an active scholar celebrated throughout the kingdom as the greatest living authority on research concerning the 7 wings emblem. At first glance, Mimir appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary, kind-hearted old man. With his gentle face and calm demeanor, he seemed strangely out of place inside an academy renowned for its harsh and intensely martial culture. However, that harmless appearance concealed an extraordinary past. Long before taking the position of principal, Mimir had earned widespread fame as one of the kingdom's distinguished knights, while also being recognized as a truly exceptional specialist in magic. He had devoted his rare magical power, his remarkable talent for manipulation, and the entirety of his vast knowledge to advancing the prosperity of the nation. Those achievements had made him one of the most honored and respected figures in the kingdom. As Aster considered the identity of the man before him, a realization quickly settled into place. If anyone in the kingdom could teach him how to bring the 7 wings under control, no one could possibly be more qualified than Principal Mimir. With that certainty in mind, Aster faced the old scholar directly and asked, Principal Mimir, do you know how the power of the 7 wings can be controlled? Mimir answered the question without the slightest delay, his voice carrying absolute confidence. Of course, naturally, I know. But after a brief pause, the certainty in Mimir's expression shifted into something far more thoughtful and curious. He reconsidered his own answer before quietly continuing. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I am the one who wishes to know. Immediately after saying that, Principal Mimir moved closer, steadily closing the distance between himself and Aster. Without the slightest warning, Principal Mimir reached forward and gently lifted the back of Aster's shirt. His eyes immediately locked onto the emblem spread across Aster's back, and sheer amazement lit up his face as his excitement spilled out. How beautiful! This truly is the emblem of the 7 wings. Aster, completely stunned by the principal's sudden behavior, could only freeze in place and stare ahead in speechless shock. Principal Mimir paid absolutely no attention to Aster's bewildered reaction. He continued examining every part of the emblem with almost obsessive fascination. The movement of magical power flowing through each individual line, and this star-shaped formation unlike anything else in existence. No matter how long I look at it, I simply can't get enough. I desperately want to learn everything there is to know about you. The unsettling enthusiasm behind those words immediately put Aster on edge. His face stiffened, and he instinctively backed away several steps, quickly opening a safer distance between himself and the overly excited principal. Noticing how nervous Aster had become, Principal Mimir finally realized how strange his behavior must have seemed. He offered an awkward smile and apologized. Well, forgive me. Whenever wing emblems are involved, I find it nearly impossible to restrain my intellectual curiosity. Watching the principal become so wildly obsessed over a single emblem, Aster could only grumble inwardly. What good was seeking help for his own rampage if the supposed expert was the one losing control instead? Still wearing that gentle smile, Principal Mimir finally settled himself and spoke again in a noticeably calmer voice. But to be completely honest, I'm also at something of a loss. Those unexpected words immediately confused Aster. He looked directly at the old scholar, his expression tightening with concern. You're at a loss? Rather than answering on the spot, Principal Mimir turned and guided Aster farther into the room. Towering shelves surrounded them on every side, each one carefully packed with countless preserved books. As they walked between the long rows, Mimir began explaining. After all, a human being who carries the 7 wings is extraordinarily rare to begin with. Every variety of book and record concerning wing emblems has been gathered and stored here. However, when it comes specifically to the 7 wings, almost everything we possess consists of ancient legends, uncertain theories, and speculation passed down from the distant past. In the present age, there may not be a single person alive who understands how to handle the 7 wings better than you already do. The instant Aster heard that discouraging conclusion, uneasiness spread across his face. Aster stared at Principal Mimir in disbelief, unable to hide the anxiety rising in his voice. You can't be serious. If even you don't know more than I do, then what exactly am I supposed to do? Principal Mimir came to a stop and slowly turned back toward Aster. Despite everything he had just said, his expression remained calm and completely confident. There is still a way. In fact, the answer is rather simple. You merely need to ask someone else who also possesses the 7 wings. Aster turned toward the object placed before him and stared at it with a deeply puzzled expression. This is a book. It was the very same mysterious golden volume that had appeared earlier, now resting silently before them. A brilliant golden light poured from its cover, surrounding the ancient book with an almost sacred and otherworldly presence. As Aster continued staring at it in confusion, Principal Mimir calmly began to explain what was truly hidden inside. You are aware that wing emblems were originally bestowed upon humans by spirits, correct? Aster gave a small nod before answering. Yes, although I've never personally encountered any of these so-called spirits. Hearing that response, Principal Mimir continued with his explanation. Spirits unquestionably exist, though the majority of them vanished from the world long ago. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an enormous dragon statue standing deeper inside the chamber. The gigantic statue towered over them, filling the room with a heavy and overwhelming presence. Principal Mimir tilted his head upward to admire the massive dragon and smiled with unmistakable appreciation. It's magnificent, wouldn't you agree? It appears that spirits also established their hierarchy according to the number of wings they possessed from birth. Among every known species, those born with 7 wings stood at the very summit and were given the title of Great Spirits. And according to the surviving records, those great spirits possessed extraordinary powers that no ordinary being could imitate. Some were capable of controlling the weather itself, bending the skies and seasons according to their will. Others were said to possess the power to restore the dead to life. There were even some capable of crossing through time itself, moving beyond the boundaries separating the past from the future, or at least that is what the legends claim. In other words, spirits once existed whose abilities were so incredible that they surpassed anything ordinary humans could possibly imagine. The instant Principal Mimir mentioned the ability to cross through time, Aster's eyes widened sharply. Every other part of the explanation faded into the background as those 2 words repeated inside his mind. Crossing time. That legendary ability sounded almost identical to what had happened to him. It was the very nature of regression, the power that had returned him to an earlier point in his own life. The possibility seized Aster's full attention at once. He could not stop himself from wondering whether the great spirits might somehow be connected to the mysterious force that had sent him backward through time. Principal Mimir, completely unaware of the thoughts racing through Aster's mind, continued speaking while turning his gaze toward the glowing golden book. One of those great spirits is sealed within this volume. If you can enter, meet him, and speak with him directly. Mimir continued in the same calm, measured voice. Then you may not only discover how to bring the 7 wings under control. Depending on what happens, you could even obtain a power far greater than the one you possess now. However, there is one serious complication. The great spirit sealed inside is intensely misanthropic and holds an extreme hatred toward humankind. Even if you successfully meet him, there is absolutely no guarantee that he will listen to you or treat you properly. That warning only made Aster more curious. Without wasting a moment, he looked at Mimir and asked, "Why does this great spirit hate humans so much?" Principal Mimir answered plainly, without hesitation. Long ago, he was betrayed by human beings. In the end, that betrayal resulted in him being trapped and sealed inside such a cramped little book. Aster's face twisted into an awkward expression when he heard the reason. I see. In that case, I suppose it's only natural that he would carry such a deep grudge. As he processed everything Mimir had revealed, Aster reflected on how bizarre the situation had become. He was about to meet a spirit imprisoned inside a book simply to ask it for guidance. The entire matter had turned into a story stranger than anything Aster could have anticipated. Even so, he was in no position to complain or be selective about the method. If this was his only path forward, then he would have to take it. Once his decision was made, Aster stepped forward without further hesitation and placed his hand firmly against the ancient golden book. The instant his palm touched the cover, radiant golden letters blazed across its surface. A dazzling light then erupted from inside the volume, rapidly flooding the entire room with an overwhelming brilliance. Principal Mimir watched the phenomenon unfold before him, and his excitement immediately returned in full force. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Oh, just as I expected, the 2 powers of the 7 wings are resonating with one another." Even as the golden light intensified, his eyes remained fixed upon the enormous dragon statue standing before them. Aster showed no trace of fear. Facing the immense dragon statue as though the great spirit could already hear him, he called out boldly, So, you're the one summoning me? Fine then, bring it on. Come out and reveal yourself before me. Great spirit. But the moment Aster opened his eyes again, the library had vanished. In its place, he found himself standing alone in the middle of a violent battlefield. No matter which direction Aster looked, the surrounding town was completely engulfed in raging flames. Buildings burned fiercely on every side, thick smoke rolled across the darkened sky, and frantic chaos filled the streets around him. Completely disoriented by the sudden change, Aster spun around and muttered, "Why have I suddenly appeared in the middle of a town?" He stared at the destruction spreading through the streets, his confusion only deepening. No, more importantly, what in the world caused a disaster like this? Nothing he saw fit together or offered even the slightest explanation. Yet before Aster could begin making sense of where he was or what was happening, danger came rushing straight toward him. In the very next instant, an armed soldier charged across the burning street and launched a sudden attack directly at Aster. Aster reacted on instinct, snapping his sword upward just in time to intercept the incoming blow. The metallic crash rang out across the battlefield, and as the two weapons collided, he quickly realized that something about this entire situation was terribly wrong. This isn't Graham's outfit. These clothes are exactly like the uniform I wore back when I was still an ordinary soldier. Aster glanced down at himself, his thoughts growing more frantic by the second. What the hell is happening here? Whatever the explanation might be, Aster knew he could not afford to stand still in the middle of a battle. First, I need to fight my way out of this place. However, the instant he lowered his eyes toward the weapon in his hand, his expression changed completely. The sword's blade was covered from end to end in countless tiny scratches, cracks, and chipped edges. One glance was enough to tell him that the weapon had been worn down through repeated use and could not be trusted in a serious fight. At the same time, Aster tried to summon his magical power and draw it through his body. To his shock, nothing stirred within him, and not even the faintest trace of magic responded to his call. "You've got to be kidding me. I can't bring out any of my magical power." With enemies nearby and an unreliable sword in his grip, Aster suddenly found himself stripped of nearly every advantage he normally possessed. Across from him, one of the enemy soldiers watched Aster standing motionless and stared in open confusion. Growing irritated, the man shouted toward his companions, "What's wrong with this bastard? Why is he just standing there and spacing out?" Within moments, several additional soldiers closed in and surrounded Aster from every direction. Weapons rose around him as their hostile voices rang through the burning street. "Have you lost your nerve, you dog of Elmheim?" Another soldier roared. "He's a traitor. Cut him down." Just as the encircling soldiers prepared to rush Aster together, a figure with brilliant red hair suddenly dropped from above and landed between them. The newcomer looked over the attackers with undisguised contempt before shouting, "You're the dogs here, you complete idiots." In the very next instant, the red-haired stranger unleashed a single devastating strike. Every soldier surrounding Aster was cut down effortlessly, their bodies falling before any of them could even understand what had happened, much less raise a weapon in defense. The newcomer remained perfectly calm as he stood among the fallen bodies, behaving as though the overwhelming attack had required no effort at all. Then, almost casually, he remarked, "Now that I think about it, there was still one more dog who wasn't standing with them. My mistake. Oh, my apologies. You men were right after all." The instant Aster turned his eyes toward the red-haired man, his entire expression froze in disbelief. His eyes widened sharply, because there was no possibility of mistaking that face. He recognized the man immediately. Standing before him was the very same man Aster had once defeated in Rania, the one who had later been condemned and executed by the elders. And yet, despite everything Aster remembered, that supposedly dead man was now standing only a short distance away, breathing, speaking, and unmistakably alive. Even more astonishingly, the man's two cousins were standing beside him as well. They looked directly at Aster and called out mockingly, "Isn't that right, wingless Aster?" In that instant, the truth suddenly became clear. It was as though every memory from Aster's future life had been poured directly into the body of his younger self, allowing him to experience this moment while carrying all the knowledge of the life he had already lived. Aster could do nothing but stare at them in stunned silence, still trying to comprehend the impossible sight before him. Dairis, however, completely misunderstood the reason behind that frozen expression. With his usual arrogant grin spread across his face, Dairis immediately began mocking Aster. He behaved as though the bloodshed surrounding them was perfectly ordinary, and as if the death of another soldier meant absolutely nothing. To Dairis, losing another man was simply an unavoidable part of war. With cruel indifference, he reminded Aster that someone as insignificant and powerless as him could easily become the battlefield's next casualty. Aster remained unable to respond. Nothing about the situation made any sense, because according to everything he knew, Darius should already have been dead for a long time. When Aster continued staring without saying a word, Darius' patience quickly vanished. The longer that silent gaze lingered on him, the more visibly irritated he became. Darius had always despised Aster for being born without wings, and his pride could not tolerate the way someone he considered inferior was now looking directly at him without fear or submission. Just as the tension between them threatened to erupt into violence, Darius' brothers stepped between the two and held him back. They reminded him that someone like Aster was not worth wasting even another moment of their time. Their father was preparing to begin his attack, and witnessing that display mattered far more than arguing with a wingless soldier they viewed as beneath them. At those words, an intensely familiar sensation suddenly surged through Aster's mind. He knew this moment. Every word, every position, and every detail around him had already happened before. Aster had witnessed this exact scene with his own eyes in his previous life. As though history had begun repeating itself perfectly, Darius' father slowly rose into the sky. An overwhelming flood of mana erupted from his body and spread outward until its crushing presence covered the entire battlefield. Then, before the eyes of every soldier gathered below, he proudly unveiled the magnificent power of his 7 wings. A terrifying wave of magical energy burst across the land, shaking the ground, ripping through the battlefield, and leaving everyone who witnessed it completely stunned. The moment those 7 wings appeared, the final barrier inside Aster's mind shattered. Memories he had buried for years rushed back all at once with overwhelming clarity. At last, Aster understood exactly where he had been brought. This was neither a meaningless illusion nor an ordinary dream. He was witnessing the past he had personally lived through, back during the time when the world still knew him as Aster Elmheim. Every detail returned to him. This was the precise moment when the greatest rebellion ever recorded in the history of the Dassel Kingdom first began. Roderick, commander of the Royal Knights, had murdered the king with his own hands and then declared himself the new ruler of the kingdom. That single act of betrayal threw the entire nation into chaos and split its people into 2 powerful opposing factions. One faction rallied behind the Elmheim family, while the other rose in rebellion to overthrow them. The savage civil war born from that division was the very same conflict Aster had fought through during his former life. The memories continued unfolding one after another, dragging Aster toward the events that had ultimately led to his death. Once again, he found himself kneeling respectfully before his father, reliving the moment exactly as it had originally occurred. His father calmly informed him that most of the Royal Knights had already surrendered to the Elmheim forces. However, despite that enormous advantage, the war was still nowhere near its conclusion. As long as even one leader of the rebellion remained alive, the Elmheim family could never claim complete victory. For that reason, Aster and every soldier under his command were assigned a new mission. The surviving rebels had fled into the eastern Alf Highlands, where they were believed to be hiding and secretly rebuilding their forces for another assault. Aster's objective sounded simple, but it was utterly merciless. Locate every remaining rebel and wipe them out without leaving a single survivor. Without questioning the command, the younger Aster accepted the mission immediately. His father then officially placed the entire operation under Aster's authority. Before sending the unit away, however, he presented his son with a mysterious object known as the Fallen Emblem. The very moment Aster laid eyes on that object, his expression changed completely. Recognition and horror flashed across his face before he could conceal either reaction. Aster knew perfectly well what the emblem truly represented. His father proudly introduced the Fallen Emblem as an artificial wing that could temporarily increase a person's magical power, supposedly allowing even those born without wings to stand on the battlefield beside genuine knights. To anyone hearing of it for the first time, such an invention would have sounded miraculous, a gift that allowed the powerless to overcome the limits of their birth. But Aster already knew the horrifying reality concealed behind that promise. Without giving anyone time to react, Aster suddenly drew his sword and thrust the blade straight into his father's stomach. As the steel pierced him, Aster stared directly into his eyes without looking away. Aster then revealed the truth that everyone around them had chosen to ignore. Ordinary people born without magical power were forced to endure unbearable agony every single time they activated the Fallen Emblem. The temporary strength it provided was never free. Every use demanded a devastating price from the person wearing it, gradually destroying the very soldiers it was supposedly meant to empower. Those people had never been valued as human beings. In the eyes of those commanding the war, the wingless soldiers were nothing more than disposable weapons. Tools to be thrown onto the battlefield, exhausted until they broke, and sacrificed for the ambitions of people who would never share their suffering. Aster fiercely condemned the endless conflict that had already taken the lives of countless innocent people. With anger and grief burning in his voice, he declared that none of those victims had ever deserved such a cruel and meaningless fate. Yet no matter how passionately he spoke or how violently he resisted, nothing around him changed. His actions carried no real consequence because this world was merely a memory, and a memory could never be rewritten, regardless of how desperately he struggled against it. Neither the past he had endured nor the future that followed could be altered within this place. In the next instant, the entire world transformed once again. The battlefield vanished completely, replaced by a vast, silent expanse of snow stretching endlessly toward the distant horizon. Aster slowly looked around the frozen landscape, utterly confused about where the memory had taken him this time. Before he could gather his scattered thoughts, two familiar voices suddenly called out from nearby. Brown and Silva hurried toward him through the snow, both of them visibly concerned. During the mission, they had noticed their captain standing completely motionless, staring into empty space as though his mind had left his body. Silva tried to lighten the strange mood with laughter. Grinning at Aster, he jokingly offered to carry his captain if exhaustion had become so severe that he could no longer continue walking on his own. Aster gave no response. He merely stared at Brown and Silva in stunned silence, unable to process the sight of the two men standing alive before him after everything he had just remembered. Silva, unaware of Aster's turmoil, casually dismissed the strange reaction. He assumed Aster had simply lost focus and drifted into some bizarre waking dream for a moment. But Aster understood that what he was experiencing went far beyond an ordinary dream or passing confusion. His thoughts quietly returned to the wingless unit, the company of soldiers who, just like Aster himself, had been born without magical power and were forced to serve beneath the kingdom's winged knights. Those men had fought beside him across countless battlefields. Together, they had survived missions that should have killed them, covered one another's backs in desperate situations, and depended on each other when the rest of the world refused to value their lives. Yet despite everything they had endured together, the final outcome had been merciless. Every member of the wingless unit had eventually sacrificed his life, leaving Aster behind as the sole survivor of the comrades who had once stood beside him. They had never been mere subordinates following his commands. Brown, Silva, and the others had been his comrades, his closest companions, and the only family the battlefield had given him. For one brief, desperate moment, Aster wondered whether he had somehow traveled backward through time once again. But as he carefully studied the snowy terrain and the people around him, Aster gradually understood that this place was not reality. It was another memory, deliberately placed before him by someone who wanted him to witness these events again. While he struggled to understand why, a sudden bolt of pain tore through his head. Brown immediately stepped closer and urgently told Aster to pull himself together. He reminded his captain that their unit had already advanced deep into hostile territory, where rebel soldiers could be hiding behind any ridge or beneath the snow-covered landscape. That warning instantly triggered another surge of recognition. Aster remembered precisely what was about to happen. Within only a few moments, the entire wingless unit would walk directly into a carefully prepared ambush. Without losing another second, Aster sharply ordered every soldier in the unit to turn back and retreat immediately, before the hidden enemy could begin its attack. Brown responded with a puzzled smile, completely unable to understand why his captain had suddenly issued such an unexpected command. Aster knew that abandoning the mission without clear justification could bring severe consequences of its own. Even so, he had already witnessed exactly what awaited them if they continued forward. And almost the very instant the retreat order left his mouth, the concealed enemy forces sprang from hiding and launched their ambush. The attack descended upon them with terrifying speed. One after another, soldiers from the wingless unit were struck down before they had any chance to defend themselves. Those who remained standing were quickly overwhelmed by fear, as they realized enemy troops had surrounded them from every direction. The nightmare Aster remembered had become reality once again. Despite his warning, the wingless unit had walked directly into the enemy's trap, and the situation was about to become even more disastrous. Every enemy charging across the battlefield was no ordinary soldier, but a trained knight capable of wielding magical power. With death closing in around him and no other path left, one desperate soldier finally activated the forbidden fallen emblem. He had no intention of simply lying down and dying in that blood-soaked field. Even if it cost him everything, he was determined to strike back before his final breath. The instant Aster realized what the soldier intended to do, he desperately reached out and tried to stop him. He knew all too well what horrifying fate would follow once the emblem was unleashed. As soon as the fallen emblem awakened, the soldiers were stripped of their humanity and twisted into wretched, low-ranking monsters. The corruption spread rapidly through the battlefield, and before long, even the enemy troops began transforming into the same hideous creatures. In a matter of moments, the battlefield collapsed into absolute madness. The newly born monsters turned on one another, tearing through the chaos while unleashing terrifying waves of magical power without restraint. One by one, knights and monsters alike were cut down amid the devastation. There was no mercy, no hesitation, and no one left capable of stopping the slaughter. While the merciless massacre continued to consume the battlefield, Julius finally arrived. Unlike everyone caught in the carnage, he approached the ruined field with an almost unsettling calm. Julius surveyed the horrifying scene without showing even the faintest trace of emotion. By then, the fighting had become so senseless that no one could distinguish ally from enemy anymore. From among the mangled bodies, one transformed monster weakly reached toward Julius and pleaded for his help. But before Julius could make any attempt to save him, another violent strike tore through the helpless creature. His desperate plea was silenced instantly as his life ended on the spot. Julius barely reacted to the death, not even bothering to recognize the person who had just been killed before his eyes. Watching him with an icy expression, Aster confronted Julius and demanded to know why he had only come now. After all, Julius had appeared only when the fighting was finished and nearly everyone on the battlefield had already been slaughtered. Without the slightest concern, Julius explained that his own forces had already hunted down the last remaining rebels elsewhere. He openly admitted that Aster and his unit had been used as nothing more than decoys, drawing attention away so the real mission could be completed more easily. To make matters worse, Julius casually remarked that the entire operation had been painfully boring. Only then did Julius take a closer look at Aster. Seeing that he had somehow survived the massacre left Julius genuinely surprised. It did not take Julius long to understand the reason. Aster was the only soldier who had refused to activate the fallen emblem. While every one of his comrades surrendered their humanity and transformed into monsters, Aster remained among the bodies, staring across the devastated battlefield with a cold, hardened expression. As Aster looked upon the horrific remains of those who had fought beside him, one truth settled firmly in his heart. No human being deserved to meet such a cruel and miserable end. Julius, however, dismissed the fallen without a second thought. To him, those dead soldiers had never been anything more than insignificant pawns, now scattered uselessly across the ruined battlefield. At that moment, Aster slowly pushed himself back onto his feet. As the buried memories flooded through his mind, everything finally became clear again, including the identity of the true enemy he was destined to confront. The Elmheim family stood at the center of all the suffering that had shaped his life. Before dealing with anything else, Aster swore that he would crush every last member of that family. Aster then raised his voice toward the mysterious presence forcing these memories upon him. He would no longer tolerate some unseen power dragging open his deepest wounds and making him relive the same unbearable trauma again and again. Hidden somewhere within the surrounding darkness, Julius watched what was happening, and anger quickly began to twist across his face. Julius could not understand who Aster was speaking to, but Aster ignored his confusion entirely. Without even acknowledging him, Aster firmly declared that the illusion had already accomplished everything it was meant to do. Those painful memories belonged to Aster alone. His past had never existed for someone else to pry into, manipulate, or turn into a spectacle for their own amusement. With the buried truth finally brought back into the light, the false world surrounding Aster began to disappear. The illusion reached its end, and his consciousness returned at last to his present life.